Chapter 121. House Hunting. Old man, your granddaughter has found a good boyfriend, the old man's son, known as Dajio, big uncle, said. Huh? Are you talking about Yuxuan? She has a boyfriend? That's good news. Good news indeed. Since she has a boyfriend, she ignores her relatives. The old man frowned, sat up in bed, turned on the bedside lamp, and asked in a deep voice, What's wrong? Dajio exaggerated the previous events, expecting the old man to side with him, but instead, he received a stern scolding from his father. Nonsense! What does it matter to you if Yuxuan's boyfriend is rich? Who gave you the right to judge others? Why do you think Xiaoning has become the way he is now? Whose fault is it that he is addicted to gambling? Isn't it because you used to frequent gambling dens and took him to the casinos when he was just a little boy? Dajio was speechless, but unwilling to back down. Old man, does that mean they can just stand by and watch my family suffer? If your grandson loses his house, his wife will leave him, and we'll lose our great-grandson. Don't pretend with me. As the eldest brother, do you have any use at all? If it weren't for your two sisters supporting your family these past few years, do you think you would be living like this? Still having time to play chess and cards every day? Old man, Enough. I won't even mention how ungrateful you are to your two sisters. As for the young people's affairs, let them sort it out themselves. That's all. The old man hung up the phone directly, his chest heaving violently, clearly enraged. He picked up the water glass on the bedside table, took a sip, and only then did he feel a bit better. He turned off the light and leaned silently against the headboard, staring at the night scene outside the window, lost in thought. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, when Du Heng arrived at Royal Garden Residence, he discovered that Hua Yuxuan had made a love-filled breakfast. A bowl of millet porridge, a fried egg, and 2 youtiao, fried dough sticks. The youtiao were bought from a breakfast shop downstairs. Sipping the millet porridge and eating the fried egg, looking at the expectant expression on Hua Yuxuan's face, Du Heng couldn't help but smile. Not bad. You deserve a reward. Sitting across from them, Chen Zihao slurped his millet porridge and gave a thumbs up, saying, Sister Yuxuan, awesome. A smile appeared on Hua Yuxuan's face, and only then did she settle down to slowly drink her millet porridge. Looking at the youtiao on the plate, after some thought, Du Heng said, Yuxuan, since there are breakfast shops downstairs, we can just eat down there next time. You can sleep a bit more too. The main thing is that we wouldn't have to wash the dishes. No, I want Heng to fall in love with my cooking skills. This time it's just fried egg and millet porridge. Next time it'll be nutritious 8 treasure porridge and Zilong Bao, soup dumplings. Helpless, Du Heng could only nod with a wry smile. All right, your thoughtfulness is enough for me. Ahem. Well, you two eat slowly. I'm full. Chen Zihao was choked by the early morning dog food, his eyes rolling. The 2 lovebirds in front of him were showing off their affection without restraint, making this single dog feel utterly miserable. Indeed, only Xiaonan could give him the warmest smile. After breakfast, Du Heng helped Hua Yuxuan wash the dishes. They went downstairs and found Sun Xiaonan waiting by the roadside. It turned out that Sun Xiaonan was embarrassed to have Du Heng pick her up every time, so she had come by taxi herself. With everyone present, Du Heng stepped on the gas pedal, heading straight for the east gate of Jincheng University. At a real estate agency outside of Jingxiang Huafu, Du Heng looked at the signs on the wall, listening to a female salesperson's enthusiastic introduction. Sir, are you planning to buy or rent? We have many listings from owners looking to sell or rent, and they are all verified. Du Heng nodded. I plan to buy a fully furnished apartment that hasn't been lived in before, around 100 square meters. At least 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The furniture doesn't matter, but the renovation must be good. Hearing that Du Heng wanted to buy an apartment, the salesperson's eyes nearly disappeared with delight. Yes, we have many such listings. Many property investors buy apartments without living in them, decorating them beautifully while waiting to sell at a higher price. Can we take a look? Of course. The owners have left the keys with us. Of course, the owners will come in person for the signing of the contract so you can rest. Easy. We will ensure all relevant documents, including the property ownership certificate, are in place and that there will be no disputes. The salesperson explained that in Jincheng, the average property price was above 30,000 yuan per square meter. Even in the more remote area near Jincheng University, prices were still above 20,000 yuan. Successfully selling a property meant the salesperson could earn a substantial commission. Let's go take a look first. There's no point in talking too much. We have to see the actual property to know if it suits us. No problem. Please wait a moment. I'll go get the keys. There are a total of 4 apartments you can view. I'll take all the keys. After picking up the keys, the salesperson led the group into the residential compound. As they walked, she enthusiastically introduced the facilities of the compound. As you can see, the security measures in the compound are quite good. You can't enter without a key card. The landscaping is also very nice. All cars and electric vehicles are parked in designated areas. There is also an underground parking garage. If you have a car, it's convenient to buy or rent a parking space. This is a square. Every evening, many people dance here. Over there are some exercise equipment and play equipment for children. Here we are. The first apartment is in this building. It's on the first floor. Being on the lowest level, its price will be cheaper. Upon hearing this, Du-hung immediately waved his hand. Then let's skip this one. No first floors or top floors. Preferably a corner unit. The salesperson was startled for a moment, but she quickly recovered her professional smile. She nodded, took out another key, and said, "In that case, this is the only apartment that fits your criteria. Let me take you to see it. It's located on the innermost side of the complex." Following the salesperson further into the complex, they were all observing the environment. Hua Yuxuan held Du Heng's arm, looking around curiously. She had never bought a house before and didn't know what to look for. In her eyes, a harmonious family was enough, but this house was obviously not for living in permanently, so she didn't say much. They arrived at the innermost row, entered the clean and spacious elevator, and went straight to the 21st floor. The salesperson opened the door of 2101 and led everyone inside. You can take a look at this unit. It's one of the more popular ones we have. Many people have come to see it. Du-hung nodded, leading Hua Yuxuan to inspect the layout of the apartment. Chen Zihao, however, noticed something was off. According to you, this apartment is very popular, so why hasn't it sold? It's because the owner is asking for a higher price than the average in the complex. Chapter 122, Vank Phase 1. How much higher exactly? The average price in this complex is 26,000. How much is this one per square meter? This one is 28,000 per square meter. Including shared space, it's a total of 98 square meters. Although those who have viewed it have been satisfied, they cannot accept the price. The main reason is that the owner is unwilling to compromise, even by a single penny. This property has been listed with us for quite some time. Tisk. Chun Zihao laughed rather smugly and shook his head, saying nothing as he and Sun Xiaonan began to look at the layout and decoration of the apartment. After carefully surveying the apartment, Du-hung nodded. He turned to Hua Yuxuan and asked with a smile, "Yuxuan, what do you think?" Hua Yuxuan blinked her big eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "The lighting isn't very good, and the wall of the balcony needs to be knocked down." Du-hung nodded. "That's right. But there's another drawback. It's too far from the main gate. Although there's a small gate over there, I just glanced at it, and it's been sealed off. But we're not going to live here, so it doesn't matter, right?" "Who said we're not going to live here? Your apartment is ultimately a small one. You can live here in the future, and it's also close to the school." "Huh." Hua Yuxuan blinked her big eyes. "But didn't you say we were buying this to display photos?" Du-hung grinned and wrapped his arm around Hua Yuxuan's waist. "We can put the photos in the apartment. This new house will be like a golden cage, used to hide beauty away." Hua Yuxuan rolled her eyes, her little mouth pouting. "You didn't even discuss it with me." "Aren't we discussing it now?" "This doesn't count as discussing it. If we buy the house and leave it empty, it'll just sit there. Isn't it better if you live there?" It took quite a bit of effort, but Du-hung finally convinced Hua Yuxuan. "So, Aheng is planning to buy this apartment?" Du-hung shook his head with a smile. "Let's keep this one in mind. This apartment is not bad, but we need to check out a few more complexes. It's best to compare options." Turning to the salesperson, Du-hung didn't hold anything back and said, "This apartment is okay, but as you mentioned, the owner is unwilling to lower the price, so let's consider it for now. Do you have any listings in any nearby complexes?" Hearing the first half, the salesperson was disappointed, but hearing the second half, she immediately perked up. Yes. Just across the street is Vank. They might have an apartment that you'll like. Would you like to check it out? Du Heng's lips curved into a smile. He exchanged a glance with Hui Yuxuan and nodded with a smile. Let's go take a look. After viewing the remaining complexes, Du Heng finally decided to buy an apartment in Vank Phase 1. First, it was because of the larger area, the reasonable layout that made the living room seem spacious, 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a small bathroom attached to the master bedroom. The balcony also had plenty of sunlight. The main reason was that the compound was quiet and clean. Most of the people who bought apartments here were planning to live in them, not speculate. The property price here was almost the same as in the city center, just over 30,000. Also, Du Heng didn't necessarily need to sell the apartment. Since he didn't lack the money, he could just think of it as an extra love nest with Hui Yuxuan. Sir, the owner of this apartment originally bought it for his wedding. After the renovations, but before moving in, his girlfriend ran off with someone else. He was devastated and wanted to move to another city, so he decided to sell the apartment. That's too bad. They bought such a nice apartment, but his significant other ran away. Du Heng gently shook his head, glancing at Hui Yuxuan, who was giggling beside him, thought for a moment, then asked, "If I were to buy this apartment, how long will it take to complete the paperwork?" "Well, completing all the procedures will take at least a week. Is there any way to get it done faster? Preferably tomorrow." That's impossible. The real estate bureau is closed on weekends." The salesperson was also in a bit of a bind. This was beyond her control. She couldn't take Du Heng and the owner to the real estate bureau to handle the transfer of ownership on a weekend when they were closed. "Ahing, 1 week is fine. It's not like we're in a hurry to move in." Du Heng smiled and gently touched the tip of Hui Yuxuan's nose. "I want to replace all the furniture. Although the renovation style is modern, I don't like the furniture style. How can I replace the furniture if the house isn't in our hands yet?" "Then, you can replace it next week?" Du Heng pondered for a moment and then nodded with a smile. "I know the real estate bureau is closed on weekends, but I hope you can get it done as quickly as possible." "But the owner is in Jiangxing. He has work to do and might not have time to come back. He can take a leave of absence, otherwise, by the time he comes back on his weekend off, the real estate bureau will also be off. Will he even sell this apartment?" The salesperson was a bit conflicted, but she still nodded. "Okay, I'll contact the owner and tell him to come back earlier to complete the paperwork. It would be best if it can be done on Monday. The sooner he gets the money, the sooner he can make other plans, and my girlfriend can move in sooner." The salesperson gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. "Okay, sir, I will do my best to urge the owner to return tomorrow and complete the transfer on Monday. Would that work for you?" Du Heng nodded with a smile. "Thank you for your trouble. Please call me with any updates. I'll bring the money." "Okay." After saying goodbye to the salesperson, the group walked towards the east gate of the school, chatting about the complexes on either side of the road. These complexes have such low occupancy rates. Why do they build so many when there are so few people living here? Low occupancy rates are only temporary. The university district is here, and this area will definitely develop in the future. But besides the school, there's nothing else here. How will it develop? Du Heng smiled and gently pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist. "Pay more attention to the news. A hospital is about to be built to the east of the East Gate. Once the hospital is built, the supporting facilities will quickly follow, and with so many residential complexes, once the population grows, shopping malls will be built. It's a two-way street. But that will take a long time." Du Heng shrugged. "That's how capitalism works. If they smell blood, they will swarm to eat. Those who arrive late will be left with nothing, not even the soup." Hui Yuxuan seemed lost in thought. Chen Zihao and Sun Xiaonan, who were walking behind them, didn't think too much about it. They were looking at the greenery by the roadside, occasionally picking leaves and throwing them at each other, looking quite harmonious. "Where are we going now?" Du Heng rubbed his belly and laughed. "I'm hungry. Let's have lunch first, and then we'll think about what to do next." "Okay." They arrived at a private dining room in the restaurant and ordered a few dishes. The 4 of them sat on opposite sides. Du Heng naturally sat next to Hui Yuxuan, while Chen Zihao boldly sat beside Sun Xiaonan. The 2 of them picked up their phones and started a game while waiting for the food to be served. At that moment, Hui Yuxuan's phone rang. When she saw the caller ID, it was Dajio, Big Uncle. Chapter 123, A Haunting Presence? Hui Yuxuan frowned slightly, muted her phone, and turned off the vibration as well. Looking at the caller ID, she just found it annoying no matter how she looked at it. This was the first time Du Hong had seen Hui Yuxuan make such an expression, so he looked at her phone screen and chuckled. Why aren't you picking it up? It's your big uncle calling. Huh? Big uncle is calling again? Why is that man so persistent? Upon hearing the words big uncle, Chun Zihao immediately exploded. Damn. Sister Yuxuan, don't pick it up. Just ignore him. Du Hong was stunned. Why shouldn't she answer when her big uncle was calling? What happened? Hui Yuxuan's phone screen changed, and the call was automatically disconnected after not being picked up for a long time, leaving a missed call notification. What's going on? Why do you guys seem to dislike this big uncle so much? Damn, isn't it because of what big uncle did? Xiaohao. Hui Yuxuan stopped him in time, shaking her head gently at Qin Zihao. The latter was upset, focusing his gaze on his phone, just in time to see the opposing jungler steal the blue buff. Damn it, all of you can just die. Du Hong was confused and looked at Hui Yuxuan, gently pinching her waist. Tell me what happened? Hui Yuxuan shook her head. Before she could speak, her phone lit up again. The caller was still Big Uncle. Hui Yuxuan's brow furrowed. Her good mood had completely vanished, replaced by anger. Without hesitation, she tapped the answer button, trying her best to remain calm. Hello, Big Uncle. Oh, Yuxuan, you finally answered the phone. Big Uncle is begging you to quickly help your cousin. Those debt collectors are right here. The child is so young. The child is innocent. Please, for the sake of your little nephew, help them. Chen Zihao was furious, and he put down his phone. He went behind Hui Yuxuan and yelled into the phone, Don't cry here. The house is gone, that's it. Renting is not the end of the world. It's all his own fault. Who can he blame? Xiaohao, how come you're with Yuxuan? Do I need to report to you where I am? Child, how can you speak like that? All right, Xiaohao, go back and sit down. I'll take it from here. Seeing that a battle was about to escalate, Hui Yuxuan stopped it in time. She glanced at Du Hong, who was frowning slightly. After thinking about it, she said, Xiaohao is right. If the house is gone, rent one. There isn't a hurdle that one cannot overcome. Yuxuan, you can't just stand by and watch us suffer. Those debt collectors are here at home and refuse to leave. They even said that if we don't pay back the money, they will kick your cousin's family out. I beg you, just help your cousin this one time. Your boyfriend is rich, so please just borrow 2 million to let them redeem their house. Hearing this, Du Hong was stunned. She actually mentioned him and immediately asked for 2 million. Well. Obviously, from the reactions of Hui Yuxuan and Chen Zihao, this cousin was absolutely not worth helping. Or rather, he couldn't help. As for why, if he was in debt, then it was for the reasons as always. As he was pondering how to respond to Hui Yuxuan, she spoke directly. I said, I only have 50,000. If you think it can help, I'll loan it to you. If not, then don't. Whether my boyfriend has money or not has nothing to do with you. Yuxuan, how can you be so heartless? When you were little, I used to hold you and buy you candy. Hui Yuxuan was angered and laughed. She glanced at Du Hong, who was looking at her with inquiring eyes. She apologized with a smile and then said, Seriously, there's no point in wasting time on meaningless words. You should think about ways to raise money instead. That's it. I'm hanging up. Yucks. Beep, beep, beep. The phone was hung up, and an awkward silence fell in the private dining room. Sun Xiaonan dared not play her game anymore, shrinking her neck, and gently poked Chen Zihao. Xiaohao, your sister and her boyfriend both seem a bit angry. Chen Zihao was also depressed. He looked up and saw that Hui Yuxuan and Du Hong both had a hint of anger on their faces. Hui Yuxuan was definitely angry because of her big uncle. As for why Du Hong was angry, no one knew. Your big uncle wants to borrow money from me through you? 2 million? Hui Yuxuan nodded helplessly, her tone filled with apology. Yes, but I didn't agree. Why not? He's your big uncle, and according to him, your cousin has children? Hui Yuxuan's mood was a little frustrated. Yes, but this has nothing to do with you. If my cousin makes his own mistakes, he must bear the consequences. We will try our best to help him, but we can't involve you. Du Hong nodded with a smile. Although it might sound harsh, your cousin's situation is entirely his own fault. You guys can help as much as you can, and try your best. Hui Yuxuan nodded gently. I know, I didn't want you to know about this, as I was afraid it would affect your mood. Du Heng smiled and gently pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist. It's okay. Don't keep things to yourself in the future. You can tell me. I have the ability to discern right from wrong. I have money, but I'm not stupid. Hui Yuxuan finally beamed with happiness. She ignored the two dumbfounded 3,000-watt light bulbs across from her and leaned on Du Heng's shoulder. I know. Heng has always been outstanding. Ahem. Xiaonan, here, have a glass of water. Drinking more water is good for your health. Chen Zihao poured a glass of water for Sun Xiaonan in a serious manner, winking at her. With his antics, the atmosphere in the private dining room finally improved. Everyone tacitly avoided talking about what just happened and instead chatted about the apartments they had viewed that morning. In the afternoon, Du Heng took them to a video game arcade for the entire afternoon. The employee was so happy she was shaking when she saw Du Heng walking towards the claw machines. Her lips were trembling uncontrollably. The last time's memories seemed to still be fresh in her mind. This man was a super player who could pick up anything he tried to pick up. Fortunately, Du Heng didn't take action. Instead, he watched Hui Yuxuan have fun. Though she couldn't catch anything, the anticipation and the feeling that she would definitely catch something next time kept them having fun. Qin Zihao and Sun Xiaonan went to the dancing machine. They deliberately gave Du Heng and Hui Yuxuan time and space to be alone. They played the dancing machine and then stayed in a karaoke room until it was time to leave. Hui Yuxuan had a sweet smile on her face the whole time. She played the claw machine for over an hour and only managed to grab 2 small minions. Both she and Du Heng were each holding one. She also played the arcade game King of Fighters with Du Heng. Of course, Du Heng, as a skilled player, had to let her win. So he only used one hand to crush Hui Yuxuan, which made her pout her lips in anger. The latter got so mad that she stood up and went to play the fish shooting game. Chapter 124. A Post That Caused a Stir. After dinner, Du Heng sent the others home and then fooled around with Hui Yuxuan for a while downstairs of Royal Garden residence before going back to school. When he arrived at the dormitory, Zhang Yang was not there, probably on a date with Hu Ling. Han Lei was watching TV dramas. That guy had become addicted to watching TV recently and wasn't even going to the self-study room much anymore. Wang Chang was picking up his phone and was about to go out. When he saw Du Heng come back, he said hello. Du Gu, brother Du, you're back. How was looking for an apartment? Did you find one? Du Heng nodded with a smile. I found one. Vank Phase 1. Are you going out? Wang Chang smiled and nodded. Well, I'm going to find Meow Meow at her school and be back before the power is cut off in our dorm. He glanced at the time. It was already past 8. It would take time to go there and back, and that meant he would only be able to stay for less than 2 hours. It's getting late. You should go. You're making good progress. When are you treating us to dinner? Haha. I'll work hard and treat you to dinner soon. After saying that, Wang Chang left happily. Du Heng returned to his seat, turned on his computer, posted a video, and was about to log into the game to play a few rounds when he saw his phone screen light up. He looked and saw that it was a message from Hui Yuxuan. Don't take what my big uncle said to heart. I'll handle it myself. Love you. I ordered you a milk tea. Don't forget to check it. Du Heng's lips curved up and he smiled unconsciously. Okay. Rest early. Can't rest yet. There are too many photos I haven't organized. Let Xiaohao help you. A moment later, Hui Yuxuan sent a voice message. I'm helping here, brother-in-law. Don't worry, I won't let my sister get too tired. Okay. Putting down his phone, he logged into the game and matched into a match. To kill time while waiting, Du Heng flipped through the photos on his phone. Looking at the exquisite photos, his lips gradually turned up. Almost forgot something. He slapped his head and remembered that he said he would post a status update. He had not posted anything in a long time. He was afraid that many people would forget about his existence. He swiped his phone screen, picked out a few of his favorite photos, and posted them on WeChat Moments. What Du Heng didn't notice was that all the photos he selected were wedding photos. As a result, his WeChat Moments was flooded with comments. Oh? Getting married? Damn. Your wife is too beautiful. Such a good figure. Envy. Wow. Such a beautiful bride. Du Gu is super handsome too. Du Gu, you don't love me anymore. Haha. Bro, are you in such a rush to get married? Don't worry, wait until my girlfriend and I are done traveling around Taiwan, and then I'll come back and find you. Junior, is this? Your wife is actually the school's hidden beauty? Damn, is that real? Not photoshopped, right? This was a comment from Senior Lee Bo, who had sent Du-hong to the dorm on the first day of school. The two of them had added each other as friends. In less than a few minutes, Du-hong's WeChat moment notifications exceeded 99. People who couldn't get an answer couldn't wait to know the truth. As a result, Du-hong's WeChat was being bombarded. Even his high school, middle school, and elementary school class groups were spreading his photos like wildfire. Du-hong, who was focused on the game, was stunned as he stared at his phone that was acting as if it was infected with a virus. Even the notification sound began to get perfunctory. The previous notification had not finished before the next one chimed in, and then it was quickly covered by another one. The number of unread messages on his lock screen quickly exceeded 99. So, Du-hong shamefully went offline again. He picked up his phone, unlocked it, and opened WeChat, only to see all the red notifications, and almost every chat box was still sending messages. After a quick look, he realized that all of the messages were either question marks or question mark emojis. Otherwise, they just directly asked when the wedding was, whether they could attend, and whether they could be a groomsman or bridesmaid. Realizing that he might have done something of great consequence, Du-hong immediately turned off the internet and shut down his phone as well. He was afraid of being bombarded by calls and texts. However, he had underestimated his status. Someone like him, a super-rich second-generation, super-official third-generation, his marriage could involve a very large and widespread impact. There were countless wealthy people who wanted to marry their daughters to him, hoping to get protection from the provincial party committee leader so they could better develop their businesses. After enjoying a brief moment of peace, Du-hong began to focus on the game, only to see a continuous stream of private messages coming through. Dugu, Dugu, my good Dugu, quickly tell me, are you getting married? Dugu, my sister has vowed to marry you in this lifetime. She's on the rooftop now. You should reply quickly. Dugu, please carry me. His hands left his keyboard and mouse, looking at the yellow notifications that were spamming his screen. He rubbed his temples and thought about it before turning his phone back on. As expected, as soon as he turned on his phone, he saw dozens of missed calls and hundreds of messages. The 99 plus on the WeChat icon was particularly eye-catching. At this moment, a call came in. When Du-hong saw that it was his grandfather, he was stunned and quickly answered the phone. Hello, Grandpa. Hey, Xiaoheng, you're not asleep, are you? No, Grandpa. What's wrong? His grandfather chuckled on the other end of the phone. Grandpa saw your post. Du-hong rubbed his nose a little guiltily, wondering if his grandfather would be angry. What's wrong? The girl in the picture, her family name is Hua, right? Yes, Grandpa. How did you know? I've met her. During my birthday celebration last time, she came with her grandfather and sat at my table. Oh, she mentioned that to me. Good, good. It's quite a coincidence. Old Hua probably never expected that his precious granddaughter would eventually end up with someone from my family. Ha ha ha. The corners of his lips twitched, and Du-hong thought for a moment before saying, Grandpa, are you talking about the childhood engagement? Yes, when old Hua and I were young, we arranged a childhood engagement. If our descendants could end up together, then they should get married. But both of us only had one son, so it would depend on your generation. But times are changing, and we value freedom of love now. We didn't force it, and old Hua took it as a joke. After pausing, the old man chuckled. I just didn't expect that you and his granddaughter would have a destiny. You guys ended up together on your own. It's completely unexpected. Then, Grandpa, you're not angry? Angry? Why would I be angry? There's nothing to be angry about. I was wondering why that old guy came to me being so sarcastic the last time. It turned out that it was because his precious granddaughter was snatched away by my precious grandson. Hee hee. You little rascal. Don't blame your grandpa for being blunt. That girl is a good girl. You have to treat her well, or else, not only will I teach you a lesson, but your school president won't let you off the hook either. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will treat her well. By the way, Grandpa, I plan to get engaged to Yushuan first. Do you think that's okay? Chapter 125. Little Overlord Games. Grandpa has no objections. Grandpa even supports your engagement. Grandpa will be there on the day of your engagement. Hearing the genuinely happy tone in his grandfather's voice, Du-hong grinned. Grandpa is the best. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Now you remember your grandpa is good, huh? You haven't called me in so long. Your grandma complains to me every day that her grandson thinks she's too old and doesn't come to see her. Du-hung rubbed his nose. It had indeed been a long time since he had visited his grandparents, and it had also been a while since he last called them. I'll take Yuxuan to see you tomorrow. Forget it. Your grandma went on a trip. You won't see her even if you come. Then why did you tell me that? Grandpa, is there anything else? You little rascal. Can't I just chat with my grandpa if I have nothing else to do? Your phone should be getting blown up by now. Serves you right. I didn't expect it to cause such a big stir. It's fine. It's out. It's out. It's all the same whether it's out sooner or later. Otherwise, I'd get proposal requests from this secretary or that mayor every single day. They all want to know when you're planning to get a girlfriend. Du-hung broke into a cold sweat. Wow, he almost became a political sacrifice? Did you agree to any of them, Grandpa? Why would I? This kind of political marriage is useless, and a marriage without affection is prone to cracks. If you had to maintain a broken family due to external factors, your life would be miserable. Du-hung was touched, grinning, and said, Grandpa is the best. Well, good that you know it. Remember Grandpa's words, treat old was granddaughter well. I'll be there on the engagement day. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Du-hung breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the constant text messages and missed call reminders, he no longer felt as resistant. After a moment of thought, he opened WeChat and posted another update, this time without any pictures, only text. Thank you for your concern and love. My relationship with her is great. I'll notify everyone about the wedding day later. Thank you. After posting the message, he sent a message to Hua Yuxuan explaining the situation and then shut down his phone. He was now at peace. But those who saw the new update felt like a cat was scratching their hearts. Du-heng's message explained some things, but it was also vague, which drove them crazy. So, when are you getting married, Du-ge? Damn, bro, what are you doing? Why did things take a turn so quickly? Du-ge, carry me. 1st District Invincible Yasuo, requesting to join the battle. My sister jumped off. Can you believe it? Nothing happened? Oh, sorry, it was only the 1st floor. She jumped into the swimming pool. So, Du-ge, you don't love me anymore, is that right? However, they were destined not to receive any response. Du-hung quit LOL and opened 43.99 to play Fireboy and Water Girl. No problem can't be solved by playing Fireboy and Water Girl. If there is, then play Fireboy and Water Girl too. Hanlei, who was originally watching a drama behind him, heard the game sounds coming from Du-heng's computer. He took a curious glance and then moved closer. Thus, the two of them naturally began to play Fireboy and Water Girl, completely ignoring the curious onlookers who wanted to know the truth. While playing, Hanlei suddenly pushed up his glasses and said with a mournful look and a hint of nostalgia, Sigh, if only we had a controller. I suddenly feel like playing the tank battle and Contra games from when I was a kid. Du-heng's eyes lit up. He pulled open a drawer and took out a pair of cool black game controllers, plugged them into the computer, downloaded an emulator, and opened it up. Wow, it looked just like the little Overlord. What do you want to play? Tank Battle or Contra? Or maybe Double Dragon? It has to be Tank Battle. I could play this game all night. All right. After clicking the confirm button, they entered the game with a familiar background track. Zhang Yang and Wang Chong came back together from outside. As soon as they opened the door to the dorm, the power went out. Before they could even speak, they heard Du-hong and Hanlei talking. Quick, quick, Star, go and eat. All right. Hey, I can use steel now too. I'm going to finish the game this time no matter what. Zhang Yang and Wang Chong exchanged a look. Listening to the background music and the ding-ding sound of tank shells hitting the walls, they curiously moved closer. Hey, tank battle? I want to play too. Let me play for a bit, lazy. No, I'm not done playing yet. Du-ge, can you let me play for a bit? Wait, I'll give it to you after I die. And just like that, Zhang Yang stood like a stone pillar behind Du-hong waiting. And then, nothing. Du-hong simply wouldn't die. For him, tank battle was too simple, and there was almost no challenge. Hanlei was also not one to be trifled with. They cooperated very well, not letting any enemy tanks through. Any that showed their heads were instantly killed. After yawning, Zhang Yang glanced at the time. It was already 11:30 p.m., and the two still showed no sign of stopping. "Dugu, let's change to another game. This is too simple, not challenging at all." Du-hung nodded too. It was indeed meaningless to keep repeating the same levels. "What do you want to play?" "It has to be Contra. I'm super strong, 30 lives, and the S-gun will definitely let me finish the game." "Is that so?" Du-hung exited the game selection screen and chose Contra, but it was only the normal version. And because it wasn't a cartridge, there was no up, down, left, right, B, A, B. Zhang Yang took the controller from Du-hong with a grin and sat down. "Although it's just a normal bullet and 3 lives, as long as we cooperate well, we'll definitely be able to finish the game." Before Du-hong left the table, he started the screen recording software. He would make the next video about retro games. "Come on, lazy, let your Yanggu show you what a cool skill is." Hanlei didn't reply. He operated a few times to find the jump and bullet buttons and then started running forward. Zhang Yang closely followed. They passed the first level without incident, and it could be seen that Zhang Yang did have some skill. They also passed the second level, but both only had 1 life left, and they also had normal bullets. It was finally the time to test their cooperation during the third level. "Damn it! Why did you jump so fast? I can't keep up with you. You killed me." Hanlei couldn't help but complain. Zhang Yang was happily hopping around by himself. The screen moved too quickly, killing his character. They restarted from the third level, and Hanlei was tormented to the point of wanting to die by the terrible Zhang Yang. "Can you be a bit slower? I'm still lying on the ground to dodge bullets. How are you jumping up?" "I have to jump. There was a cannonball landing there just now." "Then why don't you jump down?" "Oh, you're right. Ha ha ha. I was having too much fun. I forgot." Chapter 126. Preparing to move. Hanlei, who was tormented to the point of wishing he could shoot his teammate, couldn't stand it anymore. "Damn it. I'm not playing anymore." Hanlei stood up from his seat, placed the controller on the table, and sat back down in his seat without a word. Du-hung glanced at the time. It was already 1 a.m. "It's late, let's sleep." They returned to their beds, a bit down in spirits. Because they were too excited earlier, the 3 of them were having a hard time falling asleep. So they started chatting. "Meow Meow and I discussed it tonight, and we decided to treat you to dinner tomorrow night. Is that okay? Do you guys have time?" "Where are we going to eat? Outside the West Gate?" "We haven't decided yet. Let us know if you guys have time first." Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment and said, "I should have time. Ling Ling is going to the library to study for exams tomorrow. She will have time to eat together at night." "What about Lazy?" "I don't have a girlfriend. I'm definitely free. It's stupid to not eat if there's food, right?" Wang Chang laughed. "What about Duga? When will your sister-in-law's cousin be going back tomorrow?" Du-hung crossed his hands behind his head and thought for a moment before smiling. "He should be going back tomorrow afternoon. Yushuan and I will be free. Then it's settled." After a short chat, the dorm fell silent. Soon, Hanlei started snoring. Du-hung crossed his hands behind his head and stared blankly at the ceiling. He didn't know that Hui Yushuan had also seen the update he posted and reposted it, adding a caption, "Me and the people I love, and the people who love me." Although it was not as exaggerated as the comments on Du-heng's post, Hui Yushuan would still receive messages from people every now and then, which she answered with a smile. "Yushuan, are these photos real? Not photoshopped, right?" "They're real. Wow, you look so beautiful in your wedding dress. If I were a guy, I would want to marry you. Too bad you're a girl." "Yeah. By the way, Yushuan, is your boyfriend from your school?" "Yes. He's quite handsome and very tall." She did not mention that he was rich because none of the photos had luxury cars as a background. Before Hui Yushuan could reply, the person sent another message. "Seeing you so happy, it makes me want to find a boyfriend too. Unfortunately, I can't see any of the guys around me that I like." "You'll meet someone." "I hope so." After ending the conversation with this person, she glanced at the time, shook her head, turned off her phone, and slipped it under her pillow. She closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep. As autumn progressed, the air became drier, and the streets were no longer filled with bare legs. Everyone had put on long pants and long sleeves. Some who were afraid of the cold had put on jackets. The ground was covered with withered yellow leaves. Wang Chang's relationship with his girlfriend, Meow Meow, was rapidly progressing. They met almost every night. Of course, rainy days or nights when they had classes were exceptions. Hanlei was increasingly addicted to dramas. He barely visited the library now, spending his days in the dorm eating seeds and staring at his computer. Du-hong had mentioned it a few times, but after seeing that it didn't work, he stopped trying to persuade him. Zhang Yang's second game was released. Like the first one, it became popular after Du-hong posted a video, allowing him to make a lot of money through advertising. He wasn't sure how much money he had in his account now, but from his confident demeanor, it could be inferred that it was a lot. This also indirectly led to Hu Ling being more strict with him, but Zhang Yang was enjoying it. He was a truly devoted, henpecked husband. Wang Chong and Hanlei also made some money. Although they didn't make as much as Zhang Yang, at least they didn't have to ask their parents for living expenses anymore. They even had some left over. The professor was also very satisfied with Zhang Yang. He could always complete the tasks assigned to him in time, and there were very few bugs. Almost no testing was needed before using his work. Du-hong and Hua Yuxuan's relationship was, of course, great. It had been that way all along. It was now mid-November, which was also the busiest time of the year. There were mock tests and the actual test for the third part of the driving exam. The house was renovated and was now ready to be moved into. Hua Yuxuan and Hu Ling had already passed the written test for their teaching certificates, and next, they had to prepare for the interview. Hua Yuxuan also had to travel to another city to attend an academic conference with Principal Hua at the end of the month. Dormitory number 1, 417. It was still the same as usual on the weekend, but today, Du-hong got up early to wash up. He had to help Hua Yuxuan move today. Letting her pack up the house by herself would definitely not work. Upon hearing that Du-hong was going to the new house, the three of his roommates wanted to go with him. However, while their ideals were full, the reality was bleak. The three of them had played little Overlord games on Du-hong's computer the night before. Now, they were still sleeping deeply in their beds. Du-hong's movements woke them up, but none of them opened their eyes. Du-hong shook his head, looking at them. Without waking them up, he washed up, picked up his phone, car keys, and helmet, and then went out. He walked to the area next to the dormitory where bicycles and electric vehicles were parked and pushed out his rarely used Kawasaki H2. There was a lot of dust and dead leaves on the seat. He brushed it off, got on with the attention of several envious onlookers, and started the engine. He gently twisted the throttle, the engine roared, and in a blink of an eye, the motorcycle was gone. He sped all the way. Because it was a Saturday and it was morning, there weren't many cars and people on the road. So Du-hong quickly arrived at Royal Garden Residence. That was the convenience of a motorcycle. He could just squeeze it into a space. The Night 15 was too big, and sometimes it was difficult to find a parking spot. He got into the elevator and headed straight for the 11th floor. He knocked on the door of 1117, and the door opened quickly. After the door was open, Du-hong was stunned. There were several people in the room besides Hua Yuxuan. Hua's parents and Chin's parents were there, as well as Chin Zaheo. That guy was scratching his head sheepishly and was quite embarrassed. Well, brother-in-law, I accidentally let it slip, and my parents found out that you guys are moving today, so they came over from Kyoto. I really appreciate it. Helpless, he exchanged a look with Hua Yuxuan, who also had a wry smile on her face. Du-hong perked up and greeted Hua's parents and the Chins. I called the movers when I left the dorm. They should be here soon. Oh, look at you. There are so many of us, and there's not much to move. We can just make a few trips and move it all, Hua's mother said softly, and then went to the kitchen and brought out a bowl of porridge. You haven't had breakfast, have you? Yuxuan made it for you. We've all eaten. You eat it quickly, or it will get cold. Okay. Chapter 127. Engagement? You didn't even tell us when you bought the house, and you even put it directly under Yuxuan's name. You two aren't even married yet. This can cause people to talk. Du-hong took a big gulp of porridge and swallowed it. Feeling the warmth in his stomach, he smiled. Now that Uncle and Annie are here today, I'll just come out with it. Yuxuan and I are planning to get engaged, and I hope Uncle and Annie will agree. My parents and my grandparents all support it. Hua's mother looked at Du-hong seriously, and when she saw that he wasn't joking, she exchanged a look with Hua's father and smiled. As long as Yuxuan has no objections, your uncle and I will support it 100%. Du-hong nodded with a smile. Then, how about we all meet for dinner next week? Hua's mother and Hua's father looked at each other and nodded. Hua Yuxuan was already so embarrassed that she had lowered her head. Her ears were red. So, for your engagement ceremony, are you planning to find a hotel by the new house, or what? Du-hung shook his head with a smile. We haven't considered that yet, but it definitely won't be too shabby. I won't let Yuxuan feel insecure about marrying me. His words made Hua's parents nod with approval. They didn't even need to worry about the dowry, or rather, they should think carefully about what gifts they should return. Not long after they finished eating, Du-hung received a call from the moving company. After telling them the address, several burly men in blue work uniforms arrived. Although they had rough faces, they were smiling and very polite. After the men came in and confirmed what they were moving, they immediately began to carefully carry things downstairs. It took them several trips to get everything into the truck that had come. Du-hung rode his motorcycle with Hua Yuxuan leading the way to Vank Phase 1. Hua's father drove his black Audi, following the navigation with the others in the direction of Vank Phase 1. After moving all of the things into the house, they realized that there was very little that they moved. Most of it was Hua Yuxuan's clothes, shoes, and bags. They didn't even move the dressing table because the furniture Du-hung had prepared here was all of the same style, and the dressing table wouldn't fit in here, so they bought a new one. Hua's mother and Qin's mother started to pack, putting the clothes and shoes in the closet. Hua's father and Qin's father curiously looked at the structure and decoration of the house, nodding in satisfaction from time to time. Although they knew that this house was only for temporary living and not their future marital home, it could be seen that Du-hung really cared about Hua Yuxuan. Even the house for temporary living was carefully chosen. The houses in Vank aren't cheap, right? I looked it up. The average price here is 33,000. This unit is almost 34,000 with an area of 112 square meters. The total price is more than 3.3 million. Where did you see that? I searched on Njuk. The listing information for this unit hasn't been removed. We should tell Du-hung and Yuxuan about this, or people will come to see the house later, which will be very annoying. Yes, but the house is really expensive. It's only because Xiaoheng's family is rich, or else it would be impossible to afford such a house. After a brief silence, Qin's father suddenly apologized. Brother-in-law, we're sorry about what happened with my big brother-in-law. We didn't think that much about it. We were just chatting and mentioned it. We didn't expect him to have designs on Du-hung. Hua's father sighed softly. Although Xiaoning's house is gone, at least he's working 2 jobs now. Unlike before, he would work part-time. Now it's a good thing. I heard from Xiaohao that Du-hung already knows about this? Hua's father shook his head. I'm not really sure, but so what if he knows? I will definitely stand on Xiaoheng's side. What happens with my big brother-in-laws? Family is his family's business. Not to mention that Xiaoheng isn't even married to Yuxuan yet. It's very normal for him not to care about it, even if he was. That's right. It's just that people like to talk. You don't know. In our hometown, big brother-in-law painted a very vulgar and bad image of Du-hung, saying that rich people only want to play around and that Yuxuan will definitely get hurt sooner or later. Some things I hear just make me angry. Hua's father frowned slightly. Is that true? It's true. The old man's phone has been ringing off the hook. He's been going to the hospital more often recently. His heart condition must be acting up again. Hearing this, Hua's father snorted softly. Good big brother-in-law. We just lent him another 300,000. This is what we get. A knife in the back. Humph. Our family is not as well off as yours. We only gave him 100,000, and we also didn't get any good out of it. This person is not easily satisfied. Brother-in-law, why don't we inform Du-hung? Since you're planning to get engaged, make it a big one. It would be best to invite everyone from the hometown. That would put an end to the rumors. Hua's father hesitated for a long moment and then shook his head. Forget it. Xiaoheng probably doesn't want to get into any trouble. How to pick up this? Many people is a problem, and what if we do invite them? They're still going to talk? Even if you get married, people get divorced as well. It won't work. Are you just going to let the big brother-in-law maliciously smear Du-hung and Yuxuan in the hometown? What if the two of them go back home to see the old man and have to hear the words of those people? Hua's father shook his head, and for a moment, he was conflicted. How about you mention it to Yuxuan? Let the young people consider it themselves? Okay, I'll mention it to Yuxuan. Hua's father's bad mood disappeared when he saw Hua Yuxuan, who was smiling sweetly while holding Du-heng's arm. A smile appeared on the old father's face. Actually, it doesn't matter what outsiders say, as long as Yuxuan is happy. Those people will not be around much in the future anyway. But, since it's an engagement, are you going to invite your big brother-in-law? Let's not invite him for now, just to avoid making a scene and making Du Heng's family unhappy. Hui Yuxuan, who was pointing at the wall behind the sofa in the living room, discussing with Du Hong where to hang their beautiful wedding photos, didn't know what his father and Qin's father were discussing. She pointed at the wall and said softly, "How about hanging the largest photo here?" Du Hong nodded with a smile. "This is your house from now on. You can hang it however you want. No one can stop you. If you want, you can even hang me on the wall." Hui Yuxuan laughed, her clear laughter causing Hui's mother and Qin's mother, who were packing in the bedroom, to run out. "What's so funny? Mom, Aheng wants me to hang him on the wall." "Ah, ha ha ha, X5. Du Hong awkwardly rubbed his nose. After thinking for a moment, he went with Chen Zihao to the cloakroom to grab some boxes. Hui's mother watched Hui Yuxuan, who was beaming with laughter, and the corners of her lips curved into a smile. She exchanged a look with Qin's mother, and they both laughed. "It's really good." Chapter 128, Driving Practice for Third Part of Driving Test. It had been 5 days since Hui Yuxuan moved into Vank Phase 1. Du Hong had been accompanying her every night in the house, and he was very tired at night, so he was not very energetic during class. Hui Yuxuan had taken 3 days off to practice for the third part of her driving test. Zhang Yang and the others were also there, so Du Hong would just sleep during class if he was sleepy. He had come to terms with it. This diploma was really useless to him. He was just going to get the diploma so that he could brag to his children in the future. "Look, son, your dad scored high on the national exam and got into 211. Look, daughter, this is your dad's university diploma. How about it? Amazing, right? Study hard and get a diploma from an even better university than your dad. It'll make your grandparents and your maternal grandparents happy." Of course, these were all just Du Heng's inner thoughts. It was Thursday, and the instructor was taking Hui Yuxuan and the others to practice in the actual area around the testing ground. Of course it was. Technically not allowed, but because it was a road, so it was public property and not many people cared about it. Many people would come here to practice. Everyone turned a blind eye since there was no need to make things too strict for this kind of test. After all, the National College entrance examination was also test-oriented, right? After practicing today, the test would be on Friday. Hui Yuxuan was a little nervous, standing by the side of the road, watching Zhang Yang and the others listening to the instructor's guidance. First, do the routine checks in the car. The car must be turned off. Don't ask why you need to check that. The people before you might have failed. They might forget to turn off the engine if they're in a bad mood. After checking inside the car, you can start the test by swiping your ID card. Don't sit stupidly in the car. Get out of the car. Walk counterclockwise around the car to check that all doors are closed. After getting back into the car, be sure to fasten your seatbelt first before starting the engine. The light test is very simple. Listen clearly to the question before answering. Don't answer too quickly or too slowly. Manage your time yourself. Okay, that's all. Let's go try it on the road. Hui Yuxuan glanced at Du Hong and didn't get into the car. The instructor had to stay in the car to prevent accidents. He could step on the brakes to help, and there were already 5 people in the car, so it was too crowded. Just wait for them to do 1 lap, and then when one person comes out, you can get in. Okay. Du Hong looked at Hui Yuxuan and smiled. Don't be nervous. The third part of the test will be very simple for you. Just follow the voice prompts. Hui Yuxuan smiled helplessly. It's not that I want to be nervous, but the atmosphere, plus the weather today. It's the most annoying time when it looks like it's about to rain, but it's not raining. Look at all those people standing by the side of the road. They all look nervous and scared. I wasn't nervous at first, but after seeing them, I became nervous. Du Hong looked around, and indeed, just as Hui Yuxuan said, all the students standing by the road looked nervous. Some of the older ones were holding papers with the light operation instructions and were very nervous. It's okay. You can drive a big car like the Night 15, so the test car will definitely be no problem. And like last time, the cars you guys are using are the latest models. There's nothing wrong with the brakes, the gas pedal, or the clutch. Hui Yuxuan nodded gently, clearly not so nervous now. In recent times, every night, Du Hong would take Hui Yuxuan to empty stretches of road for her to practice. Although she wasn't very skilled, she could drive a big car like the Night 15, so driving a test car would be a piece of cake. Of course, after practicing driving, The car had to be utilized, right? So, the night 15 became a new battleground. Every time they finished, Hui Yuxuan would pout her lips and roll her eyes, which would be rewarded with Du Heng's kiss. You have 1 day to practice, relax. Okay. Unlike the relaxed couple, Zhang Yang in the car was getting scolded badly. Turn signal, turn signal, turn signal. Why are you using the left turn signal when you're turning right? Do you think this road is yours? Did you see that person ahead? The instructor looked speechless, pointing at an old man walking ahead. Hit him. Ah. Zhang Yang's hands shook, and cold sweat immediately poured out. That's not good, that's illegal. If you know that, why don't you slow down? Are you planning to go to prison for a few years before coming out to learn how to drive again? Finally, he turned right, and the next part was driving straight. Don't turn the steering wheel more than 15 degrees. The angle is very small. Make small adjustments to keep the car in the middle of the lane. Don't. Before the instructor could finish speaking, Zhang Yang had already run into another lane. The scene was very awkward, and the instructor was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. The car suddenly became quiet. Yang Zi was terribly guilty and swallowed dryly. He glanced at the lifeless instructor in the passenger seat and said weakly, "Well, instructor, what do I do next?" "So, I got a phone to play the voice guidance for you. Did you not hear it or what?" He rubbed his temples, pointed at the fence on the left, and said helplessly, "Slow down on the left, and do a U-turn at the intersection ahead." "Oh." After saying that, Yang Zi immediately turned the steering wheel sharply, almost throwing the instructor out of the passenger seat. "Turn signal. You didn't turn the turn signal. What are you doing with the steering wheel turning so sharply? Are you planning to ram the barrier?" "I'm going to." The instructor's blood pressure shot up instantly. His face was flushed, and if Zhang Yang hadn't been driving, he would have kicked him out of the car. Han Lei, Wang Chong, and Hu Ling, who were sitting in the back, were terrified. They suddenly made a big turn just now, and they felt like the car was tipping over. They didn't know if it was just their imagination. After the U-turn, the straight-line gear shifting also scared the others a lot. The instructor's face was green, and his foot was trembling on the brake pedal. He always felt like something was going to happen the next second. Luckily, Zhang Yang seemed to have been possessed by a car god. He actually managed to shift gears without any mistakes. Du Heng and Hui Yuxuan waited by the road for more than 10 minutes and still didn't see the coach car coming. As they were wondering what was taking so long, suddenly a car came lurching towards them, stopping and going. Finally, it arrived in front of the two of them. "Turn signal. How many times have I told you? Use your turn signal before changing lanes. Don't use the wrong one. What are you doing? Just get out of the car like that? You didn't turn off the engine, and you didn't look in the rearview mirror before opening the door. Are you trying to get on the news?" Hearing the instructor's frustrated scolding, Du Heng and Hui Yuxuan exchanged a look and laughed. Zhang Yang and the instructor's love-hate relationship wasn't new. They had long been accustomed to it. Zhang Yang was kicked out of the car, and Hui Yuxuan took his place. The poor Zhang Yang scratched his head and crouched down beside Du Heng, looking depressed. "Du Gu, am I stupid? What are you saying? Don't you know what you're like?" Chapter 129. Buying a car? Everyone passed the third part of the driving test with no major issues. Except for Zhang Yang, who barely scraped by with 80 points, everyone else passed with perfect scores, making the instructor extremely happy. The remaining fourth part of the driving test wasn't really related to him. At most, he would help them register, take them to the testing ground, and ask them when they were planning to buy cars. When to buy a car? We will definitely buy one as soon as we get our licenses. Ling Ling has been waiting for a car for a long time. Zhang Yang laughed and gestured with his hands and feet. He had the lowest score, but he was the most excited. The instructor was slightly surprised and then asked, "You want to buy a car now? I didn't expect someone as unreliable as you to actually have money to buy a car. What kind of car are you planning to buy?" Zhang Yang grinned, turned his head to raise his eyebrows at Hu Ling, and then looked at the instructor. "If it was last month, I might only be able to buy a cheap car for commuting, but now, I can barely afford a BMW or an Audi." "Oh, that's impressive. You're not even a sophomore. How did you make money to buy a car? Did your family give it to you?" "He made it himself." Wang Cheng laughed. "Instructor, don't think he's unreliable. He's a coding genius. He's worth 2 people, no 1 person is worth 10 people. By following him, we also got a piece of the pie." I plan to buy a small electric scooter when I get back. Hanlei pushed up his glasses and smiled happily. I plan to buy a bicycle. It will be much more convenient to go to the study room or other places. What about you? You're the only girl here. Do you want to buy a car? Instructor, don't ask her. Ling Ling is my girlfriend. My car is also her car. The instructor smiled bitterly and shook his head. Well, he was definitely flexing. Inside the Night 15, Hui Yuxuan watched the scenery rapidly receding outside the window, in a good mood. She had passed the third part of her driving test on her first try, and both families would be meeting tomorrow to discuss their engagement. There was actually nothing to discuss. With Du Heng's family's wealth, what kind of request couldn't be met? Hui's family was not worried that Du's family couldn't afford the betrothal gifts. They were worried that Du's family would give too much betrothal gifts, and that their return gifts wouldn't be enough and they would lose face. Although Old Man Hui said that the two families were engaged since childhood, this was still a society that valued customs. Du Heng's parents might not say anything, but it was not guaranteed that other members of the Du family wouldn't think that the Huas were trying to climb the social ladder. If they said something nasty, it would be hurtful. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about the dinner tomorrow between the two families. What's there to think about? We'll just eat a meal together and discuss the betrothal gifts and the wedding date. Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Which people from your family are coming? My parents, my grandfather. The others are either overseas or they're not close, so I didn't invite them. Hui Yuxuan nodded gently and looked out the window with a faraway look in her eyes. My parents will definitely be there, my grandfather and my aunt's family, and also my big uncle's family. Your big uncle's family? Du Heng frowned slightly. From the tone of your voice, it doesn't sound like you really want them to come. So why are you still inviting them? That's the custom in our hometown. My mother's siblings must attend. Otherwise, the marriage will not be blessed. My mother thought it over and over before deciding to invite my big uncle. My family has also borrowed a lot of money from my big uncle recently. I guess my big uncle wouldn't do anything stupid, right? Hui Yuxuan's tone was not firm, and even she was not confident. That was because, in the past, the impression that big uncle's family gave people was not very good. They were lazy and idle, and all they thought about was asking their two younger sisters to support them, while he went out to play chess and cards every afternoon. Is that so? Du Heng nodded gently. After thinking for a moment, he comforted her. It's okay. Both your grandfather and my grandfather will be there. Your big uncle won't dare to say anything. I hope so. At this moment, Hui Yuxuan received a call. She saw that it was from Hua's mother, and without hesitation, she answered it. Hello, Mom. Yuxuan, how did the test go? Did you pass? Yes. I passed. I passed on my first try, full marks. Oh, you're amazing. My daughter is so outstanding. Mom is so happy for you. Thank you, Mom. Is Xiaoheng beside you? Yes, he is. Mom wanted to ask, where is tomorrow's location? Tell us in advance. Your aunt's family will go there directly tomorrow. Hui Yuxuan looked at Du Heng, who said while driving, Yuan Hilton Hotel. When you get there tomorrow, just say my name and someone will take you to the private room. Mom, did you hear that? I heard. Mom isn't deaf. Okay, go and celebrate after your test. Don't have too much fun. You still have to meet Xiaoheng's parents tomorrow, you know? Got it, Mom. After hanging up the phone, Hui Yuxuan stuck out her little tongue and tucked the strand of hair that had fallen down behind her ear. Aheng, where are we going next? Du Heng grinned. I'm taking you to a great place. Hui Yuxuan blinked her watery eyes a couple of times. Her immediate reaction was that Du Heng wanted to take her. Du Heng glanced at Hui Yuxuan and knew that she was thinking the wrong way. He was to blame as well. He secretly thought to himself that he should not do that again. It's not what you're thinking. It's a different great place. Ah. Hui Yuxuan's face flushed red instantly. She lowered her head and began stammering, W. Where are we going? You'll know when we get there. About half an hour later, Hui Yuxuan, standing in front of the Porsche 4S store, still could not process what Du Heng had said. You'll be getting your license soon, so it's a good time to order a car. Aheng, why do you have to buy me a car? I'm fine riding in your car. Du Heng smiled and gently pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist. I'm not always going to be by your side. What are you going to do when you have to go somewhere far away when I'm not around? I can just take a taxi, right? No. Du-hong raised his right hand and wiggled his index finger in front of her. You've seen the news recently. It's not very peaceful. There are news reports almost every day about taxi drivers, how they're either killed or kill people, or are framed for murder. Either way, I don't want you to be in that kind of situation. Looking at Du Heng's serious expression, Hui Yuxuan felt warmth in her heart. She glanced at the 4S store in front of her and then smiled sweetly. Then why are we here to buy a Porsche? Because you're going to be Mrs. Du in the future. A lady of a wealthy family always has to have her own car. I actually like the Wuling Mini. It's small and cute, and the main thing is that it's electric and it doesn't have a bad smell. If you like it, after buying this one, we can go and buy you a Mini. That's too wasteful. No, it's not. One that you like, one that I like, that's good. Hui Yuxuan was successfully amused. She hugged Du Heng's arm, and they walked leisurely into the 4S store. Chapter 130, Porsche 911. Are the two of you here to look at cars? As soon as they entered the 4S store, a tall female salesperson with a pretty face approached them with a professional smile. Du-heng nodded with a smile and pointed at Hui Yuxuan, saying, I'm picking out a car for my girlfriend. The salesperson nodded naturally, without suspecting anything. They had their professional ethics and wouldn't look down on young people or elderly people who came to look at cars. After all, this was how they made their living. People who were wearing rags did not necessarily mean they were poor. Whether or not they had money had little to do with how they dressed. It was possible that someone might just like that style and wear beggar clothes all day, but their car was a Rolls-Royce, and they had a full-time driver. Perhaps there were even bodyguards protecting them in secret? Ahem, the topic had drifted. Let's get back on topic. The female salesperson turned and walked inside, swaying her figure. As she walked, she said, Do you two have any models that you like? Du-heng looked at Hui Yuxuan, who shook her head and stuck out her little tongue. I've only looked at the Mini. I haven't researched Porsches. I don't know which model I like. When the female salesperson heard Hui Yuxuan say she had researched the Mini, she roughly guessed their economic level, but she was actually wrong. If Hui Yuxuan wanted to buy a Porsche, she could afford it, but it was completely unnecessary for her. If it wasn't for Du-heng saying that he liked Porsche, so she had to get one, she really wanted to drag Du-heng straight to a Wuling 4S store. However, it was her professional duty, so the female salesperson would not only not look down on Hui Yuxuan, but would be able to find a common topic with her. Mini? I really like it too. My husband's younger sister bought a Mini. Although its battery life is not very good, it is small and cute, convenient for traveling, and it's a model worth buying. It's especially worth buying for women, especially beautiful ones. Although she knew that the salesperson was just being polite, it felt good to hear it, no matter how she looked at it. Du-heng nodded and, after thinking for a moment, asked, What models do you have here that are suitable for women? The salesperson pointed to a blue SUV next to them. This Mekong model is quite suitable. Du-heng only glanced at it and shook his head. Price is not a problem, but the style must be suitable for women. I don't want my girlfriend to drive such a large SUV. My car is big enough. That was right. The Night XV's exaggerated size was easily recognizable in a parking lot. It was a little too big, like an armored vehicle. In that case, ladies tend to like these two models here. As she spoke, the salesperson led the two of them to two cars that were parked side by side. Pointing at the green convertible sports car, she introduced, This is a Porsche 718. Its appearance is the best here. This one is a 911. I don't think I need to say much about it. Just hearing the name, you'll know how famous it is. Which one do you like, Yuxuan? Hui Yuxuan looked at the signs next to the two cars, which listed the reference prices. She was stunned at just one glance. The 718 was priced at less than 1 million, while the high-end 911 reached 3 million. The price difference was not small. After a moment of hesitation, Hui Yuxuan pointed at the 718 and said with a smile, This one is good. Du-heng looked at her deeply, and when he saw the hesitation that flashed across her eyes, he gently pinched her waist and smiled. Don't worry about the money. I know you think the 718 is much cheaper and the 911 is too expensive, but the price can sometimes say a lot of things. The female salesperson nodded in agreement. That's right, beauty. There must be a reason for a high price, especially when there's no brand difference in the same store. The price can better demonstrate some things. This 718 is just an entry-level model. Although it looks nice, it's probably not suitable for a beautiful woman to drive, because it has a launch start, and the jerkiness is very strong at medium and low speeds. The 911 doesn't have this problem. It has a 3.8-liter twin-turbo engine and a PDK dual-clutch transmission. It's a veritable supercar. The main thing is, its appearance is no less beautiful than the 718. Hui Yuxuan was still hesitating, but Du Hong had already taken out his gold card and handed it to the salesperson. It's this 911. I want to take it now. Let's go and do the paperwork. The salesperson's eyes lit up. She was so lucky today. She sold a 911 so quickly. This one sale alone was enough for her to buy a Mini. You're so lucky, beauty. Your boyfriend is so rich and still so thoughtful for you. Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly, hugging Du Heng's arm even tighter. Du Heng rubbed his nose, feeling the warmth from his arm, and grinned. Please sit on the sofa for a moment. I'll go and help you complete the paperwork. The two of them walked to the sofa and sat down. Soon, another salesperson came over to pour tea and water, with desserts and milk tea. The treatment was excellent. There weren't many rich and generous people. Once they encountered someone like that, they had to take care of them. Perhaps the next time the customer passed by here, they might be in a good mood and come in and buy another car. The sales commission would increase. Wasn't that great? A little over 10 minutes later, Du Heng received a text message on his phone. He glanced at it. It was a bank notification message, showing that his bank card had been charged 3.13 million, and the balance was a long string of zeros. Du Heng only glanced at it, and then didn't care too much about it. After deleting the message, he placed his phone on the sofa. A moment later, the female salesperson came down, with an even bigger smile on her face. She swayed her figure and walked straight to Du Heng, respectfully handing him the bank card. When Du Heng received the bank card, he saw the beautiful scenery that the female salesperson had deliberately revealed when she leaned over. He shook his head with a wry smile. For these female salespeople, being able to hook a rich sucker was a good profit. Anyway, it was just a small sacrifice, and they might get a commission and even become a wealthy housewife. What? Married with a husband? If they kicked them out, wouldn't they be single? Of course, Du Heng was not into this kind of game. He put the bank card back into his pocket and asked, "Is it done?" "It's done." Someone went to the garage to pick up the car. "It'll be here soon." Du Heng nodded with a smile. "Not bad, quite efficient. That's for the sake of customer satisfaction." Did this beauty bring her driver's license? We need it to apply for a temporary license. She doesn't have it yet, but she will soon. Use mine to get a temporary license. Du Heng handed over his driver's license. The salesperson respectfully took it and turned to apply for a temporary license. After the salesperson left, Hui Yuxuan pouted her lips and said unhappily, "Aheng, she was seducing you just now." Du Heng awkwardly rubbed his nose. "There's nothing I can do. That's the trouble with being rich, but you're all I need. If I already have gold, why do I need stone, right?" "Humph. I heard that you men have a jingle." "Which one?" "A wife isn't as good as a concubine isn't as good as a sister-in-law isn't as good as stealing isn't as good as snatching." Chapter 131. Another Mini? How do you always hear such things? Who told you that? Lingling told me. I think she makes a good point. Isn't it true? Faced with Hui Yuxuan's scrutinizing gaze, Du Heng shrugged helplessly. Maybe all crows under the sky are equally black, but there are always some who can control themselves. Desire is fine, it just depends on whether you can manage it. So, Ahong, you're saying you're one of those who can control themselves? What else? Du Heng wasn't worried at all when it came to this topic. He had nothing to be afraid of, having lived an upright and honorable life. Hui Yuxuan looked intently into Du Heng's eyes for a long moment before suddenly giggling. Relax. Although Lingling and I share the same feelings, you're definitely not that kind of person, Ahong. Otherwise, with your wealth, you'd have a whole swarm of admirers around you, all calling each other sisters. So, shouldn't you properly compensate me? After all, I'm making such a huge sacrifice for you. Hui Yuxuan's eyes sparkled with love, and, after a moment's hesitation, she blushed and whispered into Du Heng's ear, "I bought a few outfits online. I'll wear them for you tonight." Du Heng's eyes lit up. The scent of Hui Yuxuan still lingered in the air, and watching her flushed cheeks, he grinned and nodded. "I'll keep my eyes wide open and not miss a single detail." The conversation didn't continue because the saleswoman returned, holding a temporary license plate and a driver's license. She bent over to respectfully hand the items to Du Hong, subtly trying to show off a little, but this time, Wei Yuxuan proactively stood up and took the items, smiling at the saleswoman. Okay, we have everything. Is the car ready? The saleswoman was momentarily stunned. She shot a flirtatious glance at Du Hong, but he was smiling at Wei Yuxuan's back, as if he couldn't even see her. So after a sigh of disappointment, she straightened up, her smile unwavering. The saleswoman was almost 1.7 meters tall, slightly shorter than Wei Yuxuan, but she wore high heels that made her look about the same height. It should be outside. You can take the car now. Du Hong nodded, stood up, and wrapped his arm around Wei Yuxuan's waist, smiling. Let's go take a look at our baby's future ride. Hum. Wei Yuxuan beamed, letting Du Hong hug her as she walked past the embarrassed saleswoman. The saleswoman quickly regained her composure, and her smile returned to a professional one. She followed them, swaying slightly. Outside, a brand-new, elegant gray Porsche 911 was parked quietly. Wei Yuxuan's face flushed with excitement when she saw the car. It was a completely different feeling to see the car versus actually owning it, especially this 2021 model. It was really beautiful, with a short rear end, a long front, and a color that was perfect for a girl. Du Hong gently pinched Wei Yuxuan's waist, smiling. Do you like it? It's yours. I love it. Du Hong nodded, smiling, and turned to the saleswoman. Can we drive it now? Yes, and all the complimentary gifts are in the trunk. Du Hong nodded, not caring about the gifts. However, he didn't know that there was something else among the gifts, the saleswoman's contact information. He peeled off all the plastic protective film from the car's interior. The new car had a slight smell. Du Hong saw 2 boxes placed in the cup holders. One contained charcoal and the other was an air freshener. He nodded with satisfaction. Although they were just small items, this attention to detail showed the store's care. They weren't worth much, but the fact that they had taken care of it when others hadn't, that was the difference. Often, customers' choices change because of small details like this. He started the car, and the low growl of the engine filled the air. He adjusted the seat and mirrors. Since it was an automatic, there was no clutch, which would make it much easier for Wei Yuxuan to drive, especially in congested city traffic. Wei Yuxuan sat in the passenger seat, curiously looking at the interior. Although the smell wasn't great, it was clear that she really liked the car. Let's go buy you a Mini too. No need. Hong. One car is enough. Du Hong was a little taken aback. Didn't you say you liked Minis? I suddenly like this car more. Because Hong bought this one for me, and most importantly, Hong likes it. So I like it too. Du Hong was both amused and exasperated. It was a pretty weak excuse, making it sound rather fake. It's okay, Minis are cheap. I can make enough for one in a month. Buying one for you to drive around in is no problem. But, no buts. The car doors are locked. You can't get out. Hee. We have to buy you a Mini today. Wei Yuxuan blinked her large eyes, unsure what to say. Du Hong lowered the window, said goodbye to the saleswoman, then stepped on the gas. The Porsche 911 sped away from the dealership and quickly disappeared from sight. Not long after Du Hong left, the saleswoman was surrounded by her colleagues at her desk. 3 or 4 of them peppered her with questions. So, Xiaoli, did you get his WeChat? Did you get his number? That guy looked so young. To be able to buy a car worth over 3 million in cash at such a young age, his family must be rich. If you can get him, you'll take off. Too bad he has a girlfriend, and she's very pretty. So what? She's just a girlfriend, not a wife. There's still a chance. Even if she was a wife, there's still a chance. Oh, Xiaoli, just tell us, how did it go? The saleswoman, Xiaoli, shook her head regretfully. There's no chance. That guy seemed to really love his girlfriend, and his girlfriend was very alert. Didn't you tell him the gift was in the trunk? Yes, but he didn't even bother to glance at it. That's enough. He'll see it eventually. What if the girl sees it? It's fine. Just say it's company policy, personalized service. The Porsche, moving like the wind, doubled back, because across from the Porsche dealership, there was a Wuling dealership. Du Hong hadn't noticed it initially, but when he checked the navigation, he realized that this was the auto mall, and then he turned around. Parking the car on the side of the road, Du Hong opened the door, getting ready to get out. He looked at Wei Yuxuan, who was still hesitant. Are you really going to buy it? Yeah. I haven't driven such a small car before. Maybe I'll really like it. Hui Yuxuan's eyes lit up. Right, with Du Heng's wealth, he probably hasn't experienced this kind of car before. Since it wasn't expensive anyway, why not just buy one? All right, I'll pay for it myself. Chapter 132, Scrambled Eggs with Tomatoes. After paying with her card, Hui Yuxuan had a proud expression on her face. This pink mini was something she bought with her own money, in full. Although it wasn't a lot of money, it was the amount she had gradually saved over the past year. You must know that she also bought skincare products, clothes, shoes, and handbags, all of which cost a lot of money. Even so, she still managed to save tens of thousands of yuan. Of course, her large allowance had a lot to do with it. Just look at Hua's father's attitude towards her. Their usual conversations go something like this. Daughter, are you short on spending money? You haven't asked the family for spending money in a while. Is it enough? It's enough, Dad. I have some here. You just transferred some to me last week. Oh, then Dad will transfer another 2,000 to you. This is Dad's performance bonus for the month. I didn't tell your mother. You just keep it. After speaking, Hua's father would transfer the money. Dad, I have money now. You just transferred some to me last week. I can't possibly use this much. You are a girl. Girls need to dress up and take care of themselves well. How can Yuxuan, who is so pretty, not wear beautiful clothes? Keep it. Dad will have more next month. Hui Yuxuan was both amused and exasperated, because Hua's father always used this excuse. If she tried to decline it, the money would automatically be returned, and then Hua's father would just directly deposit the money into her account. Helpless, she could only click to receive it. Thank you, Dad. Don't be stingy. Ask Dad if you don't have enough. Our family isn't short of this money. Got it? Got it, Dad. However, not long after Hua's father transferred the money, Hua's mother would contact Hui Yuxuan. Yuxuan, the money your father transferred to you isn't enough for you, right? Mom also received her performance bonus this month. I'll transfer some to you as well. Hui Yuxuan was helpless and could only agree, since Hua's mother also knew her bank account number. Watching the increasing amount of spending money in her account, Hui Yuxuan was helpless and could only withdraw the money into her card. Did you think it would end here? No, it was still early. Principal Hua always appeared at this moment to show his presence. He wouldn't waste time with too many words. He would directly deposit money into Hua Yuxuan's account. When Hui Yuxuan received the bank text message, she would be startled and would then see the message that Principal Hua sent her. Yuxuan, the spending money your father and mother give you isn't enough, right? Grandpa has a little here. Don't save it. Buy more pretty clothes. Grandpa always sees you wearing the same clothes. Did you think that was the end? Don't forget about Du Hong. Various reasons for red envelopes, some big and some small. One every few days. Hui Yuxuan always couldn't win against Du Hong. Now, she had bought a car in full. Her expression was extremely proud. That was because she was proud of having someone who genuinely loved her. She was very happy. Du Hong gently scratched her nose, smiling. So happy? Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly, her watery eyes fixed on Du Heng's eyes. Because I bought it. This is my car. Not mine. Hui Yuxuan rolled her eyes playfully. You're already mine. My things are naturally yours, too. Du Heng's lips curled into a smile. He nodded with satisfaction, wrapped his arm around Hui Yuxuan's waist, and looked at the nearby salesperson. We can't take this car. Can you send someone to help deliver it to the east gate of Jinsheng University? Is that all right? Hong, I want to try this car. Then we'll drive the Mini. They can deliver the Porsche. Salesperson. Originally, he was going to volunteer to drive it over. But when he came out and saw the beautiful, elegant gray Porsche 911, he was floored. Driving a 3 million yuan sports car to buy a Mini, who else would do this? The salesperson was in a dilemma. Even a minor scratch on this car would be enough to pay for a Mini. If he had an accident, he wouldn't even have enough money to cover the damages. As if reading the salesperson's hesitation, Du Hong smiled and asked, How long have you been driving? 3 years. That's fine. Just drive it. Pretend it's your own car. How is that possible? He wasn't blind. The logo on the steering wheel was so prominent. After calming down, the salesperson still agreed, took the key that Du Hong handed him, and got into the driver's seat of the Porsche. He started it and slowly drove out. Seeing this, Du Hong took Hui Yuxuan to the pink Mini, went directly to the passenger seat, pulled open the door, and expertly peeled off the plastic film. There was a slight smell in the car. He made a gentlemanly gesture, and Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth, giggling as she got into the passenger seat, curiously looking around. Du Hong walked around to the driver's seat, opened the door, and climbed in. The space inside the car was a bit small. Although there were 2 seats in the front, there was also a row of seats in the back, but it was a little cramped. Considering that the selling point of this car was its small and cute body, Du Hong didn't complain. He started the car, lightly pressed on the accelerator, and the car started slowly. It didn't have the jerky feeling he had expected. This surprised Du Hong a little. After all, with the price, a car for less than 40,000 yuan on the road with this kind of driving experience was pretty good. They merged into the traffic. Hui Yuxuan looked curiously outside, a faint smile constantly on her face. Hong, what do you want to eat tonight? Du Hong was stunned for a moment, and then his lips curled up. Grapes. Hui Yuxuan rolled her eyes playfully. Then I'll go buy you grapes to eat. Humph. Du Hong touched his nose awkwardly and nodded, grinning. Then let's just go buy some grapes? Seriously, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll cook for you. I've been practicing my cooking skills lately. Is that so? Du Hong was driving while thinking. After a long pause, he said, whatever you can cook. Okay. The time came to the evening. Du Hong looked at the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, tomato and egg soup, and cold tomato salad on the table, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why is everything tomatoes? Hui Yuxuan said innocently, the video started with these 3 dishes, so I just learned these 3 first. Du Hong shook his head, defeated by Hui Yuxuan's innocent look. Then why did you ask me what I wanted to eat? Yes, I just asked to let you know that I can't cook anything else. I can only cook tomatoes. Looking at Hui Yuxuan, who was blinking her watery eyes in a serious manner, Du Hong's face muscles twitched, and in the end, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Brilliant. Try it, Hong. I've been practicing these dishes for a few days. Okay, I'll try it. He picked up a piece of scrambled eggs and put it in his mouth. It was okay, not bad, but for Du Hong, who was used to Aunt Shue's cooking, it was a little bland. After all, the taste of scrambled eggs with tomatoes was always the same. The difference was whether or not you could make the eggs taste like tomatoes. After tasting it for a while, Du Hong said seriously, Yuxuan, have you considered hiring a nanny? Chapter 133. How can someone driving a Mini have such a pretty girlfriend? I don't want to. Hui Yuxuan pouted. I want Hong to fall in love with my cooking. Helpless, Du Hong shook his head with a bitter smile. Since that was the case, he could only hope that Hui Yuxuan's cooking skills would improve rapidly. The meal was a bit slow, mainly because only the scrambled eggs with tomatoes were to his liking. In the end, Du Hong found some spicy pickled mustard tuber from the refrigerator. He ate a bowl of rice with it. With a slightly bitter expression, Hui Yuxuan had already finished her meal, looking satisfied, and taken the dishes into the kitchen to wash. Shaking his head, Du Hong stood up and followed her in. Du Hong didn't have a big macho complex. Housework was for both of them to do, and besides, if he helped with housework, Hui Yuxuan would be very moved, and their relationship would be even better. It was a virtuous cycle. However, he still decided to hire a nanny in the future. Regardless of how Hui Yuxuan's cooking skills improved, he couldn't let her be exposed to smoke and fire in the kitchen every day. And the most important thing was, for housework, why wouldn't you hire someone to do it if you have money? Wasn't it contributing to the country's GDP? It was definitely not because he was lazy, definitely not. After washing the dishes and taking a shower, the two of them lay on the sofa, watching TV. Yuxuan, I want to eat grapes. I'll go get them for you. Saturday morning, Hui Yuxuan woke up early. She opened her sleepy eyes and glanced at the window. There was a ray of sunshine shining through the heavy curtains, and some floating dust was visible in the bedroom. On the floor were some clothes that Du Hong had casually tossed there. They were all uniforms. Not much to look at. She slept a little late last night and was still tired and sleepy. Her body felt a little dry. She quietly slipped out of Du Hong's embrace, barefoot, and went into the bathroom. Soon after, the sound of water began. Du Hong's eyes opened slightly, his lips curled up. He took something from under the pillow, then got out of bed, also barefoot, went to the bathroom door, opened it, faster than a thunderbolt, entered, and then closed the door. After showering, she felt refreshed, but Hui Yuxuan's face was a little flushed, and she looked at Du Hong with some resentment. Really? You won't even let me shower in peace? Du Hong smiled and touched his nose. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. Humph. Hui Yuxuan lightly hummed, pouting. I wasn't even awake yet, and you already came in? Oh? You haven't been awake for this long? Do you want to go back and take another shower? No. I still have to pick out clothes. Today is when our parents are meeting. I can't dress too casually. It's okay. Yuxuan is always beautiful, no need to try too hard. Hui Yuxuan shook her head, wrapped in a bathrobe, and opened the closet door in the bedroom, picking through her clothes one by one. Seeing that Hui Yuxuan was a bit indecisive, Du Hong smiled. Actually, you can wear the Chong Sam, the one with the blue and white porcelain pattern. That one looks nice. Really? Really? Du Hong nodded firmly. And put on your gold jade bracelet, necklace, earrings. Didn't you buy those heelless high heels last time? You can wear them too. You'll look beautiful, and you won't be uncomfortable wearing them. Hearing Du Hong talking about wearing all this, Hui Yuxuan rolled her eyes playfully. Before, she would wear at most her earrings and a necklace. Now, she wore either gold or jade bracelets on her wrists, sometimes on both. There was also a diamond ring that matched the one Du Hong had on his finger. She was bejeweled like a Christmas tree. But she still followed his suggestions, because everyone who would be present today knew that her fiancé was a rich man, so she couldn't be too shabby. Half an hour later, fully dressed and wearing light makeup, Hui Yuxuan stood in front of Du Hong, her hands folded in front of her, looking delicate and charming. Du Hong was so moved that he almost made them run late. After a deep kiss, Hui Yuxuan felt her body soften from Du Hong's breath and almost fell to the ground. Du Hong steadied her by grabbing her waist. Hong. Hearing her soft call, and looking at Hui Yuxuan, who was as elegant as a fairy stepping out of a painting, Du Hong's lips curled. Looking into her eyes, he said softly, Yuxuan, you are so beautiful. Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly, her eyes turning into crescent moons. They gazed deeply at each other, forgetting that they were in a hurry. Suddenly, a phone call came in. Hui Yuxuan picked up her phone, saw it was her mother calling, and after exchanging a glance with Du Hong, she smiled and answered. Hello, Mom. Yuxuan, have you gotten up yet? I'm up, and I'm ready to leave. Is Xiaoheng next to you? Hui Yuxuan's face flushed slightly. She didn't hide it. Yes, he is. Good. Remember to dress up beautifully, you know? I dressed up as Hong told me to. Don't worry, Mom. Okay, your dad and I are driving over to the restaurant. You guys should go over earlier as well. Don't make Xiaoheng's parents and Grandpa do wait too long. I know, Mom. Okay, and also, are you sure you want your uncle's family to come? My eyelids keep twitching, and I always feel like it's a mistake to invite them. Don't worry, Mom. We're all family. Although Uncle's family didn't do things right before, he is your older brother after all. Even if we don't see each other later, I still want all our relatives to attend my wedding. Hui's mother was silent for a while before she spoke. Okay, Mom understands. I'll warn your uncle not to say anything stupid when the time comes. Okay, Mom, we're going to leave now. See you later. See you later. After hanging up the phone, Hui Yuxuan looked up at Du Hong, who was looking into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Hong, I also invited my uncle's family. You won't be mad, right? Du Hong came back to his senses and shook his head gently. Like you said, they are your relatives, your mother's older brother. I also hope that our wedding can be blessed by everyone. So if they come, they come. It's nothing. Then let's go quickly. What car should we drive today? Du Hong smiled and gently scratched Hui Yuxuan's nose. Let's drive your Mini. Maybe my mom will like it, and she'll buy one herself. Then she doesn't have to trouble Uncle Lee to drive her to the mall every day. Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly and nodded gently. On the road, they stopped at a red light. The BMW next to them saw the Mini. The two young people in the car were dumbfounded. Because Hui Yuxuan was sitting in the passenger seat looking happy, her pure and lovely appearance was enough to captivate anyone. This isn't scientific. How can someone driving a car like this get such a pretty girl? Why can't I get any girls with my BMW? Why is it you sitting in my passenger seat and not a pretty girl? Should I leave? Chapter 134, Pigeon Blood Ruby Ring. Yuan E. Hilton Hotel. A waiter stood at the entrance, directing the incoming cars. A pink, unlicensed Mini approached from afar and drove straight to the entrance. The waiter's expression didn't change as he pointed in a direction. Jiang He drove the Mini in that direction. After finding a parking spot, he laughed, looking at the empty parking spot on either side. As expected, it's easy to park. It's small, it can be tucked into any space. Hui Yuxuan walked over, naturally took Du Heng's arm. Her slender arm gave off a fatal attraction in the air, combined with her perfect figure and her pair of long legs were faintly visible beneath her Chong Sam. Her pure and sweet face had a happy smile, causing the people who came to park to be dumbfounded. Hui Yuxuan wasn't as shy as she was in the beginning. Now, she was full of confidence. She exuded a feminine charm that made Du Heng feel extremely proud. This was the fruit of his hard work. He gently scratched Hui Yuxuan's nose, smiling, "Let's go. Or I'm afraid you'll be surrounded like a celebrity in a minute, and then we won't be able to leave." Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and laughed. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and love. "It's not as exaggerated as you say. How could I be as famous as those celebrities on TV?" Du Heng laughed as he walked with Hui Yuxuan towards the hotel entrance. He said, "You are wrong about that. Most of those female celebrities are not actually very good-looking without their makeup and filters. The ones who actually look good are the ones who are taken home and pampered by the wealthy before they even debut." "Really? I still see a lot of pretty female celebrities." "Oh, name a few examples?" Hui Yuxuan blinked her watery eyes and really started to think. But after thinking for a long time, she finally said, "Well, I can't think of anyone at the moment. I don't follow celebrities." Du Heng laughed happily. "Yuxuan is the prettiest. Just like I said, the ones who are good-looking are mostly taken away by the wealthy a long time ago. They won't let them debut." "Then doesn't Ah Heng think those female celebrities on TV are pretty?" Du Heng shrugged his shoulders. "It's undeniable that with filters and heavy makeup, some are indeed very beautiful. But they don't have a good base. Without the filters and makeup, they are the same as ordinary people." Although she knew that Du Heng was probably teasing her, a woman does everything she can for her lover. She felt warm inside, and the smile on her face became more confident. Coming to the magnificent hotel entrance, she was greeted by the sweet welcome of the elegant and beautiful receptionists on both sides. She smiled as she walked into the hotel. As soon as he entered, Du Heng saw Uncle Wang, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, walking over from the elevator hall on the first floor. "Uncle Wang." "Young master, young madam, you're here?" Du Heng nodded, grinning. Hui Yuxuan's face flushed slightly. She politely nodded at Uncle Wang. "Uncle Wang." Uncle Wang laughed and nodded. "Young madam, quickly go upstairs with the young master. The old master and madam are waiting for you upstairs." "Is Grandpa here?" "The old master hasn't arrived yet." "Okay, we'll go upstairs first. We'll have to come down later. Yuxuan's family hasn't arrived yet." After saying goodbye to Uncle Wang, Du Heng took Hui Yuxuan straight up to the third floor. In a super luxurious private room, he saw Du's father and Du's mother sitting at the central table. "Dad, Mom, we're here?" Du's mother's eyes lit up. She immediately stood up from her seat, smiling from ear to ear. She walked quickly to the two of them, took Hui Yuxuan's hand, and said happily, "Oh, you're finally here. I was so anxious waiting for you. Come, come. Annie has something to give you." As she said that, she pulled Hui Yuxuan to another table and sat down, leaving Du Heng there, awkwardly touching his nose. Luckily, Du's father came over, walked up to Du Heng with the kind smile of a loving father, glanced at Du's mother who was whispering with Hui Yuxuan, and whispered to Du Heng, "Your mother was so excited last night that she almost didn't sleep at all, so she's a bit excited now." Du Heng was both amused and exasperated. What was he supposed to do about that? Was he supposed to be upset? He was. "Let's go. Let's sit down and rest for a while. Did Yuxuan's family arrive yet?" "I don't know, I'll ask." Thinking this, Du Heng sent a message to Hui's mother. He quickly received a response that they were stuck in traffic and would arrive later. "Let's go sit down first. We'll go down together to greet Yuxuan's family later." "Okay." Du Heng sat down and saw the gift that Du's mother had given Hui Yuxuan. It was a ruby ring, a big one. No doubt, anything from Du's mother's hands would be expensive. Your mother has wanted this pigeon blood ruby ring for about a year. She finally bought one from abroad last week. She hasn't even worn it yet, and she's giving it to Yuxuan. You have to thank your mother properly. How much did it cost? Du's father raised an eyebrow, glared at Du Hong, annoyed. Why do you ask that? You're not planning to earn money to pay your mother back, are you? Du Hong touched his nose. No, I was just curious. Du's father nodded. I already said that it's hard to get. So, it wasn't cheap. The pigeon blood ruby cost nearly 40 million, and with the small diamonds embedded in the ring, the total value of this ring is nearly 50 million. Du Hong was shocked. In addition to being shocked, his heart was full of emotion. Du's father also said that Du's mother had wanted this ring for a long time. She had only gotten it after over a year, and now she was giving it to Hui Yuxuan without any hesitation. It was clear that it was to ensure that Hui Yuxuan would be wholeheartedly with him. You don't have to overthink it. Your mother really likes Yuxuan. She keeps telling everyone that you found a beautiful girlfriend. And now, she's correcting people, saying that you found a fiancé. It has made her so proud. Du Hong nodded and looked at Du's mother's table, his lips curling into a soft smile. Yuxuan likes my mom very much too. Just at that moment, Du Hong's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw that it was a call from Uncle Wang. Without hesitation, he answered. Hello, Uncle Wang. Young master, there are 4 adults and 1 child at the entrance. They said they are young madam's uncle. Du Hong frowned slightly and looked at Du's father, who was asking him with his eyes. Du Hong shook his head, thought for a moment, and said, Understood. I'll be there soon. Please greet them first. After hanging up the phone, Du Hong looked at Hui Yuxuan, who was still happily chatting with Du's mother. He hesitated for a moment and said, Dad, the family that arrived is Yuxuan's uncle's family, but the situation is a little complicated. If they say something stupid later, just pretend they're farting. Oh? Chapter 135, Differential Treatment. As a shrewd person, Du's father immediately went into overdrive, imagining all sorts of scenarios, and then landed on one possibility. Is Hui Yuxuan's uncle's family not on good terms with her family? It's not that they're not on good terms, it's that they're very bad. That was terrible news indeed. Okay, Dad, don't ask anymore. Just remember what I said, tell Mom, and I'll take Yuxuan down to greet them. Don't we need to go down? No, they are not worth you going down to greet them in person. Du's father nodded. Whatever his son said, went. He was just the family ATM, even more powerful than a printing press. Walking over to Du's mother's table, he listened to the two of them happily chatting. Du Hong didn't want to interrupt, but Hui Yuxuan still saw him. What's wrong, Hong? Du Hong hesitated before saying, Your uncle and them have arrived. Let's go down and greet them. Hui Yuxuan's face instantly stiffened. She looked at Du's mother apologetically. Auntie, I'll go down with Hong to greet my uncle and them. I'll be back later to chat with you. Du's mother nodded with a smile, glanced in Du's father's direction, and when Du's father shook his head gently, her smile didn't change. Okay, go quickly and come back soon. Annie has a lot more to talk to you about. When they got to the elevator area, watching the elevator rise from the first floor, Du Hong thought for a moment and said, Let's have your uncle and them sit at a separate table later. There are enough tables in the private room, so we can avoid any unpleasantness. Hui Yuxuan didn't refuse and nodded. I'll do whatever Hong says. Coming downstairs, they walked out of the elevator area and saw Uncle Wang standing in the lobby with several unfamiliar people. Hui Yuxuan glanced at them, and when she nodded, Du Hong knew that these unfamiliar people must be Hui Yuxuan's uncle's family. He and Hui Yuxuan went to greet them. It was only when they got up close that the group noticed them. Uncle, aunt, cousin, cousin's wife, you've arrived. The group turned around, saw Hui Yuxuan, and paused noticeably when they saw all of her jewelry. Cousin's wife greeted them enthusiastically. Wow, Yuxuan has gotten even more beautiful. Is this your boyfriend? Not bad, not bad. He's tall, handsome, and rich. Yuxuan has such good taste. Hui Yuxuan's uncle and them just gave a perfunctory smile, too lazy to even say a word. The only child, a little boy, was being carried on cousin's wife's back and was already asleep. This is my boyfriend, Du Hong. Du Hong smiled and nodded. Hello, uncle, aunt, cousin, cousin's wife. I'm Yuxuan's boyfriend. Hello, hello. The awkwardness was palpable. The scene was a bit strange. The only one who was normal was the cousin's wife. The rest of them had a very odd look in their eyes when they looked at Du Hong and Hua Yuxuan. Let's go up first and rest in the private room. He led them to the private room on the 3rd floor. Du Hong was even too lazy to introduce his parents, but that would be too impolite. So after arranging for them to be seated, he pointed at Du's father and Du's mother's table. I'll have the waiter bring some tea and desserts. You can rest for a while. Yuxuan's parents will be here soon. Right after he spoke, Hua Yuxuan's phone rang. She looked and saw that it was her mother calling, so she immediately answered. Hello, Mom. Where are you? Ah, you've arrived? Aunt's family has arrived too? Wait, we'll come down to greet you. After hanging up, she looked at Du Hong, who nodded with a smile. He said to the uncle's family, you guys rest first. We're going to greet the others. Without waiting for them to agree, he walked directly to Du's father's table, and then the 4 of them quickly went downstairs to greet the new arrivals. After they left, the uncle's face turned noticeably unpleasant. Humph, what does this mean? They didn't go down to greet us, but they went down to greet the other in-laws? They didn't even say hello to us when we came up. Who do they think they're looking down on? That's right, old man. I told you not to come. You insisted on it. It's just a meal. What's so delicious about it? We had agreed to play cards this afternoon. I just wanted to see what kind of person Yuxuan's boyfriend is. I didn't expect him to have no manners at all. Humph. What good can a child from such a family be? Yuxuan will probably be eaten alive, leaving not even the bones behind. That's right. How can she control a rich man like him? I have a lot of single friends who have good backgrounds. When I told her about it, she didn't even look at any of them. Hearing the 2 of them, the cousin's wife's face turned a shade of pale. Enough. Both of you are here complaining about the heavens and blaming everyone but yourselves. Does anyone owe you anything? Think about how you've been surviving all these years. If it wasn't for the trouble you guys caused not too long ago, would Yuxuan be annoyed with you? We borrowed money from them. Is this how you show your gratitude? Humph. What do you women know? Yuxuan just likes the Du family's money. There is nothing to say. Look at how much jewelry she is wearing. Why didn't she wear that before? Hearing this, the cousin's wife laughed in anger. She shook her head and gently patted her son's belly. The classic hatred of the rich mentality. How does other people's wealth bother you? If you can't stand it, try to earn money yourself. Don't just spend all day playing cards. How can you blame anyone but yourselves for being poor? You. What you? I'm too lazy to serve you anymore. You do nothing all day long, and when you get home, you just want to freeload off of us. If I hadn't brought some money from my family, my son, and I wouldn't even have rice porridge to eat every day. Nonsense. Don't blame me for being heartless. I've already found a lawyer. I'll file for divorce in the next few days. You can forget about getting custody of the child. I don't want my son to follow in your footsteps and become addicted to gambling. What did you say? I don't agree. Wu Nong said angrily. You can go, but the child has to stay. That's not up to you. The law will decide who gets the child. While they were having a fight, Du Heng's group had come downstairs. From afar, they saw Hua's mother and them being warmly welcomed by Uncle Wang. Hua Yuxuan's eyes lit up, and she called out. Her clear voice instantly attracted Hua's mother's attention. Mom. The group looked over and saw Du Hong, Hua Yuxuan, and a middle-aged couple. You two must be Yuxuan's parents, right? Hello, we are Xiaoheng's parents. My dad and your dad are old classmates. We even played together when we were young, but we haven't seen each other since we grew up. I didn't expect to meet again in a place like this. Du's father smiled and reached out his hand to shake hands with Hua's father, who looked happy. The word fate is truly magical. This shows that Yuxuan and Xiaohong are meant to be. Her mother and I are very happy. The old master is also very happy. Oh, by the way, the old master will be here in a little while. It seems he has to meet someone. Du's father chuckled and nodded. I know. That person is my dad. They will come together in a little while. Oh, that's great. Ha 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 ha. Don't stand here anymore. Let's go up first. Chapter 136. The uncle's family is intimidated by the identity of the old master Du. Mom, uncle's family has arrived, and they're sitting in the private room right now. On the way upstairs, Hua Yuxuan leaned in and whispered to Hua's mother. When Hua's mother heard this, her eyebrows shot up and her expression changed slightly. Really? How did they behave? Hui Yuxuan shook her head. Not great. They are so arrogant. It's as if the things that happened before have nothing to do with them. Hua's mother frowned. She glanced at Du's father and Du's mother who were walking in front of them. Did Xiao Heng's parents say anything? No, they just greeted them briefly and didn't say anything else. That's good. It's best that your uncle's family sit at a separate table today. We don't need to make everyone uncomfortable. But isn't that a bit too much? The table in the private room is so big. There's plenty of space for everyone. Is that so? Hua's mother glanced at Du Hong, who was pulled to the side by Qin Zihao and was chatting. After a moment's thought, she said, if that's the case, then let Xiao Hong decide. After entering the private room and being seated, Hua's mother, Qin's father, and Qin's mother just greeted the uncle's family briefly before being ushered by Du's mother to the oversized round table in the middle. Everyone tacitly ignored the uncle's family who were sitting at another table, and this made them, whose self-esteem was already in overdrive, furious. If they weren't just guests and weren't Hui Yuxuan's parents, they would have probably already yelled a few insults and turned around to leave. Speaking of which, Yuxuan and Xiao Hong are truly destined for each other. There are so many young people in the world, but they too fell in love with each other. Most importantly, they were betrothed to each other when they were young. Ha ha. Yes, our family also really wants to finalize the marriage between the two children. And that's why when Xiao Hong told us that he wanted to meet, we agreed without hesitation. Yes, if it weren't that the two children have not reached the legal age to marry yet, we would want them to get married right now. I'm afraid the old master wouldn't agree, ha 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 ha. Let's see if the old master can persuade him. The old master is stubborn. It won't be easy to get him to make a concession. At that moment, the private room door was pushed open from the outside. A slightly low and hoarse, but full-bodied voice sounded. It's true that old Hua is stubborn, but it's wrong to say that he wouldn't make a concession. Grandpa? Dad, you're here. The person who had arrived was the old master Du and the old master Hua. Dad, why didn't you say you were coming? We would have gone down to greet you. The old master Du waved his hand dismissively, showing no arrogance of a provincial leader. It's not like I can't walk anymore. Besides, this is a family dinner. Why would we need to be greeted? He, the provincial leader, doesn't want to be greeted. So, we can't let you greet me, the university principal. Ha 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 ha. Dad, come sit down with old Hua. Du's father smiled and gestured for them to come over. Old Master Du and Old Master Hua didn't put on any airs. They walked straight to the round table and sat down without any reservations. Here, they too had the highest seniority, so no one would fight them for their seats. Since the old masters were here, even though they didn't want to, the uncle's family stood up to greet them. Wu Nong, especially, felt that the old master Du looked very familiar. Do you guys feel that Yuxuan's boyfriend's grandfather looks familiar? I feel like I see him often, but I can't remember who he is. The uncle also looked closely at old Master Du, and then shook his head. His free time was spent either playing cards or on the way to play cards, so he basically didn't watch the news. So, he wasn't familiar with the old Master Du, who didn't appear often on camera. Hearing their words, the cousin's wife also looked closely for a few moments. Then, goosebumps started to rise on her skin. She opened her eyes wide, stuttering, not daring to believe what she was seeing. He. What's wrong? Do you know him? To confirm her suspicions, the cousin's wife took out her phone and searched for him. When she saw the picture, her jaw almost dropped. Who is it? Wu Nong snatched his cousin's wife's phone, took one look, and cried out. Holy crap! Luckily, the private room was very noisy right now. Nobody heard their table, and no one cared what was happening with them. The uncle frowned and whispered harshly. Don't overreact. What kind of status makes you like this? Is he a county magistrate or mayor? Wu Nung's lips trembled. He handed the phone to the uncle. Not believing it, the uncle took it. With just one look, his eyes widened, and his face looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Not believing it, the uncle held the phone up, comparing the picture with the old Master Du who was sitting with the old Master Hua, laughing and chatting. Then he realized. This wasn't a county magistrate or a mayor. This was the provincial governor. Sweat instantly dripped down his back. The aunt was also startled. What's wrong? You guys look so scared. Gulp. X3. The sounds of dry and hard swallowing echoed in the air. The uncle handed the phone back to the cousin's wife, his hands shaking. After hesitating for a moment, he said softly, Yuxuan's matters. Let's not try any tricks. This boyfriend's family is someone we can't afford to provoke. I can't believe it. Where did my cousin get such good luck to become the granddaughter-in-law of a provincial leader? This is her karma from many lifetimes. If our family is associated with him, who would dare not give our family face in the future? You're still thinking about using their power. They are already annoyed with us. Can't you see that? The big table could clearly seat us, but we are here and nobody is paying attention to us. Can't you use your brain to figure out the reason? They all fell silent. The uncle was so angry that he wanted to slap his useless son to death, and then give himself a hard slap as well. Why did he open his mouth back then? If he hadn't opened his mouth, the relationship wouldn't be so strained now. After hesitating for a long time, the uncle finally said, let's support Yuxuan with this matter. There will be a lot of days in the future. Yuxuan will improve her view of us one day. Then, aren't we going to do anything today? What can we do? The provincial leader is here. What are you going to do? Let it be. Just don't cause any trouble. And if both of their families can happily finalize this matter, then that would be great for us. The mood at their table changed slightly because of the change of heart. Even Wu Nung approached his cousin's wife to try to salvage the situation. He said he didn't want a divorce. The cousin's wife hesitated for a moment, then snorted softly, watch your behavior. If you still gamble and do nothing, I'll leave with my son the next day. Okay, I'll listen to you. From now on, our family is a relative of a provincial leader. Ha ha ha. Chapter 137. A bride price of 888,888,888? Mom, the atmosphere at Uncle's table seems a lot better. I don't know if it's just my imagination. His mother glanced over. With just one look, she noticed a change, smiling and nodding. Maybe they figured it out on their own. It's not a bad thing. Let's observe them a little more. Old Master Du still noticed the uncle's table. He leaned toward Du's father, pointed toward that table and whispered, what's going on at that table? Oh, they're Yuxuan's uncle's family. Then why are they sitting separately? What kind of hospitality is that? Du's father thought he was in trouble. His will to survive drove his brain cells to work at top speed, and then he pointed directly at Du Hong. It was your grandson's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Useless. You dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it. Would my grandson be that kind of person? Du Hong, who was pulled to the side by Qin Zihao and was looking at messages in their group chat, glanced over and saw Du's father looking at him resentfully. After a moment of thought, he stood up and walked to Old Master Du. Grandpa, what's wrong? Old Master Du raised his eyebrow and pointed at the uncle's table. Did your dad arrange for them to sit there? No, Grandpa. It was my arrangement. Du's father smiled happily. Old Master Du was silent for a moment, then glared at Du's father and said softly, useless. There must be a reason for Xiao Hong to do that. Don't you know to ask? Oh? Du's father wanted to cry. Du Hong touched his nose awkwardly. It seemed like he had gotten his dad into trouble. Go and call them over to sit here. Even if there is some conflict, don't be so narrow-minded. The best way to win is through kindness. A few minutes later, the uncle's family sat down next to Qin's mother with a flattering smile. After simple self-introductions, the scene seemed to be very heartwarming. A while later, several platters of fruit were brought to the table. They were complimentary gifts from the restaurant. And after the manager saw Old Master Du, he immediately called the boss. The boss was overjoyed and immediately decided that no matter what, he couldn't take money for today's meal. He also sent all of the best servers over. What better advertising than having the provincial leader eat at your restaurant and be happy? They catered to rich people, and they didn't care about one free meal. And so, fruit platters were brought over, and they were the super large kind. Du's father nodded in satisfaction, thinking that the boss had given them 3 extra platters for his sake. The food would take a little while, so since everyone was here, the matter of Du Hong and Hua Yuxuan's engagement should be officially addressed. Du Hong coughed lightly, stood up, looked around, and smiled. Mom and Dad, Uncle and Aunt, what day do you think is appropriate for me and Yuxuan to get engaged? Do we need to hire a matchmaker? Also, are there any special customs regarding engagement on your side? Hua's father and Hua's mother exchanged a look, and their lips curled up into a smile. It's up to you and Yuxuan. We have no objections, whether it's near or far. Dad probably has no objections either. How about your side? Du's mother nudged Du's father, who was still in a daze. Du's father smiled quickly and waved his hand. No objections. We have no objections. Everything is up to the young people. Both her mother and I are 100% supportive. Then, should the old Master Du pick a date? The old Master Du smiled and nodded. He glanced at old Master Hua, who looked a bit depressed and raised his eyebrows at him. Both families need some time to prepare. The end of the month is coming soon. Let's just pick an auspicious date in December for the engagement. But they haven't taken their wedding photos yet. Won't that be a little rushed? Huh? Wasn't the photo Xiaoheng's posted a wedding photo? How could you not have taken one? Du Hong touched his nose awkwardly. Grandpa, those were just some photos that Yuxuan and I took, not wedding photos. To his surprise, old Master Du waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. Having photos is enough. You two must have taken hundreds of photos. Just pick a few at random. This is just an engagement, not a wedding. We can take new ones when the wedding comes. Seeing that no one else had any objections, old Master Du looked at old Master Hua and smiled. Old Hua, do you have any opinions? No, it's fine. All right, the date is settled. The Hua family doesn't have any special customs for engagement. Everything will be in accordance with the usual engagement customs. As for the matchmaker, I'll pick one. Who? Who? The wife of the municipal party secretary. She does this sort of thing often. She's very familiar with it. Wow, even the matchmaker was the wife of the municipal party secretary. Who else could compete with that? Then, what's an appropriate amount for the bride price? Was father asked. He didn't feel comfortable setting a price directly. Too little would make him seem like he was looking down on the family, and too much didn't seem to have any meaning either, since his daughter would certainly be living a luxurious life, so she wouldn't need to worry about anything. Old Master Du raised his eyebrow and looked at Du's father. This, you have to ask them. Seeing that everyone was looking at him curiously, Du's father hesitated for a moment and then said tentatively, 888,888? XN. Wow. It was the first time they had heard of a bride price that high. Hua's father felt that it would be difficult. He was planning on asking for a maximum of 180,000. But now, everything was an 8. However, the next second, Du's mother glared at Du's father, then looked at Hua's father and Hua's mother with a smile. Don't listen to his nonsense. We're sincere about welcoming Yuxuan into our family. How about this? The bride price will be 88,888,888. That sounds auspicious. Gasp. The sound of everyone inhaling sharply echoed around the room. The old Master Du shook his head helplessly. He thought that 80,000 would have been enough, as it was just a formality. His relationship with old Master Hua was also a factor. The young people of today were too extravagant. Hua's father, Hua's mother, Chen's father, Chen's mother, and even the uncle's family, including Chen Zihao, were all a little dumbfounded. They swallowed hard, and then realized that they had goosebumps all over their bodies. The scene was very awkward. Du Hong didn't think anything of it. Hua Yuxuan had a pigeon blood ruby ring on her hand that was worth nearly 50 million yuan. A bride price of almost 90 million didn't seem like much. Hua's mother saw that no one was responding. She was a little embarrassed, and after a moment's thought, she said tentatively, "Is it not enough? Then we can add another 8. Anyway, this money will all belong to them in the future." Gasp! Chen Zihao was so excited. He picked up his phone and sent a message in their group chat. Latest bride price quote. More than 88,888,888. There's another 8? Holy crap. Holy crap. We really don't understand the world of the rich. This is too exaggerated. A bride price of 880 million? I wouldn't even dream of having that much money. Xiaohao, can you ask your brother-in-law if he's looking for a maid? I can cook, wash clothes, and have children. I can too. I don't want too much. 888,888 is enough. Are you dreaming? Chapter 138, December 18th. A bride price of almost 900 million was too shocking. Hua's father and Hua's mother took a long while to recover. They exchanged a look and smiled bitterly. It was exactly as they feared. Du Heng's family was too rich. They could basically fulfill all of their demands, but the return gift became a huge problem. With a bride price of 900 million, the return gift would have to be at least 100 million, right? Selling their entire family wouldn't even get them that much money. In the end, it was old Master Du who spoke and finally settled the bride price. Don't get so extravagant. 88,000 is enough. Being a couple is about living life together. You don't need to worry about money in the future. Would 88,000 be a bit too little? If not, 880,000 is also fine. Although it might anger the old Master Du, Du's mother still thought the bride price was too little. Let it be 88,000. The bride price is just a token of sincerity. We know the Du family's sincerity. Okay, since old Master Hua had spoken, there was nothing else to say. Hua's father secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the air conditioner was on in the private room, his back was already soaked in sweat. Now that the bride price had been settled, the food could be served. The waiters who had been waiting in the private room saw Du's father give a signal. Then, they opened the door, and pushcarts were brought in from the hallway. Each pushcart had a large platter on it. The platters were covered, so you couldn't see what was under them. Delicious dishes were brought to the table. Good wine was also opened, glasses clinked, and toasts were made. The atmosphere was instantly amazing. This was the essence of the Chinese banquet culture. After abandoning the dregs, what was left was the best part. Everyone at the table were people of culture, so there were no situations where people forced each other to drink or started acting crazy because they were drunk. Old Master Du and Old Master Hua were toasting each other slowly, savoring their drinks. They smiled happily as they watched their children and grandchildren in front of them, enjoying the warm family scene. Old Du, even though I agreed to my granddaughter's engagement, you have to keep an eye on your grandson. If I hear that he is fooling around and that he breaks my granddaughter's heart, then don't blame me for forgetting our friendship. Humph, you old man. My grandson is very good. If your granddaughter marries my grandson, she will only enjoy her life and will not be hurt. Rest assured. Then I'll wait and see. Enough with the nonsense, drink. Putting aside the two old masters who were happily drinking, over here, Du's father and Du's mother, carrying their glasses, went with Du Heng and Hua Yuxuan to Hua's father and Hua's mother's seats. From now on, our families are in-laws. If Xiaoheng does anything inappropriate in the future, you can scold him and teach him a lesson. Just treat him as one of your own children. I can't bear to teach my own children a lesson. Ha 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 ha. After giving a toast, Du's father and Du's mother simply sat down next to Hua's father and Hua's mother. They discussed things for later, like how they should hold the ceremony and how many people to invite. The engagement could be considered a prelude to the wedding. It's just that there wasn't a marriage certificate yet, so it wasn't a legal marriage. There were also engagements that were called off. There were even people who became rich by repeatedly calling off engagements. In short, there were all kinds of weird people in the world. The current law clearly states that if an engagement is called off, the bride price must be returned. So, in a way, it's also a protection for true love. After making some basic decisions, all that was left was to set a date and send out invitations. As for the exact date, everyone was having trouble. But then Du Heng hesitated for a moment and spoke. His face was a little red, and he had some alcohol in him. He had drank some, but not too much, so he wasn't drunk. December 18th is good. That's Yuxuan's birthday. How about we get engaged on that day? As soon as he said that, Hua's father's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh and laughed. Good. That's the day. We have a month until then. It's plenty of time for us to prepare. Du's mother also smiled. If that's the case, can they buy their marital home? I think the villas in our community are pretty good. The one next to my house is for sale. How about we buy that one first? That depends on what the two children think. Hua Yuxuan smiled sweetly and held Du Heng's arm tightly. It was clear that she would listen to Du Heng's opinion. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Du Heng touched his nose, both amused and exasperated. Why is everyone looking at me? If you're buying me a house, I'm not going to be unhappy about it, right? But I don't like my community. It's too quiet. There aren't even kids playing in the community. That was because Du Heng's community was too high-end. The prices were outrageously high. The ones who could afford to live there were extremely wealthy. And among these people, there were even fewer families with young children. This made the community a bit deserted. Then, Is there a community you prefer? Tell Mom, and Mom will buy it for you. Helpless, Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan exchanged a look. He said with a smile, No need, Mom. There's no rush. Yuxuan and I bought a house near the school. Let's just decorate this one first and use it as our marital home. We'll buy a bigger one after we actually get married. How big is it? You child, why didn't you tell us you bought a house? It's a little over 100 square meters. I bought it for Yuxuan. Her apartment is a bit small, and there are too many units on one floor. It's not very safe. Okay, 100 square meters is barely enough. Anyway, the relatives who will come to your wedding will go straight to the hotel. Not many people will see your house. There is enough space for them. Everything was settled. The guests were happy, and the atmosphere was great. Under the positive influences, the uncle's family started to raise their glasses and offer toasts. The cousin's wife even brought Wu Nong to Du Hong and Hua Yuxuan to make a toast. I won't hide anything from you. Right now, I just hope that your cousin can turn over a new leaf. Even though we don't have our house anymore, it's okay to live in a rented house. I don't care about that. As long as we're happy as a family, that's enough for me. Wife. Wu Nong was a little touched and almost cried on the spot after drinking a little. Hui Yuxuan and Du Hong exchanged a look and said with a smile, If that's the case, then you should try harder, cousin. It won't be easy to find a wife as good as her. Wu Nong sniffled and nodded firmly. I will change for the better. I'll deliver food first, and then go do a part-time job in the evening. I don't believe that I can't earn any money. You will earn money. You can do it. You can do it. After the meal, they chatted for a while. Old Master Du and Old Master Hua left first and got into the black car that was already waiting there. After the two old masters left, the rest of them didn't stay any longer, and they all said goodbye and left. When Du's father was about to pay the bill, he finally found out that the meal was free. When he asked for the reason, the waiter said respectfully, You are honored guests of the hotel. It is our pleasure to provide service to you. Finally, thank you for choosing to dine at our restaurant. Oh, there was such a thing? Chapter 139. Hu Ling. My best friend is engaged. What about us? Yangzi, Yuxuan, and Du Hong have already set their engagement for next month. Have you talked to your parents about us yet? Looking at the photos and messages that Hui Yuxuan sent, Hu Ling felt a pang of envy. She glanced at Zhang Yang next to her, who was grinning and looking around. They were strolling along the lakeside in the park. It was a sunny autumn afternoon. The sun was warm and comfortable, not too hot or too cold. It was perfect, except it made them a little sleepy. Hearing Hu Ling's question, Zhang Yang shrank his neck and laughed sheepishly. I haven't said anything yet. Didn't I hear you say last time that your sister asked you about it? You didn't tell her that you have a girlfriend? No, I didn't. Gulp. Hu Ling's eyes instantly reddened. She had been so proactive up to this point and had been completely devoted to Zhang Yang. In the past month, Zhang Yang had gained 3 pounds since he had enrolled in school. This was extremely difficult because of his constitution and wasn't something that could be achieved by eating and drinking a lot. His body was not tolerant to it. To put it bluntly, he couldn't handle it. And even so, Zhang Yang still hadn't told his family that he had a girlfriend. She had already told her parents, and although her parents thought that Zhang Yang was too thin, they didn't dwell on his appearance too much because Hu Ling had told them how good he was. Now, Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan were about to get engaged, while her and Zhang Yang were nowhere close, so how could she not be angry? When are you planning on telling them? Zhang Yang scratched his head. He glanced at Hu Ling, whose eyes were tearing up, and after hesitating for a moment, asked tentatively, Can I tell them during Chinese New Year? Wah! Hu Ling punched Zhang Yang and then squatted down, hugging her knees as she started to cry. People passing by saw them and avoided them, only pointing and gossiping once they had walked away. Zhang Yang couldn't stand Hu Ling's crying and tried to pull her up, but Hu Ling refused to get up. She cried even louder, making Zhang Yang feel very overwhelmed. Lingling, don't cry. I'm sorry, okay? Wah! Zhang Yang scratched his head. He simply sat on the ground and put his arms around Hu Ling's shoulders, whispering, Don't cry. Can I tell you a joke? Wah! Then, how about I make a call to my family right now and say that I have a girlfriend? The crying suddenly stopped, as if a tape recording had been cut off. Hu Ling raised her head, her face still stained with tears. She looked at Zhang Yang, but didn't say anything, which made him feel a little confused. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yang took out his phone, found his sister's number, and dialed it. She didn't answer. He assumed that she hadn't seen it, so he shrugged at Hu Ling. Let's go sit over there. The ground is cold. Hu Ling nodded, stood up from the ground, and was led by Zhang Yang to a bench by the lake. They sat down. Did she not answer? It's not that she didn't answer, but nobody picked up. She probably didn't see it. I'll try again later. Do you not get through to your mom and dad? I wanted to call my sister first. Let her try to get my parents' opinions first. Hu Ling was speechless, but she had chosen Zhang Yang, and after spending time with him, although Zhang Yang was a bit unreliable, he was still pretty good to her. Just then, Zhang Yang's phone rang. He saw that it was his sister calling. Without hesitation, he answered. His sister's clear voice came from the other end, but with a thick accent that Hu Ling didn't understand very well. Hey Yangzi, you called me? Yes, sis. There's something I wanted to tell you. What is it? Go ahead. I'm listening. The words reached his lips, but then he swallowed them. Zhang Yang had become hesitant again. It was mainly because the impression that his parents had made on him was too deep, so he was being cautious, even about having a girlfriend. What is it? Say it. I have something to do. Your brother-in-law came to our place today, and Dad is very annoyed with him. Brother-in-law? Sis, when did you get a boyfriend? How come I don't know? Do I have to inform you when I have a boyfriend? We've been together for 2 years. This is the first time he's come to visit. Dad made him drink a lot during dinner, and he's now sitting on a chair, dizzy. Gulp. Okay. Now Zhang Yang was completely afraid to say anything. His sister, who was almost 30, had had a boyfriend for 2 years, and his dad still wasn't happy about it. If his parents found out that he had a girlfriend that he hadn't had for very long, wouldn't that give them a heart attack? What is it? If you have nothing to say, I'm going to hang up. Your brother-in-law seems like he's about to throw up. Seeing that Zhang Yang was still silent, his sister was about to hang up. Hu Ling couldn't hold back any longer. She snatched the phone, glared at Zhang Yang, who was being a coward, took a deep breath, and said, Hello, sister. I'm Yangzi's girlfriend. My name is Hu Ling. Silence. Eerie silence. There were only a few deep breaths coming from the other end of the phone. A few breaths? Before she could think more, a slightly low voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, I'm Zhang Yang's father. Hu Ling's eyes widened. Zhang Yang started trembling. His eyes were twitching wildly. He wanted to find a hole to hide in and never come out. He hadn't thought that his sister would put it on speakerphone, and that Zhang's dad and Zhang's mom were right next to her. After all, Zhang Yang rarely called home. When he finally did call home, how could they not eavesdrop? Hu Ling was a little embarrassed. What was this? She had tossed a firecracker into the water, but had ended up blowing up a shark? This firecracker had undergone nuclear fission. Hello, uncle. Where's Zhang Yang? He's right next to me. Would you like to talk to him? No, let him take you home for a meal another day. Having a girlfriend is normal. Why are you hiding it? Dad, you're not angry? What good will being angry do? Are you going to break up with her right now? Your dad isn't heartless. You're already old enough. Isn't having a girlfriend normal? Wow, it's okay to have a girlfriend, but it's not okay to play phone or computer games. Uncle, I'll go visit you with Yangzi next week. Okay, then, your aunt and I will wait for you to come home. Okay, uncle and auntie, stay healthy. I'll hang up now. After hanging up the phone, Hu Ling tossed the phone back to Zhang Yang, then giggled and touched Zhang Yang's hair. Yangzi, after meeting your parents, won't you have to go visit my place too? Would that be okay? What did you say? Yeah, it's fine. The week after next. Okay? The week after next, I'll go to your place. That's more like it. Chapter 140, The Forgotten Gym Membership. The engagement preparations were underway, and before they knew it, it was the end of the month. Wang Chong and his girlfriend's relationship was stable. He no longer went to her place every night regardless of whether he had classes. Most of the time, they just chatted through video calls. Huo Yuxuan and Hu Ling had been in the library, preparing for the teacher certification interview. After returning from their trip, they would go take the interview exam. Last night, Du Hong had received a message from Huo Yuxuan. She was leaving for Shanghai this morning with Principal Hua for an academic conference. Of course, She was just tagging along. The speaker was the old master Hua. It had nothing to do with her. Of course, Du Hong was in full support of this. He had no intention of raising Hua Yuxuan like a caged bird. The more excellent Hua Yuxuan was, the more capital he would have to boast about to his kids in the future. Because simply having money was something that the kids might not understand, but saying how excellent their mom was and how excellent he was completely different. Today was Saturday. When Du Hong woke up, it was not even 7 o'clock. He looked at his phone and saw that Hua Yuxuan said she had already boarded the plane. He didn't reply because she couldn't see it anyway. It wasn't too late to reply when she had arrived. Without Hua Yuxuan by his side, Du Hong suddenly felt a little lonely as he lay in bed. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the others who were still asleep, and he smiled. It's good that his roommates were still around. Then he wouldn't be bored today. As he thought about it, it was 7 o'clock, and Han Lei and Wang Chang's phone alarms rang. One after the other, they shut off their alarms and sat up. They were rubbing their eyes and looking around the room using the light shining through the curtains. Du, you're awake. Did my alarm wake you up? Du Hong smiled and shook his head. No, I woke up on my own. Are you working today? Wang Chang grinned. Yes, I agreed to meet Meow Meow. We'll work during the day, and then go see a movie in the evening. Do you have any plans today? Not yet. Yuxuan isn't here, so I'm free. I'll make a video first, and then I'll figure out the rest. Then why don't you sleep a bit more? I have to get up now and go. They didn't say any more. Wang Chang got out of bed, got dressed, and then went into the bathroom. Han Lei shook his head. He felt a bit dizzy. He had stayed up late watching shows last night, and he felt like he hadn't slept enough. But he also felt that if he continued like this, it wouldn't do. He wanted to study for his master's degree after all. Why don't you sleep a bit more? It's no use to go to the library dizzy like this. Get some rest, and then go later. Han Lei shook his head again. He sighed and laid back down. Call me at 9 o'clock. I'm not going to set an alarm. Got it. Go to sleep. Du Hong didn't know what to say about Han Lei's current state. He had talked to him many times, but the latter had become addicted to dramas. He had even bought posters online and put them on his closet and wall. It wasn't that people studying for their masters couldn't watch TV, but the state he was in now was very different from the kind of energy he had when he first came to school. You could only say that his chances of passing his exam were very low. It was a question of whether he would be looking at his books when he went to the study hall. Maybe he was just going to the library for the mental comfort of it. Okay, you can sleep. Shaking his head, Du Hong also got out of bed and got dressed. After Wang Chang came out of the bathroom, he went in to wash up. It was afternoon, and Han Lei was still in the dorm room. After Du Hong woke him up at 9 in the morning, he didn't go to the library. Instead, he picked up a book, opened it, and put it on his desk. He turned on his computer and watched shows as he read his book. There was no way he could have been focusing on the book. Zhang Yang had been eating the same bowl of spicy hot pot since noon. He was still playing Hearthstone and Teamfight Tactics on his computer. However, from how often he changed games, it was clear that he had been losing all day long. After waking up Han Lei at 9 a.m., Du Hong received a message from Hua Yuxuan. She had arrived in Shanghai. She had sent Du Hong some pictures. There were some landscape pictures and also selfies, one of which had old Master Hua's face in it. His face looked a little old, but he had a lot of energy. After finishing a video and double-checking it, he uploaded it. He stretched happily, feeling refreshed after finishing everything. With nothing to do, he opened a drawer and wanted to take out his controller to play a single-player game. Then, he saw a membership card sitting quietly in the drawer. He picked it up and remembered that it was the gym membership he had bought a long time ago. The card had been gathering dust in the drawer for quite some time. He had never used it. Yangzi, let's go to the gym. Slurp. Whoa. Go where's? Swallow before you speak. Gulp. Go to the gym? Why go to the gym when we could stay here and play games? It's rare for Lingling to not bother me today. Du Heng's eyebrows shot up. How did it seem that Zhang Yang had already entered middle age? Of course, it's for exercise. If you stay in the dorm all day, your body will fall apart sooner or later. I think I'm doing pretty good. Are you coming or not? I'm coming. Let me finish this spicy hot pot. Du Hong nodded and looked at Han Lei, who was pretending to study, but was actually watching shows. Lei, are you coming? Han Lei smiled and shook his head. He said guiltily, I'm not going. I still have to study. Okay. Du-hung didn't try to convince him anymore. He had the best relationship with Zhang Yang in this dorm. And that was actually the saddest thing. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, just as Du-hung was about to lose his patience, Zhang Yang finally finished his food. Du, can you go by yourself? I really don't want to go. Why didn't you say so earlier? Du-hung glared at Zhang Yang, shook his head, got some loose clothes, picked up his phone and motorcycle keys and left. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the gym outside of the East Gate. After parking the motorcycle, he entered the gym's changing room. He changed into his loose clothes and put his things in a locker, and then went into the gym. There were quite a few people exercising here. However, there were more women than men. What's up with that? Because it was near the university city, a large portion of people who bought memberships were college students, and some scheming girls came for no other reason than to find a rich guy. There were quite a few girls like that. As soon as Du-hung entered the gym, he was targeted by several girls. They had seen his motorcycle and knew that it was worth hundreds of thousands. Du-hung also looked very young, and was likely a student as well. A student who rode a motorcycle worth hundreds of thousands of yuan must be rich. Du-hung looked around. He declined the kind offers of the personal trainers and went to the treadmill. He looked at it for a few moments and then stood on it. He pressed the button and slowly started to run. Just then, a clear voice sounded next to him. Handsome, are you here by yourself? Chapter 141. Is it fishing for men or fishing for women? Du-hung paused, not stopping, and glanced at the girl with a nod, taking it as a response. Feeling the pace was still a bit slow, he pressed the buttons a few more times, noticeably increasing the speed. The girl wore tight pants, her long legs moving with leisurely, light steps. Her treadmill speed was very slow. After all, she wasn't there for fitness. She was trying to use her figure to attract her target. However, Du-hung was indifferent to the girl. It wasn't for any particular reason. He was just not interested. The girl had heavy makeup on. Although she didn't wear bright red lipstick, she had on colored contact lenses, eyeshadow, and long eyelashes, which were obviously fake. They were quite large, but considering that almost nothing on her face was natural, it made one wonder if she had undergone surgery. In short, she might have been able to deceive some naive young men, but to him, someone who had seen countless beautiful women with natural beauty and great figures, she was utterly unappealing. Moreover, the purpose of her approaching him was unclear. However, if a girl actively approached a guy, unless she wanted to mess with him, it wasn't hard to guess why. The girl noticed Du-hung's somewhat indifferent attitude, but she didn't mind. She was very confident in herself. After all, she had already hooked a few sugar daddies with her face, which had been enhanced by cosmetic surgery and heavy makeup. She turned off her treadmill and walked directly in front of Du-hung's, deliberately making certain parts of her body more prominent, and winked at him. Handsome, how about I treat you to a drink? The meaning of these words was very clear. Du-hung raised an eyebrow, glanced at the girl and asked, What's your name? Shui-er. The girl covered her mouth, pretending to be shy. You can call me Shui-er. Okay, Shui-er. Du-hung turned off his treadmill, breathing slightly, then smiled. Could you move, please? You're blocking my view. Oh. The girl placed a manicured forefinger on her lips, trying to be alluring. Am I not pretty? Du-hung shook his head with a wry smile. Was this girl's brain not working properly? He had rejected her so clearly. How could she still not understand? Since Shui-er was occupying the treadmill, he'd just move elsewhere. He ignored the still-performing Shui-er and walked straight to the bench press rack, where the previous person had just left. Looking at the person's muscular physique, it was impossible not to feel some envy. Although his own physique was well-defined, it still wasn't quite as muscular. He wanted a pair of full chest muscles and defined abs. As for his back muscles, he didn't care too much. With some training, they would take shape eventually. He had asked Hui Yuxuan if she preferred men with more muscles. While she had said no, Du-hung could tell that she clearly didn't want him to think too much about it. However, as soon as he sat down, Du-hung was speechless again. That Shui-er girl appeared once more, this time bringing another girl with her. This girl was dressed similarly to Shui-er, also wearing colored contact lenses, this time blue, with red hair. She was certainly striking, but somehow looked rather repulsive. Handsome, my friend wants to invite you to a karaoke. I wonder if you have the time? No, thank you. Taking a deep breath, Du-hung did a few standard bench presses. He had worked out before, but during his senior year of high school, he didn't have time due to studying for college entrance exams, and his muscles had gradually been replaced by flab. Don't be so quick to refuse, you know. It's a great sin to reject a girl, let alone two. I have a girlfriend, thank you. It's okay. We don't want to be your girlfriend. Why are you so wary? Let's just have a drink and sing some songs. I don't have time. Then we'll wait until you finish working out. We'll have time, even at night. For some reason, Du-hung felt a chill. He stopped what he was doing, wiped his sweat, and looked at the two women who were flaunting themselves in front of him and laughed. Tell me, what does it take for you to leave me alone? We just want to invite you out to have some fun. Don't be so resistant. We're not bad people. Du-hung nodded, glancing around at the other people in the gym, noticing that a few other girls also seemed eager to try. He felt a bit speechless. If he were constantly harassed like this every time he came here, how could he even work out? Indeed, not bringing Yangzi was a bad decision. With him, his status would drop to 0 instantly, and these girls wouldn't even look at him. Go find someone else. I don't have the time or the mood to hang out with you. Handsome. Enough, Du-hung said with a low voice. I'm here to work out, not to waste my time. I have a girlfriend, and I love her very much. Please go away and stop bothering me. The two girls shrank back, quickly leaving. The gym was a bit noisy, so Du-hung's shout was only heard by those who were close by. After the two girls left, a burly man doing bench presses next to Du-hung chuckled. Why not take them if they're offering themselves? Du-hung glanced at the man and shook his head. I have a girlfriend. So what if you have a girlfriend? I have a wife and kids, and yesterday afternoon while I was here, a girl came to seduce me. After I messed around with her once, I dumped her. They don't care about that stuff. Watching the man's reminiscing expression, Du-hung frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. He was no stranger to such people. He had just been with Hua Yuxuan for so long that he had overlooked some of the people he knew. You're really wasting a good opportunity. Two at once. There are so many ways you can have fun. The last time I did something like this was last year when my wife was newly pregnant. Du-hung didn't respond, quietly doing his bench presses, sweat dripping down his face and his breathing becoming heavier. These girls who come here, apart from a few who genuinely want to work out, are all here to fish for sugar daddies. Whoever has money is the one they'll pursue. The man had a proud smile on his face. When I came the first time, I didn't get this kind of treatment because I was driving a Toyota. But when I came a second time in a BMW, girls started coming up to me. And then a year later, when I arrived in an Audi A8, two girls came to me all at once. That was last year. I'm curious, what kind of car did you drive here? A Kawasaki. A motorcycle, huh? No wonder. Girls like motorcycles more than cars. They prefer the thrill. I'm going to get a bike and try it out myself someday. Du-hung raised an eyebrow and glanced at the man expressionlessly. The man was wearing a smug look, his eyes flashing with cunning. He was looking at a woman running on a treadmill in front of them. She has such a great figure and is pretty too. She drives a Porsche, so she's a rich woman. I just don't know if I can hook her. Chapter 142. Among 1,000 streams, I choose just one. The man's hunger-driven look made Du-hung feel disgusted. He glanced at the woman in front, feeling she looked slightly familiar. However, since her back was to him, Du-hung didn't think too much about it and continued with his bench presses. The man couldn't hold back any longer and went to chat her up. He was instantly rejected, the woman looking at him with utter contempt, almost yelling at him for being shameless. The woman turned around, and that's when Du-hung realized who it was. The jewelry store manager. The manager also spotted Du-hung, gave the man another contemptuous look, and then swayed her way over. What a coincidence. Do you live around here? Yes, it's near the university area. I bought a house here. The air is good, there are few people, and it makes me happy. The manager paused. It's just that my luck wasn't good today. I ended up meeting an idiot. Du-hung stopped and looked at the rather embarrassed man who had moved to another bench press rack, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. It seemed that he had misunderstood something. He seems to have taken a liking to you. Du-hung's expression was a bit subtle, and he seems to be quite rich. He drives an Audi. The manager laughed, took a sip from her water bottle, wiped her sweat, and sat on the bench press rack next to Du-hung. I can tell what they're thinking with just a glance. You're that good? Being a manager for so many years wasn't for nothing. I've seen too many rich people, and I've had many suitors, but I can't tell if they have true affection or just lust. Many of them even have their own families. Men, once they have money, they're bound to get bad. There are very few who remain true to their original selves. After all, the world is so alluring. In this world of materialism, it's too difficult to stay pure. The manager smiled gently, tucking some stray hairs behind her ear. The gesture was incredibly feminine, attracting envious glances from several young people nearby who were extremely jealous of Du-hung. True, but haven't you done just that? I thought you were going to accept those two girls, but I didn't expect you to scare them away. Du-hung was a bit embarrassed, laughing awkwardly. What do you mean, scare them away? I just stated the facts. It's just that they didn't seem to care that I have a girlfriend. That's normal. They just want to have some fun. Of course, if they can get some financial gain out of it, that's even better. Young people are pretty free with their relationships. Du-hung didn't respond and continued with his bench presses. Aren't you with your beautiful girlfriend today? Why are you working out alone? She, went out of town to attend an academic conference. It was difficult to speak while doing bench presses. He ran out of breath, his face turning red. Do you have any plans tonight? I can treat you to some barbecue. There's a barbecue place near the university area that I think is quite good. Du-hung paused, hesitated, and then asked, Don't you have to go home to your husband and kids? The manager waved her hands awkwardly. I'm single. Where would I get a husband? Otherwise, how would I have time to come work out? If I had children, I'd be taking them outside to play at this hour. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. After all, the manager looked quite old, and Du-hung had never imagined that she wasn't married. Are you free? We could go now. We need to eat something to fill our stomachs after a workout, don't you think? Du-hung hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. I'm sorry, I have to video chat with my girlfriend tonight. She'd overthink things if she saw me with another woman. You're so well behaved. You certainly don't seem like a rich man. The manager smiled and nodded. She didn't insist. She didn't have any ulterior motives. She just considered Du-hung an acquaintance. Having some barbecue together wasn't a big deal. Of course, drinking was a different story. Next time, I'll bring my girlfriend and invite you out for barbecue. By the way, I'll be visiting your store these few days to pick out jewelry. Yuxuan and I are getting engaged. Really? The manager's eyes lit up. When it came to work, she immediately became energetic. That's wonderful news. Congratulations. Looks like I chose the right person to give the gift to. Come anytime. I'll personally introduce you to some engagement jewelry. Thank you in advance, manager. I need to get going. I suddenly remembered I have something to do. Okay, go ahead. I'll do a few more minutes of running. Saying goodbye to the manager, he changed his clothes. Under the disappointed gazes of the two girls, he hopped on his motorcycle and sped off. Meanwhile, far away in the city of Modu, Yuxuan was listening to a handsome young man with a sunny smile introduce himself. He was the son of the conference organizer and was well informed about the conference details, so he had volunteered to be a guide for the Jincheng University group. My name is He Chao. You can call me Xiao Chao. The conference will be held in the evening. Everyone can come with me to the hotel to rest first. Although he was addressing everyone, He Chao's gaze was fixed on Yuxuan, his eyes filled with interest. On the minibus heading to the hotel, He Chao unceremoniously sat next to Yuxuan. Hello, let me introduce myself. Yuxuan nodded politely. After all, he was the group's guide and person in charge, so she had to at least give him the basic respect. Hello, my name is Yuxuan. Thank you for taking the time to lead us to the hotel. It's my pleasure. Your name is so beautiful. Can I call you Yuxuan? Yuxuan hesitated for a moment and then smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, you can just call me by my name. Okay, is this your first time in Modu? Yuxuan shook her head. I've been here before with my grandpa. Your grandpa? Is he Principal Hua? Yes. I already guessed. You two look alike. Once we get to the hotel, if you don't have any plans, I can take you around. It's still a few hours before the conference starts tonight. Yuxuan blinked her big, watery eyes. Several teachers had already cast curious glances at them. These teachers only knew that Yuxuan was the principal's granddaughter, and they didn't know if she had a boyfriend. I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend. I need to video chat with him later, and I don't want him to see me with another man. I'm also tired and want to rest at the hotel, so thank you for your kindness. Just then, Hua Yuxuan's phone lit up. It was a message from Du Hong. Among 1,000 streams, I choose just one. Below it was a picture, a selfie of Du Hong on his motorcycle, with his back to the sun. This simple sentence contained a lot of depth. A sweet smile unconsciously appeared on Hua Yuxuan's face, and she quickly sent a message back. Among 1,000 splendors, I'll go through all the joys and sorrows for just one person. Chapter 143. Yangzi got blacklisted by Hu Ling. He Chao was feeling incredibly awkward. He never expected to be rejected, especially since the other party hadn't hesitated at all and had even given him a nice guy card along the way. He was the son of the National Academic Conference organizer. So many people would have jumped at the chance to have their daughters with him. But here he was, taking the initiative to find Hua Yuxuan, only to be directly turned down. It was impossible not to be disappointed, but he didn't lash out. Instead, he smiled and played his part as the host. That's a shame. I just wanted to show you around. Hua Yuxuan smiled sweetly and nodded lightly. I appreciate you being our guide and bringing us to the hotel. Haha, it's my job. Since you're tired, I won't bother you anymore. It's still a bit far to the hotel. I'll go up front and chat with Principal Hua. Okay. After He Chao left, Hua Yuxuan gave a peace sign, took a pretty picture, and sent it to Du Hong. Alone in Jinqing. Remember to miss me? Du Hong, who had already returned to his dorm, watched the message, and a smile slowly spread across his face. Rest well when you're tired. Aren't you feeling a bit dizzy after the flight? Okay. Putting down his phone and shaking his head, he glanced at Han Lei, who was still watching dramas in the dorm. Han Lei didn't seem to realize it was almost 5 in the afternoon, and his books on the table hadn't been flipped through much. Zhang Yang's spicy hot pot had long gone cold and was pushed to the edge of the table. He was comfortably playing teamfight tactics, occasionally cursing out something about a 3-star action or gold spatulas. Wang Chong had gone to see his girlfriend and hadn't returned yet. Du Hong sat down at his desk, feeling bored. He opened his phone to check if there were any updates to the games he had previously made videos for, so he could make a new video. Then, he saw that the mobile version of Dead Cells had been updated to version 2.4, skipping several updates. He didn't think too much about it. He updated the game, and upon entering, he didn't notice any changes in the interface. It just seemed that a lot of bugs had appeared. For example, the fully upgraded forge had no effect, equipment scrolls were gone, and even the starting money was only 2,500. What kind of update is this? I can't understand anything. Thinking that there might be some differences in content, he entered the new shattered shrine that had been added in this update. The screen turned black and crashed, and he couldn't get back in again. Wonderful. He pressed down on the Dead Cells icon, uninstalled the game, which had cost him a few bucks and had updated with a bunch of bugs. He was feeling extremely depressed. He opened his computer and started playing a zombie game. Time flew by without him noticing. By the time Du Hong realized it, his stomach was already growling with hunger. He glanced at the time. Wow, it was already 9 o'clock at night. Han Lei and Zhang Yang hadn't moved from their spots. It seemed time had flown by for them as well. Are you going out to eat? Let's go get some barbecue. Huh? Holy crap. It's already 9. Zhang Yang's eyes widened. He had forgotten that he was supposed to have dinner with Hu Ling, and he'd gotten distracted by the game. Han Lei paused his drama, nodded, stood up, stretched, and grabbed his phone, ready to go out. Zhang Yang grabbed his phone and took a look. Holy crap, over a dozen missed calls, dozens of unread messages, and several voice and video calls on WeChat. His lips trembled, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He looked at Du Hong with pleading eyes. Brother Du, what should I do? What else can you do? Of course, you should quickly admit you were wrong. Oh, he picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and sent Hu Ling a message. However, seeing the glaring red exclamation mark in the message box and the message below saying he was no longer her friend, he almost dropped his phone. Gulp. Ling Ling deleted me from her contacts. Oh, wonderful. Ha 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 ha. He and Han Lei looked at each other, laughing in schadenfreude. Try calling her. Let's hope she hasn't blacklisted your phone number. Right, call her. He did as he said. However, the next second, After hearing a robotic voice saying that the other party was currently on another call, Zhang Yang almost collapsed. Blah. Blacklisted. Whoops, you're done for. Du Heng shook his head. He couldn't help him with this situation. To be so engrossed in a game that he missed his girlfriend's calls and didn't remember for a whole day that he had a girlfriend was unbelievable. Poor Hu Ling for having such an irresponsible boyfriend. However, a very survival-oriented Zhang Yang thought of something, threw himself at Du Heng and hugged his leg, begging, "Brother Du, you have to help me?" "Okay, how can I help you?" "Just say that I was with you all day in the gym and left my phone in the locker. Say you just saw it now, and please call her and say it." Du Heng raised an eyebrow. This was a good excuse. Most importantly, Hu Ling would probably believe his words, since he didn't seem like the kind of person who would lie. Shaking his head, he took out his phone and opened the dialer. "What's her number?" To Du Heng's surprise, Zhang Yang remembered Hu Ling's phone number. After entering the number, he dialed, and the call was quickly answered. "Hello? This is Du Heng. Zhang Yang asked me to call this number." "Humph. Does he even remember me?" Rubbing his nose, he glanced at Zhang Yang, who had a pleading look on his face. He hesitated for a moment and said, "He knows he was wrong." He realized he didn't answer your calls and feels guilty. He couldn't reach your phone and didn't know if you turned it off. He asked me to try, and I was surprised that it worked. There was silence on the other end of the line for a while before Hu Ling said, "Okay, tell him to add me as a friend." Then, she hung up the phone. Zhang Yang was overjoyed and quickly added Hu Ling as a friend. She quickly accepted. The rest was pretty straightforward. Zhang Yang apologized, cheered up Hu Ling, and even ordered her a pizza. Hu Ling was still angry and hadn't eaten yet. "Where are you now?" "I'm going to go out to eat barbecue with Brother Du and Han Lei." "I won't take you. I'll take you out separately next time. Okay?" "Okay. Well, you guys come back early after eating. The dorm power goes out at 11, and don't drink." "Okay, moi." Bye." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yang's silly smile returned. He came up and slung his arm over Du Heng's shoulder, and the three of them went out. "Let's go eat barbecue." Chapter 144. Pulling an all-nighter. "We haven't pulled an all-nighter since the semester started. How about we go to an internet cafe and pull an all-nighter after barbecue?" While munching on a skewer, Zhang Yang's eyes lit up, completely forgetting that Hu Ling had told him to go back to the dorm early. Pull an all-nighter? What for? To play games, what else? Can't we play in the dorm? The power goes out at 11 and the internet goes down. It's not fun. It's been a while since we've played together. If you didn't drag me down, I'd definitely play with you. Seeing that Du Heng was still hesitant, Zhang Yang looked at Han Lei, who was eating grilled eggplant. "Lei, what do you think?" Han Lei adjusted his glasses. "I don't care. I'm okay with it. I've always wanted to try out a healing support jungler. I might try that tonight." Silence. Dead silence. Du Heng's mouth twitched. He decided, no matter what Zhang Yang said, he absolutely would not agree to pulling an all-nighter. Even if he did, he definitely wouldn't be playing with these two drags. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Damn it. Lei, could you pick a normal jungler? Isn't Garen a normal jungler? Why did you build magic penetration then? Zhang Yang was almost crying, while Du Heng, who was peacefully farming on top lane, twitched. The two idiots at home were causing chaos, and the enemies focused all their firepower on mid lane. It was like they were playing a table of mahjong in the mid lane. Because of that, Du Heng's Nasus was stacking his siphoning strikes like crazy. The enemy Riven was also running around a mid and bot to get kills. Only he was alone in the top lane, which he was more than happy with, so he was farming calmly. He glanced at the score. Holy crap, Zhang Yang's Yasuo was 0-11-1, and Han Lei's Garen was 1-12-1. They were a match made in heaven. That's right, Du Heng eventually fell victim to the rule of things that seem good. He couldn't resist. What else could he do after Zhang Yang hugged his leg and wouldn't let go? And a lot of people at the barbecue place saw it, and Du Heng felt like the gazes he was getting were a little off. So here he was. He hadn't pulled an all-nighter before anyway, so he could see what it was like. The internet cafe outside the school was pretty decent. He listened to Zhang Yang's advice and didn't go to the private rooms. Instead, they played in the main area. The place was packed, and they were seated apart from each other. Du Hong was sitting alone in a row, and Zhang Yang and Han Lei were sitting together. They lost this game again. Even though Du Heng's Nasus could take on 5 people, it wasn't enough. He was only one person, and he couldn't guard all 3 lanes. The enemy took all the resources in the jungle and pushed the base with a Wind Dragon Soul and Baron buff. There was no stopping it. After finishing the game, he looked at the stats. His damage was at 100,000, but the Rise and Garen combined still didn't have more damage than the enemy support, Titan. It was unbelievable. Brother Du, I've got a feel for this game. Let's do another one. Next game, I'll go support jungle with an AD build. We'll definitely win. He silently opened the single-player game menu, looked around for a while, and then opened Need for Speed 14. Brother Du, why are you playing by yourself? Take me with you. Take you? Du Heng's mouth twitched. I really want to beat you to death right now. His phone screen lit up, and he saw that it was a video call request from Hui Yuxuan. Du Heng didn't hesitate and answered directly. He saw Hui Yuxuan wearing pajamas and a facial mask. Hong, where are you? At an internet cafe. It's almost 11. Aren't you going back to the dorm? I'm pulling an all-nighter with my roommates. Okay. Am I interrupting your game? No, you're not interrupting at all. What are you talking about? My baby is the most important thing. He was being sarcastic, but Hui Yuxuan had a face mask on, so he couldn't see if her face was blushing. The night scene in Modu is so beautiful. Do you want to see? Sure. Hui Yuxuan smiled and ran from the hotel bed to the floor-to-ceiling window, changing the camera to show the scenery outside. Hong, look. The Oriental Pearl Tower, the Shanghai World Financial Center, the Jinmao Tower, and the Shanghai Tower. What do you think? Is it pretty? Du Heng smiled and nodded. Even though Hui Yuxuan could see him, even though he had seen these night scenes and pictures countless times, it was the first time he was seeing them from this perspective, with a crisp voice introducing each building, occasionally pointing with a little finger to say a few words. The camera turned back, and Hui Yuxuan appeared in the frame again. She had removed her mask, her face glowing. Her eyes were full of happiness. A guy sitting next to Du Heng finished a game and was about to drink some water to refresh himself. He glanced at Du Heng's computer. Du Heng was video chatting with Hui Yuxuan using his computer because the phone screen was too small. But the guy was completely stunned. She was even prettier than his carefully chosen desktop wallpaper, especially under the light in the hotel room. Hui Yuxuan, who had just taken off her mask, her hair slightly messy, with that sweet smile on her face, was beating his heart like crazy. I'm going to sleep early. I have the conference tomorrow morning. After that, I'm going to go back to Jinqing in the afternoon. Hong, you can play your game now. Okay, good night. Good night. After hanging up the video, Du Heng smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, a cigarette appeared in front of him. He looked up and saw the guy beside him was smiling at him. Hey man, you want to smoke? Du Heng waved his hand. No thanks. He thought the guy was going to smoke, but since Du Heng didn't, he was too embarrassed to smoke. Instead, he took a drink to clear his throat and then asked somewhat awkwardly, Was that your girlfriend just now? Yes, why? Your girlfriend is really beautiful. The guy smiled and gave a thumbs up. You have a great eye, man. My name is Tang Yao, and I'm a junior. You must be from Jinqing University, too. Du Heng, yes, I'm a freshman. I should call you a senior. Tang Yao scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassed, Junior, can you ask your girlfriend if she has any single friends? I also want to find a girlfriend. Du Heng raised an eyebrow, looked at Tang Yao, who seemed serious, and laughed. My girlfriend is a sophomore. One of her roommates was single, but now she's with one of my roommates. I don't know about the other two, but I think if you want to find a girlfriend, why don't you start looking around the people around you? Tang Yao gave a wry smile. Freshmen are too simple, and sophomores are busy studying. I wanted to join the army, but I didn't end up going, so I haven't found anyone until now. Then why are you suddenly trying to find a girlfriend? Seeing you and your girlfriend so sweet, I suddenly think that having a girlfriend must be a happy thing. No, you might just be thinking too much. Chapter 145. Are you a lucky koi master? Tang Yao eventually shook his head, not asking Du Heng to help ask Hui Yuxuan. If you're prepared to always respond to her messages, to give in and coax her even when you're right, and even when you're in the wrong, to coax her every 3 days or so, and make a big fuss of her every 5 days, then I think your idea of finding a girlfriend is okay. Huh? Why does it feel like you're describing a girlfriend as a prehistoric monster? Is that how it is with you and your girlfriend? No, my girlfriend has a very good temper. We've never even argued, and we don't even have disagreements. Then I just need to find a girlfriend with a good temper and compatible values, right? Du-hung shook his head with a smile. If it were as simple as Tang Yao described, he wouldn't have waited until college to get a girlfriend. With his conditions, there were countless wealthy, obedient girls around him, but he hadn't taken a liking to any of them. It's difficult. Actually, if you're very confident in your personality, you can try to find someone a bit more assertive because those girls are soft on the inside and are easy to coax. Small surprises can make them happy for a long time. Tang Yao fell into contemplation, and after a long time, he smiled and nodded. Thanks, Junior. You're playing Need for Speed? Why come to the internet cafe and not play online games? Why not play single-player games in the dorm? Du-hung gave a helpless wry smile. Yes, if it was for single-player games, why not play in the dorm? Wasn't it all because of those two drags? Just then, someone patted him on the shoulder. The seat to his left became vacant, and someone sat down. It turned out to be Wang Chong. Brother Du, I'm here. How did you get here? How did you know we were here? Yangzi mentioned you in the group and asked me to come over. Du-hung nodded. Did you have dinner? Yeah, I had a buffet hot pot with Meow Meow at the mall. I took her back to school after the movie before coming here. So you came with your roommate. I thought you came alone. Tang Yao chuckled when he saw Wang Chong. Yeah, there are 2 others over there. We didn't get seats together, so we're sitting separately. Let's play some games together. I'm Platinum rank in Server 1. I can carry you. Wang Chong opened his computer, entered his ID number, and got to the desktop. He laughed when he heard this. Count me in. I'm also Platinum. Sure, let's play together. I'm alone anyway. Are you in Server 1? Yeah, Du-hung is in Server 1 too, but he's Diamond rank. Now that they had said this, Du-hung also felt that playing single-player games wasn't very interesting. Why else would you pull an all-nighter at an internet cafe if not to play together? Hanlei created a room, pulled Du-hung into it, and then asked Tang Yao, "What's your ID? I'll add you as a friend. Tonight, we're going to gank Old Moo." Did Old Moo offend you? After adding him as a friend, they dragged Tang Yao in, and Wang Chong pulled in Zhang Yang and Han Lei, who had just finished a game. However, because their ranks were bronze and silver, they couldn't play ranked, so they could only play Aram. When they entered the waiting interface, Tang Yao looked at his team's lineup and noticed Du-hung's ID, and was stunned. The ID looked very familiar, or rather, super familiar. After checking a few more times, he was so excited he almost jumped up. Holy crap! It's the Lucky Koi Master. Oh? This barrage of voices almost made Zhang Yang, who was secretly watching a movie with Han Lei, shrink back into his shell. What Lucky Koi Master? Who is it? To his surprise, Tang Yao was staring excitedly at Du-hung, and everything seemed to add up. Yes, it's you. A freshman. Said you got a girlfriend in a previous video. The voice is very similar, and the ID is a match. It's you. You're the Lucky Koi Master. Du-hung rubbed his nose. Had he run into a fan? If you're talking about the September Lucky Koi, then it's me. What's up? Haha, you're my idol. Your video updates are too slow recently. It takes so long for you to release an episode. The brothers are getting gray hair waiting. I was just watching other videos, and they were boring, so I came to pull an all-nighter. Alright, senior, it's not a big deal. The game is about to start. Haha, I actually get to play and have a game with the Lucky Koi Master. Unbelievable. When are you releasing your next video? I want to be the first to comment, and I'm going to tell them that I played games with you. Du-hung shook his head with a smile. The reason he didn't show his face in his videos was because he was afraid of things like this happening. Originally, he needed to keep a low profile because of his wealth. Who would have thought that making videos would give him 5 million fans? Oh, 5.5 million now. He had become a somewhat famous up-and-comer on the website. Just then, the game started. Tang Yao was surprised to find that their team had 2 unusual players. The Easy took a dagger at the start, and the Blitzcrank went with full-price boots. Your friend is definitely up to something. That starting build is just out of this world. Then, when the first fight broke out, Zhang Yang's earth-shattering roar came through the headset. Holy crap! I ran out of mana. Why am I out of mana? It was full before the fight. Tang Yao fell into contemplation. After a while, he said in voice chat, the level 3 mana isn't enough. You brought a dagger, and you didn't buy a tear. You're definitely going to run out of mana. However, Tang Yao was ultimately mistaken. After 5 minutes, the Easy had died 6 times, and the Blitzcrank only hooked the enemies and then ran away. His hooks were accurate, but he couldn't secure a kill. Finally, after remembering to check the ranks, Tang Yao discovered that one of their teammates was silver and the other was bronze, and that bronze was the Easy. Damn it, I thought you were a god, but it turns out you're bronze? The master is amazing. They won the game in the end. Du Heng's Twitch was going crazy, flicking his attacks all over the place. His Kha'Zix was there too. Finish them off and protect him. So the two of them made the 5 enemies retreat. Finally, they pushed the base to take the win. Watching the enemy base explode, Tang Yao took off his headset and grinned. The master is amazing. That attack move is definitely pro level. Du Heng smiled and shook his head. I'm not that good. Otherwise, I wouldn't be just diamond rank. Do you guys want anything to drink? I'll go buy it. Brother Du, get me a Coke. I want a royal milk tea. Damn it. Then I want a royal milk tea too. Tang Yao was a bit embarrassed at first. When he heard this, he chuckled. Then please get me an iced black tea. Okay. Chapter 146. Is Yangzi going to buy a car? What is pulling an all-nighter? It's going crazy in the first half and getting drowsy in the second. Of course, that didn't include those who were excited all night. Tang Yao, who was sitting next to Du Heng, was one of them. He didn't look sleepy at all. His eyes were shining, and he was playing as if he were diamond rank. By 2 or 3 in the morning, Du Heng found that his face was sticky and oily, his eyes were dry and swollen, and his stomach was always rumbling for no reason. He went to the counter and got some instant noodles, along with a few large cups of tea, and went back to his seat. Soon the noodles were delivered, the smell stimulating their taste buds and nostrils. It was irresistible, and people nearby couldn't sit still. It was too fragrant, and everyone was hungry. So, influenced by Du Heng, everyone in the nearby rows ordered instant noodles. The smell filled the air, making sleepy people energized. The sounds of slurping filled the air. After finishing a bowl of noodles, he took a sip of hot tea, burped, and let out a long sigh. He felt an extreme sense of comfort. All right, it wasn't Du Heng's first time pulling an all-nighter, but it was definitely his first time since high school. Although he was practically brought to tears by Zhang, Yang, and Hanlei, he felt at ease. It was that sense of freedom, and that sense of not having to worry about going to class the next day and not being able to sleep late. 3 o'clock in the morning seemed to be the watershed. The internet cafe became quiet. Many people were lying on the tables or leaning on their chairs, all sleeping in strange positions. Du Heng couldn't hold on for much longer. Tang Yao had already passed out on the table, and there was no more noise in the headset. Only the soothing melody of the game background music remained. Gradually, he fell asleep too, leaning back in his chair. His whole body was uncomfortable, and no matter how he adjusted, it still wasn't right. And the air conditioning made him feel a bit cold. He didn't know how long he'd slept for. In a daze, he heard people moving around behind him. He opened his eyes, which felt as heavy as lead. His head was hurting, and he felt groggy. Squinting, he looked behind him. People were standing up, pulling their chairs, shutting down their computers, and leaving. When he looked again, he could see sunlight outside. He glanced at the time, and wow, it was almost 7 o'clock. His stomach was rumbling constantly, and Du Heng couldn't tell if he was hungry or if his stomach was just upset. Or maybe both. But he was definitely sleepy. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, he took a deep breath, stretched, and moved his stiff limbs. He looked at Tang Yao, who had already left at some point, thought for a bit, and then pushed Wang Chong, who was still asleep. Chong, wake up. Let's go back to sleep. Wang Chong opened his eyes in a daze. He raised his head and glanced at Du Heng, his face showing several red marks. What time is it? Almost 7. Let's go back to the dorm and sleep. It's not comfortable to sleep here. Okay. Taking a deep breath, Wang Chong rubbed his face, looked at the computer screensaver with bloodshot eyes, and reached out to turn off the computer. He stood up, his chair making a loud noise behind him, but he didn't care because at this hour, every sound in the internet cafe was like that. It took him a long time to wake Yangzi. Hanlei woke up on his own. He had already stood up and was stretching his legs. He had fallen asleep the earliest last night. As they walked out of the internet cafe, they realized that the morning breeze was a bit cold. They rubbed their arms and hurried toward the west gate of the school. On the way, Du Heng's phone vibrated suddenly. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Hua Yuxuan. Remember to wash your face with hot water before going back to the dorm to sleep. Otherwise, you'll get pimples. Also, don't go to bed hungry. Have some breakfast before sleeping. And don't eat anything too spicy. Moi. You were in my dreams all night. Looking at Hua Yuxuan's message, even though his head was still groggy, the corners of Du Heng's mouth still curled up. Got it. I'll check your homework when you get back, my love. He didn't send another message. It was 7 a.m. on a Sunday, and there were very few people on campus. Everything was very quiet. Apart from the sun diligently shining down on the ground, all that could be heard was the sound of the cleaning ladies sweeping fallen leaves. As Hua Yuxuan had suggested, Du Heng first took those who were too tired to walk properly to the cafeteria for breakfast. Then, they went back to the dorm and used hot water and facial wash to clean their faces. Then he felt comfortable and drew the curtains before lying on his bed, quickly falling asleep. He woke up at 12 p.m. People were running by in the hallways, and there were people shouting in the corridors. The noise was like thunder, successfully waking Du Heng up. He glanced at the time, but didn't get up immediately. Instead, he picked up his phone and ordered 4 takeaways. After rubbing his eyes and temples, he slowly sat up. He felt a slight pain on his nose, and when he touched it, he realized that he had gotten a pimple, and it seemed pretty big too. When he looked at his nose, he could see the bump clearly. He shook his head with a wry smile. With one final push, he got out of bed, got dressed, washed up, and sat at his desk. Perhaps he'd been too loud, because Hanlei and Wang Cheng woke up one after another. Wang Cheng immediately got out of bed to get dressed and wash up. Hanlei was lying in bed, watching dramas on his phone. That guy was beyond saving. Wang Cheng left after washing up. Judging by his hurried manner, he must have gone to find his meow meow. That reminded Du Heng that he had ordered an extra takeaway, but he didn't care. Since he had some time, he would prepare some more video material. Otherwise, his fans would be very impatient. The driving school coach had already registered them for their final exam at the end of the month. All of them had prepared to some degree. The final exam wasn't too difficult, just a bit of practice and they would all pass. Just as Du Heng was getting ready to make a video, he received a call from Hu Ling. He glanced at Zhang Yang, who was still sleeping like a log. After hesitating for a moment, he answered the phone and walked to Zhang Yang's bed. You can call him yourself? Yangzi, you're not answering my phone. Do you want to die? Huh? I didn't. Don't say nonsense. We were supposed to go look at cars today, and I called you several times, but you didn't answer. What are you doing? Are you still sleeping? Yes. I'll get up now. Ling Ling, wait for me. Hurry up. I'm already outside your dorm building. Okay. I'll be there now. After hanging up, Zhang Yang almost cried. He reluctantly got out of bed. The bright red underwear he was wearing was extremely eye-catching, especially since the guy's legs were so hairy. Enough said. Ugh. Chapter 147. Candlelit dinner? Zhang Yang had left, rushing out in a flurry. Only Du Heng and Hanlei, who was still watching dramas, remained in the dorm. Aren't you going to the library? Hanlei was a bit conflicted and hesitated for a moment before laughing awkwardly. I'll go after I finish this episode. After that, I'll eat lunch and then go. The takeaway arrived. After finishing the takeaway, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Du Heng looked at Hanlei, who had opened his book but was still watching a drama on his computer, and shook his head helplessly. You can never wake a person who is pretending to be asleep. Du Heng didn't know who Hanlei was trying to deceive. He was already having serious doubts about Hanlei's ability to successfully pass the postgraduate entrance exam. If Hanlei had been 90% certain that he could pass the exam, now it was less than 50%, and the longer he stayed in this state, the harder it would be to change. Du Heng could only do his duty as a roommate and try to persuade him. Now that Hanlei had put the book in front of him, Du Heng couldn't say anything else. Saying too much might cause Hanlei to become annoyed, and they might end up turning against each other. Sometimes, relationships between people are like this. I just want some comfort. But why do you keep nagging? What business is it of yours? He glanced at the time, and after thinking for a while, he sent a message to Hua Yuxuan. Yuxuan, do you need me to pick you up at the airport? He didn't receive a reply. He figured that Hua Yuxuan was probably still on the plane. He stretched, rubbed his temples, and got up to do some stretching exercises. He took a few deep breaths. The pimple on his nose was still slightly sore. Du-hung decided that he would never pull an all-nighter again. Since he had some time, he would make some more video material. If his fans knew that their up-and-coming video creator was so diligent, he wondered what they would think. Just as he was about to edit the footage, his phone screen lit up. Hua Yuxuan had replied, "Just got off the plane. Don't need to come pick me up. The school bus is here." "Okay, are you going to school or to the Vank residence?" "Going to Vank. I'm so tired. I want to rest." "Okay." He put down his phone and looked at the software that he had just opened. After thinking it over, he clicked to close it and then shut down his computer. He decided to go to the Vank residence to wait for her. As for whether his lack of updates would cause discontent among his fans, he was just an up-and-coming creator. Wasn't skipping uploads normal? Half an hour later, Vank Phase 1. "Yuxuan, you haven't done homework for several days. Do you need to make it up?" But I'm so tired. Can I sleep first?" Looking at Hua Yuxuan's tired face, Du-hung noticed a sly glint in her eyes. "Then before we sleep, should you take a bath?" Hua Yuxuan gave a beautiful eye roll and nodded. She went straight to the bathroom, turned on the water, and started her bath. Du-hung was also straightforward. He ran to the bedroom, got his equipment from the bedside table, and stormed onto the battlefield. There was a poem that you must have heard of. Some of the lines from the Peach Blossom Spring were very reasonable. It was also suitable for this situation. There was also another saying, "A brief separation is better than a honeymoon." So, they became unstoppable. Before they knew it, the sky had already turned dark. Hua Yuxuan was asleep, her breath was steady, and her sleeping posture was extremely cute. Du-hung was leaning against the headboard, looking out at the lights flashing in the tall buildings across the street, a smug smile on his lips. He recalled the scene from before, and the corners of his mouth spread open on their own. Hua Yuxuan had missed him too, which had only made his fighting power increase by a level. He glanced at the time. It was already past 6 p.m. The bath had really taken a long time. His stomach was hungry, and Hua Yuxuan was even more so. He quietly got out of bed, careful not to wake Hua Yuxuan. He walked out of the bedroom, closed the door behind him, turned on the living room lights, and walked into the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator and looked at the contents, then started thinking about what to make for dinner. Making dinner every so often and eating together was better for their relationship than ordering takeaway. This was what Du-hung had realized. It could be either Hua Yuxuan cooking or him, but today Hua Yuxuan was very tired, so he would take charge. There was no meat in the refrigerator, only some ribs that had been frozen for a few days. He thought for a while, then put on his clothes and shoes and left. He was going to go to the supermarket near the entrance to buy some fresh meat and vegetables to make a delicious dinner. But what Du-hung didn't know was that just as he closed the door, Hua Yuxuan slowly opened her eyes in bed. In the darkness, her watery eyes were filled with love, and a smile played on her lips. It was a sweet happiness. She didn't get up. She was giving dinner to Du-hung. She closed her eyes again and quickly drifted back to sleep. Sizzle. As the briefly marinated chicken wings were put into the pan, the hot oil with the fragrance of garlic cloves instantly boiled. The smell of meat filled the air. After a few flips, the surface of the chicken wings became golden. He poured in the Coke, covered the lid, and waited quietly. A dozen minutes later, he sprinkled some chopped scallions on top, and a delicious Coke chicken wing was done. As he placed it on the table, there were already 3 dishes and a large bowl of tomato egg drop soup. The smell of the braised ribs in the pressure cooker wafted over, making people unconsciously swallow. He took out 2 candles and lit them, placing them on either side of the table. He took out a bottle of decanted red wine, opened the cork, and placed it on the side. After doing everything, he took off his apron, washed his hands, and turned off the living room lights. He walked towards the bedroom door using the dim candlelight and gently twisted the handle, entering the bedroom. The bedroom was still so quiet. Hua Yuxuan had changed her sleeping position and was murmuring from time to time. She still had a faint smile on her face, and he wondered what she was dreaming about. He didn't turn on the lights. That would hurt Hua Yuxuan's eyes, even if they were closed. The candlelight from the living room didn't reach into the bedroom. Luckily, the moon was good tonight, and Du Hong could barely make out the situation in the bedroom. He went to the bed and squatted down. "Baby, wake up." Wake up, dinner is ready." Hui Yuxuan pouted her lips, her eyes squinting. She looked at Du Hong by the moonlight and then giggled as she hugged Du Heng's neck. "Ah Hong, I love you so much. What should I do?" Smelling Hui Yuxuan's fragrance and hearing Hui Yuxuan's slightly playful words, Du Heng's mouth curled up. He put his arms around her neck and sat up at the edge of the bed, letting Hui Yuxuan lean on his lap. "If you love me, then eat more in a bit. I made something delicious for you." Okay. Hui Yuxuan hugged Du Heng's neck and happily laughed. The atmosphere in the room was very warm, just like always. He brought Hui Yuxuan to the living room. When Hui Yuxuan saw the scene on the table, she covered her mouth and giggled. "Ah Hong even made a candlelit dinner. Do you want to drink red wine?" Du Hong smiled and nodded, hugging Hui Yuxuan tightly around her waist and whispering in her ear. "Wine will help." This time, Hui Yuxuan wasn't shy. Maybe the candlelight had made her bolder. "Come, try my cooking." "Okay." Chapter 148. Running into Trouble. "Is it good?" "It's delicious. Ah Hong is still such a good cook." Du Hong nodded with a smile. "If you like it, then eat more." "Okay." Hui Yuxuan happily picked up a chicken wing with her hand and started eating it. Her mouth was covered in sauce, which made her look extremely cute in the dim candlelight. Du Hong drank some tomato egg drop soup and let out a sigh of satisfaction. "How was the academic conference?" Hui Yuxuan shook her head. "Not very good. It was the same as last time. Some old scholars were making speeches on the stage, and Grandpa was also invited to give a speech. However, they were all saying some trivial things. Didn't any younger people make a speech?" "No, the situation is like this in China. The older generation won't waste time listening to some younger person making a long speech unless he has really made a significant contribution to academic progress." Du Hong nodded. It was similar to meeting with capitalists. Whoever had money or ability had the right to speak. The ones without money or ability would sit below and listen quietly. He was used to it. "How was your all-nighter last night, Ah Hong? You even got a pimple on your nose. Did you not wash your face with hot water like I told you to?" "I did, and I used face wash, but maybe I washed too late, so it didn't have any effect." Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and giggled. Her eyes narrowed into crescents. They were very bright in the dim environment. "Then will Ah Hong go out with your roommates to pull an all-nighter again next time?" Du Hong shrugged helplessly. "That depends on whether you have to go out of town again. I have my final driving exam the day after tomorrow. Once I get my license, I'm going to drive Ah Hong out for a spin." "Okay." Time flew by, and it was now Wednesday afternoon. Hui Yuxuan had just obtained her driver's license and was extremely excited. She grabbed Du Heng's hand and sat in the driver's seat of the Porsche. The extremely attractive Porsche 911 attracted the attention of many people just by being parked there, especially when they saw that the driver was a super beauty. Wait, a female driver? And with a temporary license plate. Crap. Quick, let's get away. Those practicing nearby all quickly moved far away. They went up the slope and stopped there, not daring to go near. Female drivers were that terrifying. Not to mention she was a new female driver. It was impossible for Du Hong not to be worried. Driving in practice was completely different from actual driving. Although automatic was easy, reaction and operation were the most important. Anyone could turn the steering wheel, but adapting to any situation was the measure of someone's skill. "Yuxuan, why don't we practice in a more remote, open area first? What do you think?" "Is Ah Hong afraid that I won't drive well?" Du Hong rubbed his nose and wanted to lie, but he found that he didn't seem to be able to lie because it was too dangerous. He could only nod with a wry smile. "Yes. After all, you've never driven this car before. Although you've tried the Night 15, this car is a completely different experience. Relax, I'll drive slowly. If there are cars to overtake or people coming at us, I'll just stop. Is that okay?" After considering for a few seconds, Du Hong nodded. "Okay." It must be said that Hui Yuxuan was very talented. Even though this was her first time driving a Porsche, and it was the first day she had her license, she was able to handle most situations. Du Hong didn't actually have her pull over to the side. They simply got on the main road and joined the traffic flow. The automatic transmission was indeed easy to drive. The starts and stops were smooth, but the black BMW behind them kept honking like crazy. He didn't know what their intention was. Usually, when people encountered a car with a trainee license plate, they would move away. You couldn't rush someone starting at an intersection because if they became panicked, they might stall the car and make things slower. So usually, when people encountered this situation, they would either go around or wait patiently. But the BMW behind them seemed to be doing it on purpose. It was honking frantically, following behind them for 2 intersections. Hui Yuxuan was so irritated by the car behind that she almost ran a red light. Du Heng frowned. Hui Yuxuan slammed on the brakes, stopping 3 or 4 meters away from the car in front. Her heart was pounding, and her little hands started to tremble slightly. Wait a second, pull over to the side and let the car behind pass. Okay. The light turned green. The car in front started, and Hui Yuxuan slowly started to move. She passed through the intersection amid the constant honking from the BMW behind her, then pulled over. She thought it was over, but the black BMW also pulled in front of the Porsche and stopped, not seeing anyone get out. It just stopped there, as if it was waiting for something. Du Heng glanced at the dashcam. The license plate number of the car in front was recorded. He thought for a while and then picked up his phone. They stopped. Let's go. Okay. Hui Yuxuan calmed down a little, turned on her left turn signal, and pulled back into the intersection. She was waiting for the light to turn green, but in a few seconds, the horn started honking behind her. Du Heng saw in the rearview mirror that it was still the same car. He was successfully angered. The Porsche had dash cams in both the front and rear, so the actions of the BMW had been clearly recorded. Heng, what does that car want? Du Heng shook his head. You just pull over, and I'll handle the rest. Just stay in the car for a while, okay? Okay, but Heng, don't get into a fight. Okay. After passing through the intersection, she pulled the car over to the side. The black BMW pulled in front of them again and stopped. They seemed to be saying, if you've got the guts, come and ram into me. If you don't, just wait here. Lock the door after I get out. Without waiting for Hui Yuxuan to agree, he opened the door, got out of the car, and walked towards the car in front along the curb. Knock, knock, knock. Du Heng knocked on the passenger window of the BMW. After a few seconds, the window rolled down and a blast of cigarette smoke came out. Du Heng saw that there were 6 people in the car, all wearing black clothes, and with different colored hair. Some had blue tattoos on their necks. They were just some young people trying to cause trouble by using their numbers. Du Heng had already turned on the recording function. He glanced at the men in the passenger and driver's seats, whose expressions were full of provocation and impatience, and said in a low voice, "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? I don't even know what you're talking about." Haha, this person is so funny. He comes over and knocks on our window and asks what we mean. Did we do anything to you? Du Heng frowned. He saw a girl chewing gum in the back seat, filming him with her phone. He glanced at her, then nodded, took out his phone, took a picture of the inside of their car, and then went around the car to take a picture of their license plate. He didn't try to provoke them anymore. Instead, he dialed 110, intending to report the overloaded car to the police. Perhaps they realized what he was about to do. The BMW doors opened, and all 6 people got out of the car, surrounding Du Heng. Chapter 149. Comparing backgrounds? What are you doing, bro? Why are you taking pictures of our car? Let's take his phone. We have more people. He won't dare do anything. Before he had finished speaking, a motorcycle with flashing police lights stopped between the 2 cars, and a police officer came over. Are these 2 cars yours? Yeah. What's the matter? The BMW driver asked nonchalantly, staring at the police officer with a swaggering attitude. Seeing the police officer arrive, Du Heng was spared the trouble of waiting on the phone. He stood up and looked at the police officer with a smile. The car behind me is my girlfriend's, and the car in front belongs to them. The police officer nodded. You can't park here. Don't you see the no parking sign over there? We saw it, but we had no choice but to stop. What do you mean? Is there a reason to park? Du Heng pointed at the people in front who were acting so confidently. This is my girlfriend's first time driving today, and these people were honking and speeding up behind us the whole time. We pulled over at the last intersection to let them pass, but they also stopped. It was the same at this intersection. I was just about to call the police when you arrived. The police officer frowned and looked at the others, asking loudly, "Is what he's saying true?" The BMW driver chuckled coldly. "Anyone can say what they want. I can also say that you were blocking our way." The police officer looked at Du-hung. "Is there any way to prove that what you said is true?" "Yes, there's a dashcam in the car, both front and back." "Okay, let's take a look." A few minutes later, the police officer walked towards the group with a cold expression. "I'll give you two options. 1. Get out of here. 2. I'll give you a ticket for illegally parking." The BMW driver laughed as if he had heard something very funny. He pointed at the police officer and yelled, "Who the hell are you? You dare say I'm illegally parked? I can get you fired with just one phone call. Do you believe me?" The police officer was stunned for a moment. Then, without saying anything else, he picked up his walkie-talkie and started calling for backup. The BMW driver remained confident, crossed his arms, and tapped his leg, acting as if he were better than everyone else. The others also looked on with cold eyes. Some curious onlookers passing by stopped and watched from a distance. Du-hung guessed that this man probably had some background at home, which was why he was acting so arrogant. After thinking about it, he called one of the secretaries working under his grandfather. "Call whoever you want. See if you can prove I'm illegally parked." Soon, a few more police officers arrived. After briefly asking about the situation, they understood the cause of the incident. The police officers began to enforce the law, but the BMW gang refused to cooperate. The driver even yelled, took out his phone, and made a phone call. "Hey, brother-in-law, it's me. I'm being held up by some police officers on Times Road. They want to take my car and check my license." "Okay, I'll wait for you to come." After hanging up the phone, the BMW driver looked at the police officers with a sneer. "I'll give you a chance. Apologize to me now. When my brother-in-law arrives, I won't make this into a big deal. Otherwise, humph." The police officers exchanged glances. They didn't know what the BMW driver was playing at. However, they had heard of many people who used their background to act arrogantly. They just didn't expect that they would encounter one themselves. After a while, a black government car stopped by the side of the road. A man with glasses and a slicked-back hairstyle walked over, wearing shiny leather shoes. "Brother-in-law!" The BMW driver shouted excitedly, then looked at the police officers and Du-hung with schadenfreude. "What's going on? They want to take my car." "What happened?" the man asked the police officers, his tone rude and dismissive. After the police officers explained the situation, the man glanced at the BMW driver and laughed. "My little brother-in-law is right. Why don't you say that they were blocking his car? Do you think that his car is expensive so you're afraid to provoke him?" As he spoke, the man directly revealed his identity. "I'm the secretary of the deputy mayor. I'll file a complaint to your superiors about what happened today, so we can see if your enforcement of the law is up to code." The police officers exchanged glances. They hadn't expected things to develop this way. They thought that it was just a small dispute that would be easily resolved. But now that they had encountered someone unreasonable, they didn't have the authority. If things were investigated thoroughly, it would cause a lot of trouble for them. They might even become scapegoats. The man looked at the frightened police officers, bypassed them, and came to the Porsche. The windows were tinted, so he couldn't see inside the car. He knocked on the driver's side window, signaling for her to roll it down. Hui Yuxuan glanced at Du-hung, and he nodded. The window came down, and the man's eyes lit up when he saw Hui Yuxuan's face. His eyes darted about, and he began to smile. "I didn't expect you to be a beauty. So, tell me, how do you want to settle this?" Du-hung frowned. The recording on his phone was still on. "What do you want?" The man glanced at Du-hung and laughed. "I'm not going to make things difficult for you. My brother-in-law has been delayed for so long. Shouldn't you pay him for lost time?" He took the bait. Du-hung pretended to be angry. "You were the one who was at fault first." Hey. You can't go around making things up. What do you mean, we were at fault first? My brother-in-law was just driving normally, and you were blocking him. Did you expect him not to honk and just ram your car instead? You. All right, stop with the nonsense. I'm the secretary of the deputy mayor. My name is Chang Yao. If you pay me $1 million or 2 today, this matter can be resolved. Anyway, you can afford a Porsche 911, so this amount of money shouldn't be a big deal. Our money is ours. Why should we give it to you? Hey, I don't understand how you're talking. I already told you that you were delaying my brother-in-law's time. He earns several thousand every minute. It's not unreasonable to ask for $1 million or $2 million. Du Hong was successfully amused. He nodded. It's not unreasonable. I just don't know if we should transfer the money to you or to your little brother-in-law. The man's eyes lit up and he laughed. Just transfer it to my card. So, this will resolve the situation? Of course not. Then, what else do you want? It's simple. We would like to invite this beautiful lady to dinner, and we can go sing some karaoke together tonight. Don't worry, it's on me. Is that so? Du Heng's eyebrows furrowed tightly. The way he looked at the man was filled with coldness. Then, I'll have to check what other stupid things you've done before. The man was stunned. He and the others in the BMW exchanged glances, then burst out laughing. Check me? Who do you think you are? I'm the secretary of the deputy mayor. You can check me? Just then, several black cars quickly arrived, surrounding the 3 cars. Police cars led the way, completely blocking the road. From the car in the middle, a man stepped out. With a group of people in tow, he quickly walked toward the Porsche. Since you're asking me who I am, and you want to compare backgrounds, then come at me. Chapter 150. Using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Uncle Jiang, you're here? Du Hong walked straight to the leading man, who was walking quickly with a stern face. When the man saw Du Hong, his eyes lit up and he smiled happily. It's Xiao Hong. Look at you. If you have a problem, just give me a call. You don't have to trouble the provincial office to notify me. Chang Yaowen slumped to the ground, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He was trembling and staring incredulously at Du Hong and the mayor, who seemed to be old friends. The mayor also had his superiors and his superior's superior behind him. And the eyes of these people, when they looked at this young man, contained some kind of obsequious meaning? Gulp. He swallowed hard. The BMW driver, who had been so arrogant, was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't dreaming, then his legs went weak, and he also fell to the ground. Bro. Brother-in-law, he seems to be the mayor. I know. Of course I know. Of course I know. Chang Yaowen's eyes turned red. Suddenly realizing what was going on, he hugged Du Heng's leg while everyone watched in shock. He started crying, snot and tears running down his face, and admitted his mistakes. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. The mayor frowned as he looked at the man hugging Du Heng's leg. He felt that he looked familiar. The deputy mayor standing behind him was sweating profusely. He took a step forward and whispered Chang Yaowen's identity and was met with a heavy grunt from the mayor. Xiao Hong, is this the blind fool who offended you? Du Hong kicked Chang Yaowen away. He slumped on the ground, not daring to get up. The BMW gang were all in a state of panic, lowering their heads, not daring to look at them. Actually, I didn't want to cause so much trouble. After all, I'm a law-abiding citizen. But this guy's brain isn't working right. My girlfriend was driving for the first time, and he didn't even see the trainee sign behind the car. He just kept honking. He followed us like that for several intersections. I have a recording. Do you want to hear it, Uncle Jiang? The mayor nodded, and Du Hong played the recording from earlier. The more he listened, the angrier the mayor became. Good. We have pests like this in our city. They use their position for personal gain and want to invite young women out for karaoke? That's great. You've got a lot of nerve. Don't get angry, Uncle Jiang. I think we should investigate his past. I think he must have done similar things before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so experienced. Also, there are those people in the car. I'll ignore the fact that it's overloaded. I suspect that some of them are doing drugs. You can do blood and urine tests. The mayor nodded and glanced behind him. Someone immediately understood and waved his hand. Someone came forward to grab the BMW gang. The men all lost their courage. Du Hong was right. They were doing drugs. Although they hadn't used today, the test would be able to detect it. They were all taken away. Du Hong waved at Hui Yuxuan, who was still sitting in the driver's seat. She understood, got out of the car, and walked over. Yuxuan, this is Uncle Jiang. Hello, Uncle Jiang. Hello. Uncle Jiang smiled happily. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were obvious. You're the girl who's getting engaged to Xiao Hong, right? Yes. Uncle Jiang turned to the deputy mayor standing behind him and laughed. See, This is the future granddaughter-in-law of Director Du, and your wife is going to be her matchmaker. The deputy mayor smiled bashfully and nodded at Hui Yuxuan. Uncle Jiang, now that everything is handled, we won't stay any longer. We also don't want to take up any more of your time. We should get going now. Go on. Tell Director Du that if I have some time, I will bring some fine wine over to ask for advice. Okay, Uncle Jiang, I will. After saying goodbye to Uncle Jiang and his group, Hui Yuxuan slowly stepped on the accelerator, and the Porsche drove away from the blockade, merging into the traffic flow and slowly disappearing from sight. The rest was left for the people here to deal with. Du Hong trusted that they would take care of it. Ah Hong, wasn't it a bit much to call the mayor over for such a small matter? Du Hong nodded and shook his head helplessly. I can't help it. All my family's connections are at the top. If I called grandfather directly, then that would really be using a cannon to kill a mosquito. What will happen to those guys? Originally, it was just a small dispute. They would have been fine if they just apologized. But they wanted to take advantage of us and try to take advantage of you. So I had nothing to hold back anymore. If you are upright, you don't have to fear the shadows, and none of them are good people. Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly. Although she was a little scared, Du Heng's handling of the situation was fine. He wasn't like the BMW driver, who relied on his family background to try and be unreasonable. He also knew to record and keep evidence. Everything he did had reason and evidence, and then he revealed his background, which made them feel completely humiliated. Without the BMW's harassment, Hui Yuxuan drove smoothly for a bit before returning to the Vank residence. Actually, the driving school was very close to here. A journey that would have taken a few minutes ended up taking a lot longer because they went for a spin and then ran into people trying to cause trouble. After getting out of the car, Du Hong came to the back of the Porsche and began to think as he touched his chin. What are you thinking about, Ah Hong? I'm thinking about what kind of sticker to put on the car to make other people stay away from you, but also think that you're cute. Hui Yuxuan was amused. Why would you want people to stay far away from me, but also think that I'm cute? I'm thinking about it. Du Hong paced back and forth, his hand on his chin. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He thought of a phrase. More precisely, a picture with a phrase and an extra-large trainee sign. A panda man pointing at an extra-large trainee sign said, "This trainee sign of mine, it's not just for show." As soon as he thought of it, Du Hong immediately took out his phone and placed an order. He could get it tomorrow because it was a local delivery. Just as Du Hong was about to go upstairs with Hui Yuxuan, he suddenly received a phone call. It was Yangzi calling. After hesitating for a few seconds, he clicked on answer. Hello. Brother Du. Where are you? Vank, what's wrong? Can you come to Times Road? What happened? I can't drive my new car home. There are too many cars on the road. Rubbing his brow, Du Hong was amused by Yangzi. Why don't you just have someone from the 4S shop drive it back for you? Hu Ling's depressed voice came from the other end of the phone. I told him that, but he said he could drive himself, and refused the 4S shop's kind offer. Now, he's stalled in the middle of the road and can't drive it anymore. Why don't you try driving it? I also can't drive it. I just tried. It seems they really are a match made in heaven. Wonderful. Chapter 151. Yang is starting a business? Inside a brand new, black Mercedes-Benz E300L, Du Hong drove attentively, while Zhang Yang and Hu Ling sat in the back, feeling slightly awkward. Du Ji, thanks for making this trip. Du Hong smiled and shook his head. I'm just curious, why didn't you just call a ride-hailing service? I did suggest that, Hu Ling said, but he refused. He said, how can I let a stranger drive a new car? What if they scratch it? Hearing this, Du Hong chuckled. So, you trust my driving skills? I might not be as steady as a professional driver. Haha, it's okay, Du Ji. I trust you. After all, you're the guy who can drive a Lamborghini with one hand. So that's why? If I told him it's because I'm fearless and it wouldn't be a big deal if it got damaged, would he still think the same thing? He shook his head, focusing on driving. What do you think of this car, Du Ji? It's all right, feels good to drive. How much did this car cost? 500,000 renminbi, all in, Zhang Yang said, scratching his head a bit sheepishly. I don't even know if I overpaid. It's worth the price. Now that you have a car, shouldn't you be considering a house as well? It'll be cheaper if you buy it sooner. I've discussed that with Lingling. My parents already bought me an apartment in the city. I'm planning on starting my own business later, so I won't buy a house now. I'm saving all the money to use as startup capital. Du Heng raised an eyebrow and glanced at Zhang Yang in the rearview mirror. The latter was grinning and exchanging loving glances with Hu Ling, completely disregarding Du Heng, the major third wheel. Do you have any ideas about what kind of company you want to start? I'm going to do software. Du Heng shook his head. This guy clearly just has an idea. He hasn't even chosen a path yet. Software is a broad category. There are service-oriented types and application-oriented types. Which direction are you planning to go? Let me remind you, pick a lane first and focus on that. Don't try to do everything. It's better to do one thing well than multiple things poorly. Then, what do you suggest, Du Ji? This question was genuine. Zhang Yang admired Du Heng. Although he was good at coding, Du Heng had an incredible background. A great background meant that he had seen much more. Du Heng pondered for a moment before smiling. First of all, when starting a company, especially a software company, you need to have your own product. Secondly, your product needs to be competitive. Of course, if your product doesn't compete with existing products, that's even better. When others try to copy you, you just need to do better than them. So, you need to pick a direction. You have to think about that yourself. Don't rush into starting a company and being a boss without preparation. That will only make you lose so much money that you'll want to jump out of a window. Zhang Yang fell silent, his confidence dampened. Hu Ling, worried that he was taking the words too hard, gently squeezed his hand. Of course, you don't need to take this too seriously. After all, starting a company doesn't necessarily mean it has to be software. You could also do gaming, for example. There is not as much competition in the market. Of course, unless your game is super popular, it'll be hard to make money. Zhang Yang nodded. I know. Two major giants dominate the market, making it hard for smaller companies to survive. It's good that you understand that, but you don't need to be too ambitious. When you haven't grown strong enough, those giants aren't interested in you anyway. Most of their time is spent fighting amongst themselves. I understand, Du Ji. I'll think about it carefully. I've actually learned a lot from the projects I've been doing with my professor. Most of the projects are for service-type software, like integrating with the public security and banking systems. That's a good thing. You can ask your professor about starting a business. The school should encourage students to start their own businesses and may offer interest-free funding. Okay, I'll ask him next class. Du Heng nodded, flicked the turn signal, and turned right onto the road leading to the school gate. Where should I stop? Just on the side of the road is fine. I'll go for a drive later when there are fewer cars. Okay. After parking the car, the three of them walked towards the west gate. Seeing the constant stream of people picking up packages, Du Heng hesitated for a moment before. Laughing, hey, here's a service-type software idea you could do. A software that combines the inventory and delivery routes of all the different delivery companies. A single app to send, check, and pick up packages. Isn't there already something like that in the WeChat mini programs? So, you're not going to compete just because of that? Just do it better than them. Those mini programs are also made by other companies. As long as your product design is more reasonable, you'll have a selling point. Oh, that makes sense. Du Heng waved his hand. I was just saying whatever came to mind. I'm not telling you to actually do this. You just said that, and I already want to finalize it and start doing it right now. That's just something I came up with because I saw it. The most important thing is what you want to do, not what I think, understand? Understood. Du Heng nodded. If you're going to start a company, it's best not to do it alone, especially without any experience. You could ask Wang Chong and Han Lei what they think. They might want to join your team as well. Are you interested, Du Ji? Are you stupid? Hu Ling rolled her eyes. Does Du Heng's situation really need him to get involved in such a small business? It's just a small business anyway. Why can't Du Ji join? What do you say, Du Ji? Du Heng pondered for a while, rubbing his chin, then smiled and shook his head. I'm not interested in starting a business right now. Yushuan's dream is to travel the world. Once we graduate and get married, I want to take her on a trip, so a company obviously wouldn't work. All right, that's a real shame. There's nothing to be ashamed of. If your company does take off, or you need help, just let me know. I'll help you out. Haha, we were just waiting for you to say that, dude. Zhang Yang was touched. He understood Du Heng's intentions. He was willing to lend him money without expecting anything in return, and he didn't join them because he didn't want to divide their profits. Even for a simpleton like Zhang Yang, this kind of roommate was rare. All right, I've driven your car back for you. I need to go back to Vank. Yuxuan is waiting for me at home. Okay, Du Ji. Oh yeah, let's watch a movie together tonight. Aren't you supposed to practice driving tonight? Practice driving can come later. Dorm activities are the most important. Du Heng smiled and nodded. All right then. It's also time for dinner. Let's go eat a buffet. It's on me. Go back to your dorm and call the other two. I'll go pick up Yuxuan. Okay. Chapter 152. Signing up for the school sports meet. The busy month of November ended, giving way to the equally busy December. There were CET for exams, engagement arrangements, and now, the class monitor, Wu Lixiang, was in the dorm collecting names for the school sports meet. Class monitor, can I not sign up? Look at my build. I can't run fast. I can't jump far. And look at my arms. I can't throw a shot put either. Wu Lixiang's lips twitched. After 3 months of classes, he knew this guy's personality well. Yet this guy was a favorite of the professors. It was fine. If he slept in class or played games, he even had a chance of being recommended for graduate school. It's infuriating to compare ourselves to others. The counselor said that everyone has to sign up for at least one event, unless there's a special reason. My skinny body is a special reason. Wu Lixiang shook his head. The girls have already finished signing up. Everyone has an event. Just pick one already. Then, is there badminton or table tennis? This is a track and field meet, not the Olympics or the national games. No. You can pick one from 100m, 200m, 400m, 1000m, and 3000m. It's okay if you're not fast. What's important is that you participate. Then I'll sign up for the long jump. Wu Lixiang nodded, adding Zhang Yang's name to the long jump list. Anything else? Come on. Isn't one event enough? I've signed up. Just let me go already. Wu Lixiang smiled and nodded. He didn't ask anymore, as there were many others like Zhang Yang who had only signed up for one event. He could see from the list in his hands a long line of names behind the long jump, all trying to slack off. After all, the long jump finished quickly. Wang Chang signed up for 100m, 200m, and the 4x100 relay, which needed more members. He revealed that his girlfriend would be there to cheer him on. Wow, he's really going all out. What surprised Du Heng was that Han Lei signed up for the most tiring and the most mentally and physically demanding 3000m race. Are you crazy? Haven't you seen how no one dares sign up for the 3000m? You could literally exhaust yourself to death running that. Yeah, Han Lei, just pick a different one. If you really want to run distance, sign up for the 1000m instead. It'll be over quickly. The 3000m is truly not humanly possible. But Han Lei just slightly adjusted his glasses and smiled, shaking his head. No, that's good that no one is signing up. There will be fewer people competing. Maybe I can even get a place. You are probably thinking way too much about that. Unable to persuade him, the others gave up. Wu Lixiang came over to Du Heng's seat and said with a smile, "It's your turn, Du Ji. I heard you're great at basketball. The sports teachers are all very optimistic about you." Du Heng's eyebrows rose, and he immediately understood. The sports teachers were like factory workers. They were there. It was just the students that changed every class. So it was normal for Wu Lixiang to know about him. After all, he really showed off in the basketball class. Although he didn't play much now, he would just sit by the court with Hui Yuxuan, spreading dog food. But sometimes, when Hui Yuxuan wanted to see him play, he would reluctantly show off. This had caused girls from the volleyball class opposite to develop crushes on him. The basketball teacher felt very aggrieved. Even though he was making videos now and actually earning quite a lot of money, teaching was still his profession. He had a student who was great at basketball, but he refused to join the school team. Sigh, so infuriating. It was fine if he didn't want to join the team, but he would still show off with his girlfriend in class, and all the basketball players would lose their energy. Even the volleyball class was affected. Some girls would deliberately bounce their volleyballs closer, or simply throw them towards him, trying to get Du Heng's attention. Ahem, getting off track here. Facing the class monitor's subtle praise, Du Heng smiled wryly. The praise basically meant that since he was so good, shouldn't he sign up for more than one event? What's the maximum number of events I can sign up for? The class monitor's eyes lit up. 5. The maximum is 5. The sports meet is only 2 days long, and many events overlap. To prevent people from signing up but not being able to participate, the school has imposed this limit. Is that so? Du-hung rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. After looking at the list in Wu Lixiang's hand, he said, "Then I'll sign up for the 4x100. Don't you need another person for that?" "Yes." Wu Lixiang smiled and added Du-hung's name to the 4x100 list, then looked up at Du-hung, waiting for more. "That's it." "Huh. Didn't you say that just signing up for one event was enough? Then why did you ask about the maximum?" "Can I ask?" "Geez. Ha 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 ha. You're killing me. ×3. Du-heng's antics made all 3 of his roommates laugh. Wu Lixiang's lips twitched, and he turned to glare at Zhang Yang before. Looking at Du-hung with a smile again. "Du-ji, sign up for one more. You're wasting your physical ability if you don't compete." He was kidding. This guy was a super powerhouse when they did physical tests earlier. He should at least sign up for the long jump, right? "No, I choose to chill this time." "Oh yeah, our first years and second years competing together?" "Yes, why do you ask?" "Because my girlfriend is a second-year student." "Damn it. Okay, I'm leaving. I still need to go hustle other dorms." After saying that, Wu Lixiang turned and left without any hesitation. After the class monitor left, Du-hung picked up his phone and sent a message to Hua Yuxuan. "What event did you sign up for in the sports meet in a few days?" "None. Lingling didn't ask me. She won't let me participate because she's afraid something might happen like during my physical exam." Du-hung smiled wryly. Although he had guessed it, he still didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Hua Yuxuan's message. This is what it's like to have the principal as a grandfather and a best friend as class monitor, huh? "What events did you sign up for, Ah-hung?" "I signed up for the 4x100. Wang Chong signed up for it too. The meet is soon, so I should squeeze in some training at the track tonight. Then I'll watch Ah-hung train." "What's so interesting about training?" "I just want to go." Okay, just go then." Hua Yuxuan was resting in her dorm tonight. It was never good to always be outside. Spending time with her roommates would also help her get to know the situation in the class. After a short chat, Du-hung put down his phone and looked at Wang Chong. "Changji, let's go to the track to train when the 4x100 list is released." "Okay, we need to train well. It would be best if we could get a good place. Du-ji is so strong. I can't be a drag." If I remember correctly, there are 2 other guys in our class who are in the school track team. I wonder if they will sign up for the 4x100. Let's wait and see the list. Chapter 153, Relay Batons. The final roster was decided. One of the 2 track team members signed up for the 4x100, and the other spot was filled by Wu Lixiang. Yes, you didn't read that wrong. It was the class monitor himself. As for why it was him, you could write a book on that, so I won't dwell on it here. You should probably know what I'm talking about, and if I talk more, you'll say that I'm trying to drag it out, so I won't talk about it. Phew. It feels so good. The scene changed to the next evening, 9:30 p.m. Hua Yuxuan and Hu Ling, who had finished their classes, went straight to dorm building number 1. The whole 417 dorm squad was waiting at the door, and they all went to the track together. There were many people jogging at night. Some were jogging slowly for exercise, and others were doing specialized training. You could often see people running past with quite a speed. The people who signed up for the competition were generally not bad, since no one wanted to lose face in front of the entire grade, or the 2 grades. Wu Lixiang and Feng Yu had already warmed up. Feng Yu was one of the school track team members in the class, with a really great physique. Running the 4x100 was no problem for him. Du-hung and Wang Chong did some simple warm-up exercises, moving their wrists and ankles while watching the people training on the track. Hua Yuxuan was pulled by Hu Ling to do a slow jog. The latter had signed up for the 800m and needed to prepare as well. "Who will run the first leg?" Feng Yu asked. No one answered, and his eyebrows knitted together. As a track team member, he should be placed in the last leg for the final sprint. Even if they fell behind before, he was confident he could catch up. Of course, the last leg was also the most watched. This was the moment he had been waiting for ever since he joined the track team. However, when he said that, no one agreed. Du-hung was just about to raise his hand. He didn't care about which leg he ran, but if he could, he would like to run the last leg, so Hua Yuxuan could see. Who doesn't want to show off in front of their girlfriend? Seeing that he raised his hand, Wu Lixiang quickly said, "How about we all run 100 first, at our fastest speed, and then decide the order based on the times?" "That works." After a bit of consideration, Feng Yu agreed. He was confident in his speed and didn't fear anyone in a race. The four walked to the starting line. There were already people preparing to start, so they waited on the side. Only when the others finished running did they move to the starting line. "Who will give the signal? Let's get someone to help us." Just then, Hu Ling and Hui Yuxuan came jogging by. Du Heng saw them and called the two over. "Yuxuan, come give us the starting signal." "Okay." With beautiful women there to cheer, Feng Yu and Wu Lixiang became excited, like they had been given a shot of adrenaline. The four squatted on the ground in different starting positions. Wu Lixiang's posture looked the worst, while Wang Chang's was surprisingly very standard. "On your marks, get set, go." As soon as the signal was given, Feng Yu shot off. His reaction time was pretty good. Du Heng followed closely behind. Wang Chang wasn't slow either. Wu Lixiang was a beat slower than the rest when he took off. 100 meters was neither long nor short. Feng Yu's lead didn't last long. At about 50 meters, he was overtaken by Du Heng and left far behind. What surprised him was that Wang Chang was also slowly catching up. He could only desperately try to speed up, but no matter what, he couldn't shake Wang Chang off. At the finish line, Du Heng, panting, watched the two cross the line. Feng Yu was only one step faster than Wang Chang. This was a bit unexpected. While Wu Lixiang wasn't as fast as the other three, he wasn't slow either, definitely in the upper middle range. "Phew, what's going on with you two? Did you take some sort of performance-enhancing drug?" Du Heng shrugged, not caring much. "I was the champion in the 100 meters all through high school and middle school. What about you?" Feng Yu looked at Wang Chang, still not convinced. The latter scratched his head. "My family has a fruit orchard. I used to chase chickens and mice through the orchard every day. Sometimes I was chased by wasps, so I run pretty fast." "Geez." Feng Yu could accept Du Heng's reason, but what the heck was Wang Chang's? He was fast because he was chased by wasps? Then if someone with a knife chased you, wouldn't you fly? After catching his breath, Feng Yu finally accepted the fact that his speed was about the same as Wang Chang's. He started fast, but lacked the endurance in the later part. Wang Chang's start was slow, but he could maintain his pace. And Du Heng was a complete monster. He didn't start too slow, but he just kept accelerating. How could a track team member like him be left behind? "I'll do the first leg. Your starts are not as fast as mine, so don't try to fight me for it." The first leg was set. Wu Lixiang was placed in the third leg, which was a big curve. Speed wasn't that important, just staying steady was enough. Du Heng was in the last leg, and Wang Chang was in the second leg. Both legs were straight, emphasizing speed and endurance. After deciding the order, Feng Yu grabbed a baton out of nowhere. The four of them trained on the track. It was actually quite remarkable. Wu Lixiang was not fast, but he was great at handing off the baton. Du Heng could easily catch it each time, and then disappear in the dim light like a blur. They were all exhausted after a few runs. A 100-meter sprint was very draining. After a simple summary, they agreed to train again tomorrow and then went home. Du Heng didn't leave. He stood at the edge of the track waiting for Hui Yuxuan, who was still jogging with Hu Ling. The jogging crowd on the track grew larger and larger. More and more people joined in. Some people who were just passing by the track also became interested and ran a few laps before leaving. A few minutes later, Du Heng finally spotted Hui Yuxuan in the crowd. "Yuxuan." Hearing Du Heng's voice, Hui Yuxuan told Hu Ling and left the group, walking towards Du Heng, slightly out of breath. "Are you guys done training? We're not robots. Running 100 m is very tiring. It's not good to overdo it. It can cause muscle damage, and it'll be a problem for the competition." Hui Yuxuan nodded. "Then where are we going next? Are you staying at the dorm tonight? Does Ah Heng miss me?" Du Heng touched his nose and grinned. "A little." Hui Yuxuan gave him a sweet smile, her eyes full of love. She went forward and hugged Du Heng's neck, looking at his eyes. "Then let's go back to Vank." Du Heng's eyes lit up. He lightly kissed Hui Yuxuan on her red lips and then held her waist as they walked toward the dorm building. "Wait for me. I'll go get my helmet." "Okay." Chapter 154. A femme fatale? The rain pattered down, a gentle breeze stirring the droplets. a sound that was so pleasing to the ears throughout the bedroom. The light in the rain appeared somewhat hazy, making the view below all the more beautiful. The slightly upbeat rhythm kept pounding on their hearts, and the elegant music couldn't drown out the ever-quickening tempo. Just like the end of a story, all things seemed to freeze, and only two blurry shadows struggled to shine. The rain outside continued to fall, and lightning occasionally flashed in the distance, but the music slowly came to an end. It was replaced by the whispers of a pair of lovers. "Yuxuan, you're so beautiful." "I'm ignoring you." Hui Yuxuan turned away from Du Hong, her figure appearing particularly captivating under the hazy lights from the window. Du Hong reached his arm around, embracing the waist that could only belong to him. Smiling, he leaned close to Hui Yuxuan's ear and gently breathed, "I love you, Yuxuan." With these words, Hui Yuxuan's heart almost melted. She turned around, her bright eyes blinking as she looked at Du Heng's face. Love filled them, like the overflowing of a river. "I love you too." Du Hong grinned and pulled her into his arms, gently stroking her back, looking at the rain that resembled colorful light spots beneath the lights. He could smell the fragrance of her hair, and at that moment, everything felt perfect. "Ah Hong, do you think I am a troublemaker?" Du Hong froze, and the hand that was stroking Hui Yuxuan's back stopped. "Why do you say that?" Hui Yuxuan didn't lift her head. Leaning against Du Heng's chest, she ran her finger across his arm and softly said, "The amusement park that time, the physical test that time, the car ride that time, haven't I brought you a lot of trouble?" Du Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He gently patted Hui Yuxuan's back, like he was coaxing a child. "Don't overthink things. Why can't I be the troublemaker? After all, I'm always around." After speaking, Du Hong felt droplets on his body. He glanced at Hui Yuxuan in his arms and saw she was already crying. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" I'm afraid that a Hung will dislike me because I bring all kinds of trouble." After speaking, she cried even harder. Du Hong was heartbroken. He didn't have to guess. She must have overheard something again. "Did someone tell you something about being a femme fatale?" Hui Yuxuan nodded, unable to speak. Du Hong shook his head. "Don't always jump to conclusions. You are so outstanding, so beautiful. Even if you don't cause trouble, others will still feel jealous of you being my girlfriend, since you are like an angel." "Wah." "Okay, don't cry. When you think about these things, think about my identity. Like the recent BMW incident, it's simple. Anyone with a brain would not go looking for trouble. If they did, they either have a problem with their brain or they are malicious. In other words, these problems are not problems, because I can resolve them. And like I said at the beginning, why is it that you caused it instead of me? If you hadn't become my girlfriend, I'm guessing there would be 1,000 or 800 people pursuing you, right? Those people would definitely be jealous. It's their fault, not yours." Hui Yuxuan finally stopped crying, but she was still sobbing, her eyes red. It was clear that the person who said those words to her was ill-intentioned. "It wasn't Hu Ling who said that to you, right? Let me guess, was it your roommate?" Hui Yuxuan didn't answer, but Du Hong already knew the answer. "They're just jealous of you. So when you bring up these things, they get a sour taste in their mouths. Just treat what they say like farting." Hui Yuxuan didn't speak, but she nodded gently, wiped the tears off her face, and nestled back into Du Heng's arms. "Ah Hong, you think I shouldn't go back to the dorm? It's okay, you can go back. Just don't tell them about us. Your only roommate is Hu Ling." Hui Yuxuan was surprised and nodded vigorously, "Okay." Respected leaders, distinguished guests, fellow students, good morning, everyone. Today is the opening day of our annual fall sports meet. Blah blah blah. After a year of awkward chatter, the athlete formations entered the stadium. Du Hong, because of his height, was selected into the computer science department's athlete formation, slowly marching forward behind the flag bearer. He really didn't want to walk through this charade, but unfortunately, Hui Yuxuan's grandfather was sitting in the leader's seats. The old man knew that he had signed up for the events, and following the principle of "if I don't go to hell, who will?" Du Hong wore a pained expression as he followed the team and posed. Yes, posed. That was another reason he didn't want to participate in the first place. It's too embarrassing. "Ah Hong, look over here." Just then, a clear voice called out, and Du Hong instinctively looked over. Click. His awkward look was captured by Hui Yuxuan, She was the one who called out to him. After taking the photo, Hui Yuxuan gave Du Hong a beautiful smile and blew him a kiss, which caused the students of the computer science class to start cheering. Du Hong touched his nose, shook his head, and continued to pose as he marched forward. The opening ceremony ended after Hui's grandfather's powerful speech. The athletes entered the venue. Because there were so many events in only 2 days, the schedule was tight. The 4x100 heats were in the morning. Du Hong and the others changed into their track suits in the locker room and walked onto the field with the spiked shoes Feng Yu had borrowed. Whistles and shouts filled the air. The 100-meter heats had already started, as well as the long jump, high jump, and shot put. It had to be said, the first years and second years were the most energetic in university. The sports meets of the third and fourth years were really boring. The students sat in the audience seats playing games or watching movies. In short, no one paid attention to the competition. The competition wasn't that interesting either. After years of not exercising regularly, the students' physical fitness had seriously declined. If the third and fourth years competed with the first and second years, it would be very difficult to win. The 100m competition got the audience all riled up. The interactions in the audience seats never stopped. They did the wave and other things, and some departments even brought gongs and drums, making it a lively scene. Wang Chong had a 100-meter race. He had gone to warm up and prepare to go on the field. His girlfriend, Miao Miao, appeared on the edge of the field and gestured a cheer, which made him very happy. It was different to have a girlfriend cheering him on. Wang Chong, who was already very fast, easily got first place in his heat and advanced to the next round. Just then, the sports teacher in charge shouted through the loudspeaker, "Men's 4x100 relay, gather here. Decide on your running order and prepare to go onto the field." Chapter 155, 4x100-meter heats. School of Computer Science. Go! School of Computer Science. Go! As the 4x100-meter race was about to start, with the computer science team in the first heat and already on the track, the audience of the School of Computer Science could no longer stay seated. It was unclear who started it, but the cheering broke out. The girls chosen as cheerleaders danced in the aisle, their short skirts flaring up from time to time, their bodies swaying, causing all the nearby male students to gasp. Ah Hong, go for it. Du Hong was stretching, and he looked up when he heard the voice. He was in lane 4. Hui Yuxuan was standing on the side waving at him. Du Hong smiled and nodded, giving a thumbs up before continuing to stretch. What he didn't notice was that some of the other runners preparing at the last leg were starting to feel jealous. It couldn't be helped. Hui Yuxuan was young and beautiful, and today she was wearing a pink tracksuit. She had a hat on, and her silver earrings shone brightly in the sun, making her skin look even more fair. The other runners glanced at Du Hong, looking disdainful. They probably thought Du Hong couldn't outrun them. On your marks. Get set. Bang. The starting gun went off and Feng Yu, in the first leg, shot out, immediately taking the lead. Go! 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 The drums rolled. The cheering swelled like a tide. Everyone stood up to watch this exciting 4x100-meter race. Feng Yu took the lead, pulling away by about 10 meters. The first leg was often not given much importance. The baton was passed smoothly, and Wang Chong, spurred on by his girlfriend's cheering, ran at a speed faster than his training. You couldn't even tell he'd just finished the 100-meter heats and was supposed to be tired. Could this be the power of love? By the time he passed the baton, he had increased the lead over the second-place runner to nearly 30 meters. The cheering from the sidelines intensified, especially from the computer science section, who were all thrilled to see their team take the lead. The other runners waiting at the last leg, just like Du Hong, looked at each other, their faces showing some resentment. The gap in front was too big, and if their third leg didn't close the gap, they would face a 30-meter deficit against Du Hong. Unless Du Hong really couldn't run anymore, they wouldn't be able to make it to the finals. But it was in the third leg that things went wrong. Wu Lixiang took the baton and shot out, taking a decent lead in the beginning. But as he was running, his shoe suddenly flew off. It's hard to describe the feeling of having one shoe with spikes and one without, but he could no longer run properly. Soon, Wu Lixiang was overtaken by the other teams. The computer science section fell silent. Wu Lixiang was sweating profusely as he quickly kicked off his other shoe and ran with all his might, but the gap had already widened. He was now 5 meters behind the third runner and a full 10 meters behind the second. How How did this happen? We lost all that lead. Can the class monitor do this? No way. How did his shoe just fall off? Didn't he check his shoelaces beforehand? They were overtaken. Now it depends on the last leg. I hope they make it to the finals. Otherwise, Feng, you will want to kill the class monitor. Seeing that the computer science team had been overtaken, the other departments cheered, especially the team in the lead. Bro, I'll slow down for you, so I can let you eat my exhaust, haha. Du Hong didn't respond. Words were meaningless at this time. What he needed to do was give his all in his leg. Ah Hong, go for it. Now that the lead had spoken, there was nothing else to say. The first and second place runners sprinted out, without any hesitation. Wu Lixiang finally caught up and passed the baton to the fourth place runner. Then Du Hong took off. Whoa, 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 whoa. A blur. I saw a blur. I saw 6 legs. Did he take off? Whoa, so strong. The computer science section went wild when they saw how fierce their last runner was. He overtook the second place runner within seconds and kept accelerating. The team in first place looked to be in danger. The girls screamed, and the guys also shouted at the top of their lungs, momentarily drowning out the sound of the nearby gongs and drums. Haha, first place is mine. The runner in first place was still gloating, since there were only 10 meters left to the finish line. But in the next second, a figure passed him in the lane next to him with a constant speed, making his eyes nearly pop out. He gave a futile roar, trying to speed up, but realized that he couldn't accelerate anymore. With a beautiful finish, Hui Yuxuan stood at the finish line with her camera, smiling as she watched him. Ah Hong, look over here. Du Hong looked over instinctively and gave a peace sign to the camera. Only after Hui Yuxuan took the photo did he start to pant heavily. He had used too much effort in the sprint, and his lungs were not his own. Looking back, he saw that the person who thought he had won was now wearing a look of disbelief and helplessness. It was hard for anyone to accept this. They were about to cross the finish line and get first place, but got overtaken at the end. And they had such a large lead at the beginning and still got caught. Who would want to accept this? Many of the girls from the computer science department ran over, surrounding their winning champion. Hui Yuxuan was squeezed to the side, but she didn't try to squeeze back or show any anger. They were genuinely happy at this time. Of course, she still had to keep an eye on things. She couldn't let her man get touched by others. They went to the sidelines to rest, while Wang Chong was still on the field, preparing for the 200-meter race. He was going all out. Feng Yu came over with a gloomy-looking Wu Lixiang. The latter scratched his head sheepishly. Du Hong, it's all my fault. We almost lost. Du Hong waved his hand, not caring. It's not your fault. Anything can happen on the field. You did well to finish the race barefoot. Feng Yu smiled and patted Wu Lixiang on the shoulder. We'll find you a smaller pair of shoes for the semifinals, so they won't fall off. Du Hong saved us this time, but it'll be difficult this afternoon. I will do my best. The competition continued. The atmosphere, spurred by the 4x100 meter, was fading after the women's 100 meter and 4x100 meter races. The men's 3,000 meter was even worse, making people feel sleepy. Han Lei got lapped, but he insisted on finishing the race. That was the real essence of participation. Chapter 156, One-Man Show. Time moved to the afternoon. Many of the contestants who were just there to slack off were eliminated in the morning heats. Like a certain Mr. Zhang who liked to wander around the dorm in bright yellow or red shorts. He loitered in the long jump area for half a day, jumped 1.5 meters, and then swaggered back to the audience seats. Little did he know that he'd directly broken the school record for the worst long jump, a score that was decent among the girls but truly embarrassing for the boys. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. That guy walked away like he was the man. 1.5 meters? I could jump further on 1 foot. I could jump further backwards. Ha 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 ha. Hu Ling actually won first place in the women's 800 meter. It was true, she didn't seem like the weak type, but it was still unexpected for her to get first place. After asking Hui Yuxuan, Du Hong found out that she had won first place in her first year. While this time she wasn't as good as her first year, it was no problem for her to get first place in the heats. The afternoon was beautiful, with a warm sun. Sitting in the audience seats, it was hard to not get sleepy. The atmosphere was not as good as the morning, and it was hard to get hyped up. Even their throats were starting to get hoarse. Wang Chong got third place in the 100m semifinals and was out of the running for the final. There were a lot of strong people in school. After the end of the 100m semifinals, it was the 4x100-meter semifinals. Wang Chong, that was a good run. But do you have any energy left? Wang Chong grinned and nodded. I held back some of my power, or else I would have gotten second place at the very least. We must get first place in the 4x100. Okay, go for it. Seeing that the 4x100-meter semifinals were next, the stadium was bustling, and the crowd started doing the wave again. It was a lively scene. Ahong, go for it. I'll be waiting for you at the finish line. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm so envious. Duji, I won't hold you back this time. You gotta go all out in the last sprint. Duji, Meow Meow said that if we get first place in the semifinals, she won't go back to the dorm tonight. Oh. Du Heng's lips twitched, but he still nodded at Hui Yuxuan, then followed the team leader to his position. Just like in the morning, they were in lane 4. But this time, the opponents did not seem to be simple. They were silent, doing standard warm-up stretches. Some were also greeting each other, so they likely knew each other and were probably members of the school's track team. School of Computer Science. Go! School of Computer Science. Go! The cheers all came together. Because the 4x100-meter was considered to be one of the more attention-grabbing competitions, even those who were a little sleepy got energized, and everyone stood up to cheer. Du Heng stretched and looked ahead. The first leg runners were already squatting. All 8 runners had somewhat standard postures. They were in the semifinals after all. On your marks. Get set. Bang! The moment the starting gun went off, 3 runners shot out at the same time. Feng Yu's lead wasn't that significant, but he used his power in the later part and managed to shake off the second-place runner by nearly 5 meters. After a smooth pass, Wang Chong sprinted out with all of his might. He didn't even hear Meow Meow's excited cheers. Run! Go! Go Computer Science! Wang Chong used his excellent physical fitness. With the wind in his legs, he managed to increase the gap with the second-place runner. When Wu Lixiang took the baton, the second-place runner was still far away. Go Computer Science! We will win! Go Class Monitor! Wu Lixiang also held his breath, knowing that if it wasn't for Du Heng in the last leg, a strong team would have been defeated. So he went all out. Although his speed was not that fast, he managed to avoid being overtaken by the runners behind him. When Du Heng took off, the second-place runner was only just receiving the baton. The much-anticipated 4x100-meter semifinals turned into a one-man show. One runner left all the other runners far behind. The figure who was sprinting like crazy was so lonely and so proud. After crossing the finish line, he raised the baton and grinned at a beautiful silhouette who was smiling and taking photos of him. It was a sweet and beautiful scene. Ah! School of Computer Science is the best. So strong. He pulled ahead like crazy. The rest didn't even get a chance to see his exhaust. He was even faster than in the morning. Ah! He's so handsome. What am I supposed to do? I think I'm in love. Wake up, you're a man. It's okay. I don't have to be the one who is taking the lead. Sorry, I'm out of here. In any case, Du Heng won the first place by a significant lead and successfully advanced to the finals tomorrow morning. Still panting, he walked towards Hui Yuxuan, who was still taking photos. I was so great today. Shouldn't you reward me? Hui Yuxuan rolled her beautiful eyes, pretending not to hear. She picked up her camera and showed the pictures to Du Heng. Here, the photos I took for you. Do you think they are nice? Du Heng looked at them. They were eye-burning. His hair was standing up when he was sprinting. The muscles on his face looked like they were twitching, and his fists and legs were a blur. He was swinging too fast, and all the camera could catch was a blur. You don't like it? His lips twitched. Du Heng smiled wryly. A little ugly. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and giggled. That's what makes it real. It shows that Aheng was running with all his might. Aheng was amazing. Haha, I was great at the first leg too, right? What about me? Meow Meow was so excited that she hugged and kissed me. Wu Lixiang wanted to brag a little, but he was stunned when he heard Wang Chong's words. He didn't have a girlfriend. Luckily, the girls from the computer science section all came running over, and Wu Lixiang got to enjoy the sweet and tender company. After all, he hadn't let them down, and the girls could see that he was running his hardest. Class Monitor, you were so cool just now. It's true. The class monitor is unstoppable with his shoes on. Wu Lixiang was a bit embarrassed and scratched his head and said, I didn't really think too much. It was mostly because Du Heng was amazing. He just left everyone behind in the last leg. He was really handsome. Not only is Du Heng good-looking, he's tall and fast too. It's a pity that he has a girlfriend, and she is very pretty. Sigh, I was planning to pursue him, but there's no chance now. Huh? I was planning to pursue him too. His family seems very rich. I've seen him driving a huge SUV, and I've also seen him riding a motorcycle. Really? Of course it's true. What would I gain by lying to you? Wu Lixiang, surrounded by the girls, slowly petrified. Aren't you supposed to be cheering for me? Chapter 157. Matchmaking or complaining? After the 4x100 meter, the atmosphere in the stadium was no longer as high. There was nothing really interesting left to watch, other than the 100m and 4x100 meter events. And that was just for the men's division. The women's division was really nothing special. The guys didn't even bother to cheer for them anymore. The afternoon competition ended like that. Tomorrow morning would mainly be the finals, and the afternoon would be the closing ceremony. The class monitor went to eat at the cafeteria with a group of girls. Wang Cheng smiled and wrapped his arm around Miao Miao's shoulders, walking out of school. From his expression, you could tell there would be a big battle tonight. Feng Yu clicked his tongue. He also ran very fast, but why didn't any girls invite him to eat with them? Han Lei waved to Du Heng and left alone. Zhang Yang and Hu Ling also left, leaving Du Heng and Hui Yuxuan walking slowly towards Vank, hand in hand. Aren't you afraid of being seen by people from your class when you came to take photos of me? Hui Yuxuan blinked her big eyes. Why would I be afraid of them seeing me? I was afraid that someone would say bad things to you again. Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly and wrapped her arms around Du Heng's arm, leaning her head on his shoulder. I've thought about it. As long as I'm happy with Aheng, I don't care what others think. Like Aheng said, I'll just pretend they are farting. Du Heng laughed heartily and gently scratched Hui Yuxuan's nose. That's right. That's how it should be. After all, there are all kinds of people in life. There will always be some who don't like you, some who want you to live worse than them. That's just jealousy. There's no need to care. Just be yourself. What do you want to eat tonight? Hui Yuxuan tilted her head and thought for a while before smiling. I suddenly want to eat baked shrimp. Let's go to Pizza Hut. Okay, whatever you want. It's still early. Let's go shopping first. I'll buy you some fall clothes. It's getting cold. At the Waterside Gardens, Hui Yuxuan's home, a woman, though with wrinkles on her face, was very good at speaking and very cultured. She sat across from Hui's parents, smiling kindly. You two should have no objections about the two children, right? We have no objections, Ms. Chung. The two children love each other, and I hope they can be together. Ms. Chung nodded, smiling. Oh, this young couple is just incredible. The man's family is rich and handsome, and he has a governor grandfather. And most importantly, he's a good person, has a good personality, and is very polite to others. Hui's parents exchanged a glance and smiled and nodded. Yes, that's true. Ms. Chung, have you met Xiaohong? Ms. Chung shook her head, smiling. I haven't met him. I just heard people say so. Wow, you're saying that based on hearsay? If we hadn't met him, we would have believed your lies. His lips twitching, Hui's father took a deep breath before saying, Thank you for coming all this way, Ms. Chung. The date for the engagement has been set, and the groom's family needs to prepare the betrothal gifts and other things. We'll also prepare gifts for Yuxuan. That's what should happen. Oh, it's really great to see both families so satisfied. You don't know, I often help people with matchmaking in the community, but it's very rare for both sides to be happy. Either the man's side thinks the woman isn't a good match, or the woman's side thinks the man's conditions aren't good enough. It must be hard for you, Ms. Chung. Ms. Chung waved her hand, smiling. Oh, it's not hard at all. It's what I should do. Okay, it's getting late. I have to go now. I still have another match to make, and this one is really difficult. They thought Ms. Chung was really leaving, but then she started talking about the issues with her next match. Oh, you don't know. That young couple's parents are not satisfied with each other at all, but the two children insist on getting married. The man's parents think the woman's family is asking for too much. They want a house, a car, betrothal gifts, and the house has to be paid in full. After marriage, the woman wouldn't help pay the debts. And the woman's side thinks the man's family isn't rich enough. They think he's ugly and short and not good enough for their daughter. Why are you telling us this? Are you asking for our help? But Miss Chung actually sat back down as if she was complaining. His parents didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After talking for more than an hour, Ms. Chung finally left, and his father finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, she's finally gone. I thought she was going to stay for dinner. She also needs someone to listen, so that's why she talked so much. She came here to matchmake, but then talked about other people's stuff. If it was something good, that would be fine. But after listening to her, I feel like the next match is really hopeless. His mother smiled gently. So, doesn't that make it clear that Yuxuan and Xiaohong are very well suited? That's true. I wonder what Yuxuan is doing now? How about we have a video call? His mother thought for a moment before shaking her head. Let's not. If we were to call her, it should be during the daytime. Maybe Yuxuan is on a date with Xiaohong right now. If you call, they might feel awkward. What's awkward about it? I'm not stopping them. If you want to call, then you do it. I'm going to make dinner. Where did my gentle and virtuous wife go? Nothing happened that night. The next day, Hui Yuxuan, sitting behind Du Heng on his motorcycle, hugged him tightly and said, Ah Heng, you went to bed so late last night. Won't it affect you today in the 4x100-meter finals? Du Heng turned his head and pushed up his helmet and smiled. Don't worry. I'm as strong as an ox. Hui Yuxuan's cheeks flushed, and she pinched Du Heng's waist lightly. If you don't perform well today because you were affected by what happened last night, I'll blame myself. Don't worry, first place is in my hands. After reaching the dorm, he parked the motorcycle and took the helmet back to the dorm before walking with Hui Yuxuan towards the stadium. The first-year students, after one day of competition, clearly didn't have as much energy as yesterday, but they were still better than the second years. The second-year students were still sleeping, and many were making excuses not to go today. So they came up with reasons such as stomachache, back pain, fever, or a sister's wedding. Upon arriving at the venue, it was clear that there were fewer people than yesterday. The leaders were also used to it. Oh wait, the leaders weren't here yet, so it was all right. I'm going to the athletes' lounge to change. Find a place to wait. Okay, you go. I'll be at the finish line to take photos of you. Okay. Chapter 158. Watching my grandson is just a side trip. Coming out of the athletes' lounge, he found that Wang Chong and the others had also arrived. They were about to go into change, while Wu Lixiang was excitedly saying something. They moved closer and could hear him. There's going to be a VIP here to inspect today. Who is it? The provincial party secretary, Du Jiangwo. Whoa, the governor is coming for an inspection? Why? I heard that the governor and our principal are good friends. The principal must have invited him. Haha, then we have to perform well today. Sigh, I wonder if we'll get a chance to get our award from the governor. It would be amazing to get all the attention. You have to get first place for that, right? Then let's try to get first place. Go for it. Oh, Du Ji, you're here. The others smiled and greeted Du Heng as he walked over. Du Heng nodded in response, passing the three while thinking about the reason his grandfather came. Once outside, he found that the originally quiet venue was now filled with earth-shattering cheers and drums. Even the music was playing louder. He glanced at the audience and found that it had been filled with people some time ago. They must have all been called out of their beds when they heard the governor was coming to inspect. Squinting, he looked at the leaders section and immediately spotted his grandfather chatting with Principal Hua. He had a bad feeling. At that moment, the leaders section was lively. All the school leaders were there. They must have gone to welcome the governor at the school entrance first. After exchanging a few words, Mr. Du waved everyone away. He came today to watch his grandson compete. The inspection was just a side trip and a chance to see an old friend. Why are you here today? Isn't the provincial quarterly meeting about to start? Mr. Du raised an eyebrow. What? You don't welcome me? Can't I come see my old friend? It's a lie. You really came to watch your precious grandson compete, right? Upon hearing the words, precious grandson, Mr. Du's eyes narrowed happily. Well, since I'm here, I may as well take a look at the sports meet at your school and check out the physical condition of the students. And lastly, I can watch my grandson. Mr. Huo waited expressionlessly for Mr. Du to finish before huffing softly. You really have no shame. You came to see your grandson, so just say it. Why are you making excuses? I'll have you know that my grandson will soon be your grandson. You only have one son, and your son only has one daughter. You should think of a way to get my grandson and your granddaughter to have more children after they get married. You old pervert. What did I do? There are so many people here and you say that. Are you not afraid of people using it against you? Mr. Du laughed. Even you, someone not in office, knows to be careful. Do you think I didn't think about that? But I'm happy, and the precious granddaughter you're always talking about, she'll be with my grandson. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Hua was successfully amused and shook his head, no longer arguing with Mr. Du in any case. They would be family soon, and the two of them have had an excellent relationship, which made this a closer bond. The cheers were echoing throughout the stadium. Some keen-eyed people spotted an additional person in the leaders section. Most importantly, this person was sitting in the center and next to the principal. Those who knew the person immediately shouted out Mr. Du's identity. But no matter what, the competitions had already started. With the lively atmosphere, even those who were dragged out of bed earlier felt excited and started dancing along with the cheerleaders. The 100m finals started, and the atmosphere was raised another level. The finals were interesting, with 6 of the 8 runners from the school track team. The remaining 2 also looked to be physically strong. The final champion would be one of them, while the other one came in 8th. The principal went down to present the awards himself, and Mr. Du followed, but he did not have any intention of presenting the awards. After the 200m finals, it was time for the much-anticipated and hard-fought 4x100-meter finals. Du Hong was preparing on the track. They were still on lane 4, and he didn't know if it was a coincidence or if someone was deliberately putting them there. Ah Hong, go for it. Hui Yuxuan was cheering him on from the sidelines. Hu Ling also came over. As the class monitor, she had the right to come down, not to mention one of the teams on the track was from their class. One of the male students was about to cry. 2 girls from their class, one a goddess, one the class monitor, were cheering for an outsider? That's it. My teeth are falling out. I can't take this. Class monitor, why aren't you cheering for me? Hu Ling glared at him. Just run properly. Why are you thinking so much? Damn it. The male student was angered. He decided to turn his sadness into strength and make sure to leave Du Hong behind. He'd use his victory to denounce this unfair treatment. On your marks. Get set. Bang. The moment the starting gun went off, Feng Yu shot out. He was particularly excited today, and his reaction was faster than usual. School of Computer Science. Go. School of Computer Science. Go. As soon as the race started, everyone in the audience stood up. Those in charge of waving the banners forgot their jobs. They leaned the banners against the railing and started shouting at the top of their lungs. The atmosphere in the venue reached its peak. Even Mr. Du couldn't sit still. He saw Du Hong and was also concerned about the results of this competition. Mr. Hua curled his lip. You said you didn't come to see your grandson. If not, why don't you sit down? What are you standing for? It's not like you can't see him. Go. Shaking his head, Mr. Hua also stood up. Since everyone in the leaders section had stood up, it wasn't good for him, as the principal, to be sitting anymore. Feng Yu performed exceptionally, pulling away from the second-place runner by almost 5 meters. Their opponents were all fast runners, so this was really impressive. He passed the baton, and Wang Chong, since he didn't participate in the 100m or 200m finals, had a lot of energy. Upon receiving the baton, he switched hands, and his legs moved furiously across the ground. It looked like he was flying close to the ground. Meow Meow was cheering for him where he had just been standing. Go. Run. 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 So handsome. Go. Seeing that the computer science team's lead was increasing, the entire computer science section went wild, gesticulating wildly, wishing they could run for Wang Chong, who was currently sprinting. The baton was passed. When Wu Lixiang received the baton, the second-place runner was nearly 10 meters behind him. Wang Chong had managed to increase the gap by 5 meters. However, Wu Lixiang's strength was weaker after all. When Du Hong received the baton, the original second-place runner had already taken the lead by nearly 5 meters. Ah Hong, go for it. Du Hong, go for it. Chapter 159. Mr. Du personally presents the award. Eyes fixed forward, with no distractions, his 2 legs unleashed a tremendous power, turning him into a gust of wind on the track, quickly passing the first-place runner and leaving them far behind. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ah, run. He's so strong. Watching Du Hong reach the finish line with crushing dominance, the other runners on the track felt a sense of despair. There was no way they could catch up. And in the audience, the cheering had reached a fever pitch, regardless of whether they were from the School of Computer Science or not. Seeing Du Hong charging ahead with such a lead, they couldn't help but express their admiration. Finish line. Du Hong had to run far beyond the finish line before finally stopping, his chest rising and falling sharply. He was exhausted. Ah, we won. We won. So strong. Just so strong. My God, is he flying? The others are also fast, but compared to him, it feels like they're just jogging. What is this called? This is called strength. And this guy isn't even on the school's track team. If he joined the track team and trained, wouldn't he be able to compete at the provincial or even national level? The discussions in the audience didn't stop. Meanwhile, Mr. Hua and Mr. Du were smiling as they walked over to the awards stage. Ah Hong, you were awesome. Seeing Hui Yuxuan constantly taking pictures of him, Du Hong put his hands on his hips, panting, while grinning and giving a thumbs up. As she continued taking photos, Wang Chong, Feng Yu, Wu Lixiang, and even Miao Miao started to photobomb, making weird poses and faces in the camera. Hui Yuxuan didn't refuse anyone and snapped photos away with a blank expression. The computer science team, please come to the awards stage. The computer science team, please come to the awards stage. Hearing the announcement, Wu Lixiang slapped his forehead. He had gotten too caught up taking pictures and forgot about the awards. Let's go, let's go. Let's go get the awards. The principal is coming down, and Governor Du is also there. Although he won't present the awards, being awarded an award in his presence is a great honor. Du Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wang Chong raised an eyebrow at Du Hong, while Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and giggled. They both knew that Du Heng's grandfather was the provincial party secretary. The four of them stood on the stage. After Mr. Hua presented the bronze and silver medals and certificates, he was about to grab the gold medals and certificates. But someone beat him to it. It was Mr. Du, with a bright smile on his face. In just a split second, Mr. Hua figured out what was going on. He just wanted to present an award to his precious grandson. Shaking his head, Mr. Hua didn't call him out. Instead, he smiled and stepped aside. There were many students watching, and arguing with Mr. Du would cause unnecessary trouble. Wow, the governor is personally presenting the award? I have bragging rights for life now. So jealous. Why isn't he presenting the award for the bronze and silver medals? Duh, he's the governor. It's already great that he's willing to come down and give an award to a school sports meet champion. Are you not satisfied? That's true. Du Hong made knowing eye contact with Mr. Du, then bowed his head so Mr. Du could place the medal around his neck. After straightening up, he shook hands with Mr. Du and said, "Thank you." Mr. Du also smiled, nodding seriously, and said, "Keep up the hard work." After that, Mr. Du continued to present the awards to Feng Yu and the other two. They were so excited that they nearly cried, and their smiles stretched to their ears. "Okay, let's take a picture with the champion team," Mr. Du said seriously, then Hui Yuxuan took the role as the photographer. Mr. Hua didn't say anything and smiled, nodding. He stood next to Mr. Du, and they sandwiched Du Hong between them. Feng Yu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. If that wasn't surprising enough, what happened next made him wonder if he had a hallucination. Mr. Du waved at Hui Yuxuan, who was taking pictures of them. She came over very obediently. "Grandpa Du." Mr. Du nodded happily. "Give the camera to someone else. Let's take a photo with the whole family." Hui Yuxuan did not hesitate, and she also didn't think anything was wrong with the phrase, whole family. While Mr. Hua was a bit displeased, he didn't object. Not now, but it will be soon, right? The engagement date was coming up. Then, his precious granddaughter would become Du Heng's fiancée. Hui Yuxuan handed the camera over to Hu Ling, who had just arrived. The latter smiled as she took it. Feng Yu and Wu Lixiang looked dumbfounded as they were taken out of the frame with Wang Chong. Only Mr. Du, Mr. Hua, Du Hong, and Hui Yuxuan were left on the stage. Hui Yuxuan and Du Hong stood in the middle, holding hands. Mr. Du and Mr. Hua stood on both sides of them, both wearing standard smiles. They didn't seem to have any problems, but the scene was weird to outsiders. We're supposed to take pictures with the championship team, but why were the other three asked to move to the side? How would I know? Something is going on here. Let me guess. Could it be that the couple moved the governor, so the governor brought the principal to take a picture with them? What? I didn't take my medicine this morning, but did you not take yours? Someone, bring this guy back to get treated. Stop embarrassing yourself here. What? I told you I'm the dean. You're the sick ones. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. Ah. Did you notice that Du-hong and the governor look similar? Especially their eyes and eyebrows? Hey, now that you mention it, it does look a bit like that. And I think his girlfriend looks a bit like the principal, especially their eyes and eyebrows. Could it be? No way. What's wrong? They're actually family? His girlfriend is actually his sister or a cousin or something? Someone, come here. Never mind. This one is hopeless. Let's just bury him. After taking the serious photo, Mr. Du and Mr. Hua went back to the leaders section, leaving the lead shot put and long jump champions who were about to receive their awards at a loss of whether they should cry or laugh. The morning finals ended. It was interesting to note that Hu Ling had won third place in the women's 800-meter. Although she was panting on the awards podium, it was clear that she was very happy. Finally, after another awkward closing speech, the fall sports meet at Jincheng University was officially over. There was no closing ceremony, no athlete's entrance or departure, and even Principal Hua's speech was omitted. It's still early. What are you guys going to do? Let's go eat first. It's on me. Wang Chong was uncharacteristically generous. He put his arm around Meow Meow and smiled while waiting for a reply from everyone. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Chapter 160. Back to the amusement park. Let's go to Duji's amusement park this afternoon. How's that? Okay, I have no objections. What do you say, Duji? Du-hung nodded. Sure, it just so happens that there's a new escape room style game there, and a haunted house that we've never been to. We can go check it out. Then let's go. Who's riding with me? Zhang Yang asked, looking around at the group. But no one answered his question. Come on, even if you guys want to ride with Duji, his car can't fit all of us. And my car is a Mercedes, you know? Although it's not as good as Duji's, it's still pretty good. Hanlei adjusted his glasses and seriously shook his head. No, you got it wrong. The car is not the important thing, it's the driver. What do you mean? I have a driver's license, you know? Just forget it. If you can't keep your hand steady on the steering wheel, then we'll just call a taxi. We can ride with you when you can drive properly. Zhang Yang was very upset. He grabbed Hu Ling's hand, ready to go to his car. But Hu Ling dodged him. Yangzi, how about we just call a taxi, everyone? Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. After arguing, the result was that Du Heng's car could barely fit 7 people. So everyone got into Du Heng's Night 15. Hanlei sat in the passenger seat, and Hua Yuxuan was pulled by Hu Ling to sit in the back row. Miao Miao sat with them in the same row, while Zhang Yang and Wang Chang sat in the middle row glaring at each other. Come on. I could have been sitting with Miao Miao if it wasn't for you. Come on. It's your fault for not riding with me. I'm a better driver than you. Then you should have said that earlier. Geez. The two of them didn't like each other at all, while the 3 girls in the back were happily chatting, completely ignoring them. Yuxuan, I want to be your bridesmaid when you get engaged to Du Hong. But you don't really need a bridesmaid for the engagement, right? I'm not really sure. Okay. Oh yeah, how much is Du Heng's family giving for betrothal gifts? It must be a lot. Hui Yuxuan shook her head, smiling. Not really. At the beginning, they said they would give 880 million, but that was too exaggerated. My family wouldn't be able to return gifts for that much. In the end, Grandpa Du said to give 88,000. It's just a number, and my family didn't object. Instead, we were relieved. Oh my God, 880 million betrothal gift? Not only Hu Ling, but even Miao Miao widened her eyes. This number was too exaggerated. Is Du Ji's family that rich? I can't see any of the bad habits of rich people on him. Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly. Yeah, otherwise, I wouldn't be his girlfriend. December 18th, right? I want to go and see. Yuxuan, you wouldn't mind, would you? I want to go too. Then, come on. There should be seats for friends, and we can't embarrass Ahong. After finishing talking about the engagement, the three girls talked about skincare. Then the topic suddenly jumped to future plans, and even having children became a topic. Then the topic suddenly shifted to Meow Meow. Meow Meow is in a nursing school, right? So you're going to be a doctor or nurse in the future? Meow Meow's full name was Wang Meow. She nodded after hearing the two girls' questions. My major is nursing, so I can only be a nurse when I graduate. I won't be able to be a doctor. That's also great. It's always good to have friends in the hospital. You won't have to worry about getting help if you want to see a doctor. Wang Miao nodded. Okay, in a year, I will be doing my internship in a hospital, but I want to do the bachelor degree conversion, so I can work in a big hospital. Go for it. We'll support you. While they were chatting, the three girls noticed that Wang Chong and Zhang Yang were no longer arguing. Instead, they leaned closer to the back to eavesdrop on their conversation. Yangzi. Huh? What? I didn't. It was all Changji's idea. I just wanted to see what he was eavesdropping on. Ouch. Let go. Let go. My ear is going to fall off. Ha 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 ha. Times 6. When they arrived at the amusement park, Zhang Yang's ear was still red. If you looked closely, one ear seemed a little bigger than the other. This wasn't an illusion. From the tears that were welling up in Zhang Yang's eyes, you could tell how hard Hu Ling had pulled. Lingling, my ear hurts. Don't ever eavesdrop on girls again. I'll let you off this time. Here, I'll rub it for you. They started spreading dog food as soon as they got out of the car. Wang Chong shook his head and held Meow Meow as they walked over to buy tickets. He also had some money now. Although not enough to buy a car, it was enough to treat everyone at the amusement park. He didn't want Du Hong to take out the Golden Legend again. Even though this park belonged to his family, they still had to make money. They were always freeloading, and even though Du Hong didn't say anything, they still felt a bit embarrassed. But in the next second, the park manager was walking over with a smile. Oh, young master, you've arrived. Du Hong nodded and extended his hand. The park manager understood and counted the number of people, then took out 7 gold tickets from his pocket and handed them to Du Hong. Wow, a golden legend. Du Hong smiled and gave everyone a ticket. Here, take it and have fun. Everyone took the tickets with a smile, not being polite. Wang Chong smiled wryly and also walked over to take 2 gold tickets. Du Ji, are we going to play the escape room game in the haunted house together? More people means we don't have to be scared. Du Hong looked at Hu Yuxuan, and she smiled and nodded. Then let's play together first, then we can go do our own thing. Okay, let's go, let's go. I've wanted to go to the haunted house for a long time. Let's go to the haunted house first. That was Yangzi. Last time, he jumped over to Wang Chong while watching a horror film. Just the sound effects alone had scared him enough. You could imagine how cowardly he was. They acted quickly. Han Lei looked at the 3 couples in front of him and felt a bit jealous. He really wanted to have a passionate relationship. He should find someone to study for graduate school with. When they got to the haunted house entrance, there weren't a lot of people inside the park because it was a Friday. Students were still in class, so those who could come were either college students who didn't have class or skipped class, some people from the society. Even so, there was still a long line at the haunted house entrance. This was because the escape room style games were popular recently, and the similar types of escape rooms and haunted houses were also growing in popularity. The haunted house manager, who originally frowned when he saw Du Heng's large group cutting the line, quickly stood up respectfully after seeing Du Heng's golden tickets. Would you like to experience it now, esteemed guests? Yes, can we go in now? Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. There are still people inside, and their time is almost up.